We're ready. Okay. This is a special meeting of the Hollister City Council on June 20, 2023. Special meeting is now called to order. It is 5:02 p.m. City Clerk, do we have public comment on closed session items?
Mayor Casey, we do not have any public comments for any of the closed session items.
Okay. City Attorney, can you announce the closed session items?
Yes, Mayor. 1, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Agency designated representatives, interim city manager David Maroney, and administrative services director Casey Astorga. Employee organizations, Service Employees International Union Local 521, Hollister Firefighters Union Local 3395, Hollister Mid-Management Association, Hollister Peace Officer Association, and unrepresented employees in classifications designated as executive management and confidential. 2, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1. Name of case De Leon v. City of Hollister et al. San Benito County Superior Court case number CU 2100243. 3, conference with legal counsel, liability claims, Government Code Section 54956.95. Claimant Agnes Maiden, agency claimed against City of Hollister. 4, consultation of public employment, Government Code Section 54957, public employee performance evaluation, title City Attorney. 5, consultation of public employment, Government Code Section 54957, public employee performance evaluation, title Interim City Manager.
All right. Can I have a motion to adjourn to closed session?
Make a motion to adjourn to closed session.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Stop it. There's a trick that every time I try it. Yeah. Honestly. Okay. We just need to think. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, makes the day, I might have some work. Yeah. Oh. I don't see. I put him in touch with a couple of guys that work with. Oh, cool. It wasn't about anything. That's the only reason they would call me. I don't think it's. He's not. Probably not. It's just like this. Well done. Yeah. I think it's great. I think that's like very pretty. Don't, have to get away from it. Yeah. As long as it's not snowing. No, he doesn't get that. Oh, he sent me this picture. Risk is that. Does the big part. Oh, shit. So, what's the airport over there? Yeah. Rain. Well. So I go over Marina. Over there. Right, yeah. So we were driving around, the guy says. So does the aircraft. So it's how the aircraft. And they will hit this way. So that people operate that. It's not very short. They're all pretty active. This confuses. We're driving around the place and it says, oh, see those two containers. They look like containers you get off the truck. Big, gating, big container will come off the truck. And all these antennas sticking out of it. It's the best of the time. And they fly them on this, just around the airfield. It's a pretty big airfield. It's an unused, or it's a ex. There's nothing happening except for all of this. It's a really huge outdoors. You look at the blue, just to get stuff. Really? And there. It's fitting. They're very good. They're looking right now. For manufacturing. So. And Ohio, the state of Ohio, offered 15. Don't know if they'll do it. I think they've narrowed it down to 4. One of them is there. The marina is where they're going to from. The guy didn't show us now here from that. Who's the manager? Guy called Matt. So usually he knows a marine, but he was working on the ring. And before that, he was working for a kid. And he was the guy that recruited. Remember Kevin Flynn? Yes. He recruited Kevin Flynn out of Kimball Farm. I kind of joke around. Whoever finds it, there's more of a feeling. Feel it coming up. Feeling good. I'd go with that.
So he said get that.
I wouldn't say he's young. Mid-40s. But ask him. He's an ex-pilot. What happened? I think probably maybe he's more, maybe 50. But he got a blackout. Stop him.
Yeah.
Well, he said if I didn't have that, I'd send it to him. So that's
Right. You hang up with the black.
But I was asking why we were trying to Southwest.
Yeah, that's dangerous blackout when you fly.
But he was a co-pilot. But he knows all this stuff. Getting into that airfield. first day. Well, now Joby, what Joby are going to do. So, let's say, right now, the aircraft is here from about 200. It's battery. It can fly San Francisco, tomorrow. What would you do? Would you get in a car, drive to San Francisco for 2 hours, traffic, plane traffic?
You're
Okay,
sure you would go to San Francisco.
well,
I wouldn't go there. I
Let's,
hear what you're saying.
let's say you were flying out of San Francisco. International plane. Would you drive to San Francisco or Uber? But jump in this thing and be that plane. Jump in.
Flight safe. How many flights is it? I'm not sure. I don't know. I really don't. It
Let's
makes
stop
me
there.
nervous. to think about.
Um,
Yeah. So what's all the testing and costs to Texas, and Vietnam, Fairbanks, Alaska? 4 different ones.
They're all rushing for the same one. Will be a little bit of candidates. Risk of fighting for the same. They could have zero aviation a lot with their powertrain. So they're all, everybody rushing for certification.
Is that what they're doing?
Like if they were trying to do this in San Jose.
Oh, yeah.
Like, hey, we get the run up and running. Get what we need and get it stuff done. Nobody's noticing us. Pass it on. Marine is the same way. But their facilities up there, they've taken over 2 huge factories. It is big hangar, big enough to fit in 7 foot. Big doors. Instead of building the building behind it and keeping the doors so you have the aircraft, they built in front of it, blocked in the doors.
That's why I'm thinking that. What was the logic behind that? I wish we had more. Yeah, those old hangers that we have the big ones, nobody else uses them.
They're cool.
But nobody uses it. Wiss has got that one, large one, it's so old. That they used to give it up, all they have that. That's it.
Don't give it up.
No.
Hey, Mike. Well, made it around that. That had to be over. So it's coming on.
Yeah.
I asked David about them. He didn't know where I was coming from. He said, oh, there's two things to the other line. Better on. Cal Martin. Put in bulk ground that area where they have the kid that can capture and do it. Sued by the.
The FBO, the Cal Fire have that.
But I don't. It shouldn't take them that long, but how long it's taken.
But now they're anxious to start. Maybe these guys didn't even know we're working like that. They figured it was way out here. They're not telling them.
Oh, the guys who.
Yeah, the guys who were here, but when they found out we were supposed to, they really want to move on. No. These guys. One of those like next a lot. They're saying, they're not, so whatever.
That's, I sit by Chief Bob because.
No, I don't think I tried.
Well, yeah, so,
It's just remote control cars.
so. Well, that was being way more so than everything. So, the remote control aircraft, not what they're going for certification. So we can have a pilot.
Oh, well, that's good. And I'll ride in that for them.
And then they're going to push for the remote control. So it's not true. And that's what it's earmarked for. That's what,
All these little planes, all these little drones are, oh, that's all. These aren't even flying perhaps.
I mean, they might, but
That reminds me. Did you reply to my last message about the fence?
oh, yes, it is. What's that? On the. No, there's no agreement between us and Prologis about the access.
That's what I thought.
The problem. We explained this too. The airport does not give. Security. Because once you move the fence, it's a secure area. You won't give these. Facility to anybody else. It's against the sure. So if they turn around and say, I want an easement from airport property, even if it's a template. Won't get it. So how do you get the right to it? That, yeah, we won't stop you from using it. Or stop you from using the right. We don't. But there's no way. Now, if they're asking for an easement, that's a hard. And if they're asking for an email from the city that says, yes, we will not, we will continue to allow you to use it. That's easy.
When we do that,
You can basically have David say, hey, look, the city mayor or city manager can send an email that says we will agree to allow it to use it if the land is transferred over to us. Not the fence and stop it. Even the period. So there's another angle. We put in an application for the Anthem keep it back and say, you know, property, you own the property for that property. And once we own the property, we're going to back profit.
this has been really, it should never have cost of this. Let's say last week. It's just one thing that you're piling up. Well, what about this? What about this? What about this? Are we ever gonna get this? Or are we ever gonna get this signed
I think.
before December? Doesn't it die in December?
It was last December, actually. But, I think what's happening is ProLogic are talking to this guy. And they're saying, don't sign it. They're dragging it for their own.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But bottom line, beautiful. So if we have to play a game, so get the property for the you know, if we went back to the FAA and said, let's stick with the line, get this thing performing, where asking for the drive. So you missed a year, so
All right,
she's asking for something, right?
yeah. I thought we had something.
No, so what she's asking for is in writing to allow them to continue to use property after that's where they would do it. Have the construction. That's what.
So I should ask them Dave.
Maybe say, hey, look, we will commit to allow. But there's gotta be some shelf life, there's gotta be some way to say, like, after the state. We might have to have a chat about when that is. You know, maybe we go. So this is David's assistant that's
This analyst. He just hired. me. Executive. Assistant. Oh, he's got 2 assistants. Got 3 people at this item. You can't get the director of the airport. He's an analyst. I think she's the analyst. Oh, he's got 3.
So then I would say back to her and say, well, look, you can ask David. To give. He also have a. Yeah, David goals. Work with you on that.
Next year? Wow. Oh, that's very good. This is hard. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. All right. She's a management analyst.
First time I got to do. We're all just going to preparing to do myself.
But you were here when Kevin was there.
Kevin and I had started it. Kevin was kind of like the big picture.
How's he doing?
So I bumped into him. Maybe 6 months ago. I was asking how he did.
Wow.
Finished every night. I could walk out. And our offices was probably another, yeah, but maybe, I was commuting from that long. Probably 30 minutes. But it is a change. It's going from private. And he's a management control, so you can say like it's night and day. His daughter that lived there. Daughter that lived there.
Yes, I swear. Yeah.
And the boy is in other house. It's a lot of time. Something like with the they wondered what to do with them because
That's hard.
their whole life.
That's,
They're all involved in the gym.
that's right. That's absolutely. I guess it's for little. Wow. I'm glad. I couldn't travel. That's for sure. I like low key. I don't know how to do it.
They put in a lot more from, excuse me, before COVID. I was most weeks I was on the plane, so. When COVID came, all stopped. I can pick up a little bit after, but it's not that.
Oh, really? We're all over the country.
Yeah. I don't go down there like that, you know, from like Orange County all the way up to, that's it. Very, it was once or twice that I have found that site.
Like travel too.
She used to, when she changed companies. Now she doesn't. Not because what happened, she was on the southwest line. So, I think. Summertime. Yeah, he tried to. Turned around. After that fight. She used to fight.
Oh, yeah, that was, yeah, I guess that was the bad experience. I just don't, I mean, I really enjoyed flying until I got. Yeah. I'm a homebody. I don't like to think of it. I don't like big things going, my family is, and it's totally different. Always tough. And it's very. And that's not good. I mean, he works 7 days a week, so now, just the two of us, it's hard. It's really hard. who this person is. They saw him a couple hours a day now. Well, they were like, oh my God. I don't have anything to say. He wants to talk, and I want to be quiet. Okay. Yes. Right. That's, I mean, it's like Mr. Tom about this issue, does the housework. Stop. Just go out in the barn, do something. Because all of his merchandise, if I came to barn now, so our barns and stuff, it's going to. I'll be down, but I have no problem with that. But I'm really tired.
That's a lot of room.
Yeah.
Good.
That's most of the stuff. I don't think we'll have another.
Uh,
5-year project.
it's not a long project. But it is, when you're closing down your property.
Yeah.
There's gonna be people that's gonna be mad.
Isn't it like a, isn't it only a 3-month project?
So what happens is, we deliberately did. The way we could space it out, get the grant, that when the construction part, we're technically at a level of stage. That gives us a chance to acquire the veterans that are on. Then you have the 3 months. Well, you get a winter like last winter.
We're not even having summer this year. It's really something.
So it's like, if that happens, it's like, it's big hard. But next one. It's a big one. And the other thing. Our own clothes.
Yes, it is. But we can extend it.
Next year, you will have to do all.
Yeah. It's up next year or it's up this year? Up this year. But I can extend it.
You can extend it 1 year, but the FAA will launch you. Yes, they will, so when you go out, it takes you a period of time, doesn't it? Sunset. Turn on a couple of years. So you'll have to tell the FAA, yeah, I'll follow it up, we'll do this, but then we'll also go out this. I mean, we've got many of those lines. Also, previous. So it's not like the paperwork.
Yeah.
The challenge will be because you don't have airport directly to make this election.
Yeah. I'm hoping, I think it's supposed to close July 15th. For the director position. So hopefully July, August, they'll probably review all the candidates. So hopefully we'll be able to do this in August.
Now, you're gonna have to dig up an email. Send an email to the speaker the week before, after the FAA is asking for this fairly.
I saw that.
Something that needs to be put down. Won't take that much to do. But we need to, whatever we need to do this again, it's a draft case that goes into the FAA. It's not something that the FAA will agree to. They just want the ASAP so they can kind of start out the conversation. So it's not something that might not needs to be something. They may want to talk to David. This is our capital improvement for the other. The projects. With the exception of. With the exception of one. Remember the reels that long.
Yes.
Back up. Standalone project, or you could say part of another project. You may identify. Okay. New reels. Need to get that in front of the.
Give an award to the softball team.
No, that was.
That will be here at the national 6:30. 6:30? Yeah, that's when we actually start.
My friend said 6 o'clock.
6. Yeah, 6:30 in the afternoon.
No wonder nobody's here. Do I just wait? I'm sure they need it right now.
Yeah, it's like 6:30. Oh. So the gun starts at 6:30 and then 6:30 they'll start to talk, okay, roll call. So it'll be the very first one, so it'll be that very first thing. After they report out the session. You want to make a motion, one of the players, softball player. Oh, really? Okay. Really? Yeah, I'll see if they're sitting at the. It's about it. Okay.
So what do you want to do? Do I just say? What do I want? Do you have a bar here? I tried. One step. Anybody want to sit in the front with you? Okay. Hello. There's some good thing. Okay, we can sit with it. I know. We all do it. I should go out, she could do a-
Get it on the closer. Graphs. Get it up to it. Probably do that.
After that.
No, never just.
Finding all the information.
In there. Yeah.
There's no trouble. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got so fast. Did you see it? When you left it. But I know. That's hard. And we consider supposed to be there for 2 hours. I don't know if my dad thinks he wants to drive on the weekend or 25 out of the year. Well, that's hard. He got a dog. He went to the house there. Yeah, they get amazed before, but he wants to know this big dog on his way. Very clean. And so, well, I bouncing. Have the old very. It's on. And the person, it's all right. But it's hard. So every March 21. The new website. The new website. Anyway, that was information. Yeah. The building's up.
Empty.
Large.
I guess they're having trouble getting.
I think that money. Somewhere there was like. That's an alternate number.
So he may be. But I know a couple of times out there. I don't know about that. I was thinking about that. Can't very much. Fernando. But the problem with him is he has a house.
So that added.
He's kind of there, maybe not as long as David. Yeah. But I know.
I guess if you could.
Where does the market? They brought it back. But the heat now that I'm sure we always have that.
Did you ever work from home? Oh, you did, no, I didn't know that.
We work from home. Till March. Yeah. Since then. we have our- Now they'll, you know, it's kind of strange. Traveling so much.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting.
Yeah.
Officially is working from home.
I don't, I do. I don't have to. And I'll. Well, you. So this is just so. Yeah. Show the family.
Yeah, I'm assuming he was doing this. They just opened it up.
Yeah, David. So are you really, when David also has a place up there. that means- Yeah. Once again, I heard stuff. I mean,
What am I doing?
I mean, I don't. I have, I know, it's so long. I just, so many things thought, but yeah, we need to start studying. I couldn't do it in the office when I was in high school. I could do that. Church. I mean, I can talk. Everybody should be. Sitting up there, nobody else. I can do that. I know you want to do that. I didn't see anything on the agenda. Driving up.
During COVID, for this night year, this year.
Yeah.
I can't make. They.
Don't read it. Yes.
Well, in all the years that I've been working on it. I've wanna try. That's my point. Like a star.
Oh, no, I see that with him, but, oh, no.
Great place to go.
I've only been. Brand. Have a bad, that.
I was in, driving around for a bit trying to find out. Get in there. You can try and see some of the divots that were walking behind. Probably the first one.
Yeah.
And then you get in trouble for falling out of school.
Fine. That started.
Just wear the uniform. Some days.
Or something. But that's. That's too bad. A lot of those are really bad.
Put her in there. First day. The computer. Bring her in. Mom was in tears.
I remember my daughter being I remember that moment. Well, my daughters, or my granddaughter left. My daughter, she went to college in Utah. Moved to Utah. Crazy. He had to do that. He went back to Arizona. So he went Facebook. Somebody can do all that now. So I doing the same thing I did. It's okay now. Grow. Wait, grow. Stop worrying.
It runs.
Yeah.
But I think like
It's your problem. Good. Yeah, no, thank you. That's it.
okay. Yeah, maybe I'll go over to that.
Not as often as I probably should. Yeah.
Plan all over.
Yeah. He flies right into Colorado. And, it's pretty good. Space. Thank you. Yeah, that's where it's at.
My wife is from.
Oh, really? It's huge.
The same about things.
Oh, wow, yeah. My daughter's amazing. They have. Years. She likes it.
Mom passed away a few years ago. But that is good. He had one sister. Three brothers. One of them.
Like right here?
Well, I think here, we should reserve some for people who are the Spanish people.
Maybe it's one is there, I mean.
Someone's gonna be here pretty soon, just like this. I think a lot of. Yeah, sorry.
Make sure we pour the whole thing.
You guys. Good idea.
I'll go here for fill out some.
Yeah, I'll
You want to get some? I don't have a can there.
Yeah, I'll get it.
I'm just here to explain.
I don't have a can.
Also,
I have a written printed agenda.
I'll see you there. I shall get it. But I don't want to talk. Mary's taking, Mary shading these?
Yeah. Take
All of
any-
them? All of them?
No, yeah, just take any seat you want.
Okay. What do you want? So what do you want? This, these are the people who are the biggest ones. Yeah, so maybe.
Mary just, one of them, she's just taking one. I like those pictures.
That's a nice. Oh, there's nothing on this. Sí, sí, vamos a sacar ya por poder el corazón. Sí, bueno. Where's your son? Where's your son? Right here. Ándale.
Cerró el carro,
¿Eh?
cerró el carro.
No lo entiendo.
Si cerró el carro, no la quiero.
Sí.
Hey,
It's hard for them to see that the movie line is.
did you get some signage? Some
Yeah,
good
that's.
art? Well, I gotta.
No, I got a pen. That's my basket, which we have this, we just put it right over here. I think we should have over here.
So where would you
We're
like,
in.
where you like to move?
Why don't you switch it?
Okay.
Yeah, no, for you guys.
Hey.
But the camera will focus on the podium. Yes, so it's sitting behind you. No one else is behind you. Sit right here. You always hold your-
Uh-huh.
Then they'll-
Just-
You're not. They give him a sign. He has one. So we should get a lot of, yeah, you get, maybe on the sides, and you can let someone, be right behind them exactly. They won't get you, but get, sit on this side. Because that way you'll be on this. You want to sign? Okay. And we're both sides. So periodically. No. Do it back and forth. Yeah. Two different speakers. One speaker, one.
Setting the stage for mass.
And he's. Here, Fallon, you want to stand, you want to speak, fill it out, because otherwise maybe at the very end. Just say, just a. I didn't. That's okay, all you have to say is you can. I think Christ. Having so much. Out of my city. I create a lot of trouble, you know. For good reason, you know, a lot of the slogans we have. Okay, so probably, which one was like? Here's a big one. Okay, one or two. Do you need something to write it on or? Yeah, just like one sentence. Oh, you have a pen, okay. Would you like to see this thing? I'll just give you all of them. Mary, no. These are the four that have to be together. Agenda item. Well, do you want to speak about the very, very beginning?
Isn't it two separate?
No, there's three of them. One is on the presentation. Overview. Well, which one do you want? One is sound, one is whole overview. What's the agenda? Yeah, that's what I'm looking up right now. Agenda item. Right now, consent item. Okay, do you want to speak about just the whole overview or the specific stuff you say I want from the specific? Okay, which one? There's like one where you want to do, there's one for.
There's San Juan Batista and there's San Juan Oaks.
He said it's G as in one. Well, what's the overall? Overall. The overall one could be just opening up building, which will impact the highway. Because that's F1. F1 review is F, but you can sleep on all of them. Maybe you could just write all of them and then decide if you want to. No, I'll just do it.
You have to do a separate one, I think, for each.
Okay, so take one. Thank you. Eladia, do you want to speak about the overview or then voting on? I just want to say one. Okay, so how about F1? F1.
No, I just want to say the moratorium.
No, you have to write in what you have. Okay, it's called F is
F1.
Fred one.
F, Fred one.
Fred
Fred
one. Someone just say what
Yeah.
You're allowed to say that.
This is a blank.
What's the next?
I think they're a little late. Hi. The next one is we started. G1 and then G. Yeah. One there's a speak here, the one with the.
Let's get these done.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
We're just reserving, you can sit. You can sit. Let me take your parents. The things.
Somebody else need a pencil?
No, I'm good.
Shelley? It's at the city hall.
Yes.
Yeah, the city hall,
We're inside.
big,
Yeah, yeah.
it's, I think it's on. Fifth Street. No, we're not, we're all sitting inside. It's the old courthouse, like from 50 years ago. It's across the street from the courthouse. Okay, I'll go out. Yeah, we're not there. You need to go across the street. I'll come out and get you.
Yeah. The old, no, 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 no. That's the old. I'll help you fill it out. It's. Say F1.
That's the overall one of the.
Look at the poop, look at the poop. Look at that one. This one got us. And this is. I'm branch. They're like 18, 19. They're one, oh yeah. It's I don't understand that. Brand one. Se llaman bien.
So you have to have a different form, I think, for each.
Oh, okay, I just. Okay.
You want
Yeah. I had no idea. Whether it's two here. Right here. If you want, I want to write. Yeah.
Hi, Mary.
Mary.
We're good. Okay, I think we're going to get started. So if we could quiet down. Thank you. This is a regular meeting of the Hollister City Council. The meeting is now called to order. It is 6:30 p.m. Councilmember Morales, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
And the republic one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Madam Mayor,
A moment, please.
Madam Mayor,
Did you have something you needed to say, Councilmember?
yes, thank you. Based on these interesting signs in the members of the public, I would like to request that I would imagine that they're here to hear the sewer issue. So I'd like to request to move forward items F1 and the two MOUs, G1 and G2, after the proclamations.
Do we have consensus of council to do that? Do you want to move items forward? You want to move? Okay. So you're talking to all three items or just the one?
The presentation about the sewer, the two MOUs.
Okay. Got it. All right. Before we take roll, I just want to say that we had two public hearing items that have been continued to a future council meeting date and will be renoticed as required by law. The first was the zoning ordinance overhaul ZOA 2023-2, a resolution amending the planning division fee schedule to include fees related to administrative and minor modifications to plan developments. The second was the zoning ordinance overhaul ZOA 2023-3, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance to repeal section 17.24.240 plan development permits and replace them with a new chapter 17.66 for plan developments. So those items will be renoticed. And City Attorney, you had one more item?
Yeah, so we need to pull item E1. That needs to go before the Planning Commission first if it's in Title 17. Thank you,
Okay,
council.
so we won't be covering E1 tonight.
Correct.
Okay.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
can we get a report out from closed session?
We'll go through and do that before we start. So can we do the roll call now, please?
Councilmember Perez,
Present.
Councilmember Ascendez,
Here.
Councilmember Morales. Here. Councilmember Burns,
Here.
Mayor Casey,
Here.
I'd also like to report that the agenda for the City Council of the City of Hollister special and regular meetings of June 20th, 2023 was posted on the bulletin board at City Hall on June 16th, 2023 at 3:07 PM per Government Code Section 54954.2. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney, is there any reportable action from closed session?
Yes, Mayor and Council. So there was a motion made by Councilmember Resendez to have an outside agency look into a potential conflict with the current city attorney in regard to outside city sewer services. The motion died for a lack of a second. I also need to state our firm does not have a stated conflict with representation matters related to city sewer services other than those related to Gavilan, as was previously identified. The Gavilan matters are being handled by another firm, and that attorney is present this evening via Zoom. Her name is Michelle Chester. She's with Somax, Simmons and Dunn. Also, we have internal checks and balances and are confident there are no other conflicts in this regard. We will, of course, identify any potential conflicts for the city in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to proclamations. We have a proclamation congratulating the Hollister Hay Balers baseball team on their exceptional season. We also have a proclamation for the Hollister Hay Balers softball team on winning the 2023 California Interscholastic Federation's NorCal Division I championship. So we're going to cover both of those. If you guys want to go up and do one at a time. We'll do the Hay Balers baseball. We're going to do the baseball team first. If you want to come on down.
Come on, guys. First things first. Yeah, guys. So, I'm going to turn and face you guys. It's a lot better. What an honor and a privilege to be here tonight. It's a proclamation congratulating the Hollister Hay Balers baseball team on their exceptional season. Whereas the Hollister High School baseball team, the Hollister Hay Balers, had an exceptional season with the team making it all the way to the Central Coast Section Championship. And the Hay Balers found success throughout the season, ending with a 23-8 overall record and achieving the first place ranking in the Pacific Coast Athletic League Gavilan Division baseball standings. And on June 3rd, 2023, they played in their sixth Central Coast Section Division I championship game since 2007. The Hollister Hay Balers baseball players are Adrian Ruiz. Where you at? Raise your hand when I call, guys. Yeah. Jacob, where you at, Jacob? Antopia? Not here. Gavin Rodriguez. Yeah. Brian Chavez. Brandon Flores. Braden Watkins. Billy Aviles. Matthew Pena. There it is. Daniel Martinez. Drew Gastillium. Oh, I said it right. And are these brothers, Weston Aviles? Awesome. They're both not here. Jaden Mingus. Dono. How do you pronounce that one? Hurdle? Hurdle. Jesus Diaz. Wyatt Barton. Dominic Esparza. Brandon Gatson. Trent Roach. Ezra Robinson. Ciso Lopez. Did I say that right? Cecil. Braden Barone. Jacob Chapa. Hayden Rodriguez. Jordan Quesada. and Julian Tabanca. Now, I therefore, Rick Perez, City Council of City of Hollister, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby recognize the commitment of the Hollister Hay Baylors baseball team and congratulate them for their incredible season. In witness whereof I have hereto set my hand and caused to be affixed the seal of the City of Hollister on this 20th day of June 2023, your illustrious mayor, Mia Casey. Would anybody like to say anything? Coach? Would you introduce the coaches? Then, I don't know who's going to receive this, but yeah, if anyone wants to say anything. Speak.
Hello, I'm Michael Luna. My assistant coach is Dave Marquez. Very special group of young men right here to my left. I tell this to everyone I talk to. I've been around baseball for almost 40 years, and these guys did not want to leave the field. Love to practice, love to play, obviously, but did not want to go home. Of all the teams I coached, they're definitely one of my favorites. Again, very special group. They had a great year. Most of them were seniors, and they're going to go on to play college ball. We're going to hear about them in the next couple of years as well. But so proud of them. So proud of my coaching staff. Again, a very special year. I want to thank my players for allowing me to be on that ride with them. Thank you.
We'd love to hear from you if you want to.
All right. Yeah.
No pressure.
Yeah. I just want to say thank you to my the coaching staff and players. You know, we grew up together. We've been playing together since, we were, 5 years old, starting in T-ball. And I want to say good luck to all the guys that will be playing in their future, and the guys will be coming back to Hollister High School next year. And I'll definitely miss this team. Thank you guys. Yeah.
Hey, Baylors. You gonna talk? One, two. Oh, later. One, two, three. Baylors. One, two, three. Hey, Baylors.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies, can I have you come to the front, please? So as they're coming down, I just want to say how proud we are of you.
They're smart. They know where to go. Yeah.
So this is a proclamation on behalf of the city of Hollister congratulating the Hollister Hay Baylor softball team on winning the 2023 California Interscholastic Federation's Northern California Division Championships. Whereas, yes. Whereas on June 3rd, 2023, the Hollister High School softball team, the Hollister Hay Baylors, made history winning the California Interscholastic Federation's CIF Northern California Division Championships, and whereas the team finished the season as the state's #1 ranked team, and whereas winning the CIF Northern California Division Championship brought honor and pride to the Hollister High School and the city of Hollister, and whereas Hay Baylor pitcher and team captain Sophia Mariotini helped lead her team to victory over rival St. Francis Lancers. Congratulations. And whereas the champion Hollister Hay Baylor's players are, please, we're going to do it a little differently than the young men. So we're going to do one snap. Okay. Sydney Andrade, Marilyn Bermudez, Avery Chavez, Taylor Faga, Alaya Gaitan, Emma Gutierrez, Elena Hatchett, Kayla Hingle, Ashley Lowe, Sophia Marotini, Lauren McShane, Dominic Olivera, Grace Pefili, Mia Phillips, Madeline Rodriguez, Leila Rauda, and Hannah Sanchez. And I would also like to recognize player Sophia Magarini, who was selected as the Northern California Softball Player of the Year. Can we get an applause? Now therefore, I, Dolores Morales, Vice Mayor of the City of Hollister, on behalf of the entire City Council, and do hereby recognize the commitment of the Hollister Haybuilders softball team and congratulate them for the tremendous achievement in winning the CIF Northern California Division Championship title. And winners thereof, on behalf of the City Council, I want to congratulate you all. Please.
Thank you.
Mhm.
My name is Sophia Mariatini, and I just wanted to say a big thank you to our coaches and a big thank you to the community who's been supporting us throughout our entire season. And, you know, I'm so proud of our girls and my teammates, and just, we never would have thought we would have came this far. So I'm very proud of everyone.
So I want to take the moment to open the mic for any of our young ladies. If they wish to address your city, please come up and do so.
No.
No pressure, no pressure. I also want to open up to any staff or coaches that are here today that would just want to say anything to the team.
Thank you. I'm Coach Andrew Berrigan. I'd like to thank City of Hollister, City Council, Mayor Casey, got the police chief, fire chief, holy smoke. But again, thank you, everybody. These girls worked hard this year from day one. We started on January 30th, just ended a couple of weeks ago, but it was it was grueling, it was tiresome, but they did it. They ended up number 3 in the nation. Okay. So I got a lot of calls from relatives back east, down in Texas, down in the Southwest, and never knew where Hollister was at. Well, now they do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you very much. We're very proud of you.
David, we didn't get a picture with the boys team. Would we be able to get them to come down and take a picture here? Could we get you down here again? For the record. Thank you for doing it. We could try it. Mhm. I'm not standing. We get one last one and bring the girls back. Let's fill the front. I mean, it's kind of cool. How often does this happen?
Scoot down a little bit, guys. Go ahead.
Just fill y'all in. We'll take one big picture. Yeah. Come on in. All right, thank you. We've got one more proclamation this evening, recognizing July as Parks and Recreation Month. Councilmember Resendez is going to present.
Thank you. If we can have our wonderful Parks and Rec staff and their families come up here and join us. First off, I want to say congratulations to all the athletes. I would imagine that they may have got their start through some of the free parks and recreation activities that we lead here in the city of Hollister. So congratulations. Absolutely, yeah. Let's face, I think we could face the audience. All right, folks, thank you. This is a proclamation declaring the month of July 2023 as Parks and Recreation Month. Whereas Parks and Recreation is an integral part of the communities throughout this country, including Hollister, County of San Benito, and now for there it be resolved by the City Council of City of Hollister that July is recognized as Park and Recreation Month in the City of Hollister. Congratulations. Thank you for all your dedication and hard work. It doesn't go unnoticed. And I will turn it over to Tina.
I want to recognize our staff. I have Raul Gracia, who's one of our recreation coordinators. He's been with us. I think July 1st, we'll celebrate a year with Raul. And then Armando Medina, who's been an integral part of Parks and Recreation. He goes from a recreation coordinator to a park landscaping contract manager to other things. When I'm out of the office, he is there supporting the department. So thank you to both of our staff who have carried us, moved us forward. We always say we're small, but we're mighty. So great job to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. So, City Clerk, do we have any public comment on the proclamations?
No, we do not, Mayor Casey.
Okay. So I think we are going to move ahead and skip our consent agenda for the moment so that we can go to item F1, a presentation to City Council on domestic wastewater treatment plant. May we have the staff report?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, William Vi, Community Services Director for the City of Hollister. Tonight I have a presentation discussing a few topics for about our domestic wastewater treatment plant. Tonight we're going to cover hang on a second. You threw me off, caught me off guard, jumping me forward here.
Sorry about that.
The new permitted capacity at the domestic plant, the operations of the domestic wastewater treatment plant, some biosolids handling, and future items for council consideration. Got it. Okay. All right, here we go. So the new permitted capacity at the domestic wastewater treatment plant, we'll start with that. In 2008, completed an expansion and upgrade of the domestic plant. It lifted a building moratorium that was in place since 2002, and it included the ability to recycle water. In 2016, we upgraded 2 of the membrane bioreactors, and that's part of the process train that treats the wastewater and separates the water from the solids. We upgraded 2 of those membranes, but we did not increase the permitted capacity at that time. sanitary sewer collection system was updated in 2018, and it was based on the land use identified in the 2005 general plan. The projected flow at potential build out of that general plan was 4.7 million gallons per day, or MGDs. And that's per that 2005 general plan land use. The current capacity per the existing waste discharge requirements that is coming to an end very shortly as soon as the water board gets the new permit updated. The current rate is 4 million gallons per day average flow. The capacity is set by the State of California Regional Water Quality Control Board and is based on the ability of the plant to process water and the ability to dispose of the treated water through delivery to Brigantino Park, San Benito County Water Districts, or the percolation ponds whenever we're not irrigating the other two. The current permit is specific to the city of Hollister domestic plant. And beginning in June of 2023, which is now, the board required the wastewater treatment plants in our region to the general permit. So that's basically the same permit for all the treatment plants in our region with different specifics, just depending on the basin or the sub-basin that we're in. So the new WDR sets the average daily capacity at 3.4 million gallons a day. It's about 600,000 gallons a day less than we're currently at, and 3.9 million for the max for a day. The decrease in the capacity is because of the updates to the two membranes that we did. There's 4 membranes. The 2 membranes that we upgraded are 1.7 million gallons a day each. So that equals 3.4, and the other 2 are 1 million gallons a day each. The problem with these 2 different types of membrane bioreactors is they don't really communicate and work together well. So we can really only use either the 2 new ones or the 2 old ones. Now we can use one of the old ones when one of the 2 new ones is down for maintenance or repairs, but it's more manually intensive and you have to really keep a closer eye on it. It doesn't automatically work. So the water board has seen this and they've limited this to just those 2 membrane bioreactors as our max capacity for the day. And then once we reach 90% of our capacity, which would be at 3.4 million gallons a day, our 90% would be 3.06 million gallons per day. Then the board's going to require us to do a capacity study to evaluate the necessary improvements required to handle any future wastewater flows. Our current flow is about 2.6 million gallons a day, and that's what we reported to the state in our 2022 annual report. That leaves us about 0.80 million gallons a day, or 800,000 gallons available for growth or increased flow. And that's based on an average of 161 gallons per single family residential unit. That allows for a growth of approximately 5,000 single family residential homes. So the projected future flows, the balance of that 4.7, if you subtract the 2.6, that leaves us with about 2.10 million gallons a day per the 2018 sewer collection system master plan. And as I mentioned before, that's based on the general plan use map. So what we do when we do the master plan update is we go to the general plan and we find out what the land use is for each part of the city and each part of the sphere of influence. And if it's low density residential, that's, they do the calculations. If it's high density residential, if it's commercial, they do those calculations to come up with a number so that we'll know what capacity we'll need, not only for the treatment plant, but for the collection system as well. So that's all based on the general plan. And as you all know, we're in the middle of updating our general plan right now. So that will trigger another master plan update so that we'll be in line with the new general plan. So the total projections at the build out at the 2005 plan is 4.7 million gallons a day. So San Juan Bautista, which is another item we have on the agenda tonight, their average flow is 0.16 million gallons a day, which is 160,000 gallons, basically. Thank you. And that's their current flow, and the agreement provides for 1.2 million gallons a day maximum flow. So they're putting in, they will, if approved, they'll put in a force main that runs directly to our plant, and the pumps on that are only able to handle 1.2 million gallons a day. So if they go over that, they'll have to hold that in their current ponds until their flow reduces. So they can't go over 1.2 million gallons a day because the pumps can't handle it. But their current flow is just a fraction of that. It's at least a year out due to the construction. They have been out to bid, and I'm not sure if they've quite awarded the contract yet, but I think they have. And so it's about a year out for the construction. Now, it wasn't included in the master plan because they're outside of our sphere of influence and outside of our city limits. And for San Juan Oaks, it's another development I think everybody's aware of, up in the hills. Currently, there's no flow because it's not built. It's just a golf course that they're redoing. But the agreement would provide for 500,000 gallons a day. The connection is projected in the winter of 2023, spring of 2024, if approved by the council. And this also wasn't included in the sanitary sewer collection system. Master plan, I'm sorry. So there's another consideration is a Cielo Vista. It's 76 homes that currently own and operate their own treatment plant that is failing.
William, if I may step in for just one moment. Post the printing of the presentation, I did receive additional information from Sunny Slope adjusting these numbers. So Cielo Vista would be 48 connections and Fairview Corners would be 189 connections.
Okay, thank you. So the cost to replace their failing treatment plant is approximately $5.7 million in 2021 estimates, and approximately $1.5 million in connection fees and construction to connect to the city, and those are also 2021 estimates. Their flow is approximately 19,000 gallons a day, so 0.010019. It's pretty insignificant flow when we consider 1.2 million gallons and 2.6. And then Fairview Corners, it's 189 homes, and that's about 20,000 gallons per day flow estimated. Gavilan College, it's a minimal additional flow because it's like 4 or 5 classrooms, and it's not occupied all the time, so it's probably less than 1,000 gallons a day, something like that. And then there's Lands of Lee subdivision. The 2040 general plan impacts, as I mentioned, once that's done, then we'll have to do another study to see what build out of that plan would look like and what our flows would be projected at. And then there's a regional housing needs allocation, planning goals, and future accessory dwelling units. So we broke it down here a little bit to make it a little bit easier to understand. So the current flow is 2.6 million gallons a day. Then the second column, there's the running total. And then that leaves us with the third column is what we have available. So currently we have 0.8 million gallons a day. The projected future flow by determined by the master plan is an additional 2.1 million gallons. That gets us to 4.7, the projected build out. And that means we're at a negative 1.3 million gallons a day. You add San Juan Bautista to that, it's another 0.16, gets us to a running total of 4.86, and we're at negative 1.46. And San Juan Oaks, 0.18, 504, get all the way down to the bottom, and we're basically at 1.68 million gallons a day in the negative as far as capacity. And then these are basically the same numbers, but they're max flow. So you have your average daily flow and you have a max flow. So if everything is maxed out, if if San Juan Bautista goes to 1.2 million gallons a day and San Juan Oaks to 0.5, and we do our max flow with all of our build out, we actually come up at about 3.86 million gallons a day in the negative. So the projected revenue for these things, if approved, is San Juan Bautista. As soon as they're connected, they pay us a little over $2.5 million for their connection fee. The treatment impact fees received per fee schedule at the time of connection for all new development. So anytime they build a new home, they have to pay a connection fee, just like anybody that builds in the city of Hollister has to. And it's at the time that the permit is pulled. So if our impact fees go up next year, it goes up. And if it goes up even more the next year, every time it goes up, they pay whatever the current fee is. For San Juan Oaks, it's the same thing for every home that they build, that they pay an impact fee. And it's just the treatment portion of the impact fee, because they're maintaining and operating their own collection system. So it's their responsibility all the way until it gets to our treatment plant, and then we take over to treat it. So we don't charge them the collection, the connection impact fees, the collections, because it doesn't impact our collection system. The Gavilan College project, if approved, it's minimal impact fees based on usage projections, which is fairly low. In Cielo Vista, approximately $660,000 in today's impact fees, and Fairview Corners, approximately $1.5 million in impact fees. So see, these are some of the options that we have to address these capacity issues. We can increase the capacity by upgrading one of the older MBRs. We can increase capacity by upgrading both of the MBRs that haven't been upgraded. And we can just keep the 2 MBRs that we have. And then there's a building moratorium so that we don't go beyond our capacity. So by increasing, oh, here we go. By increasing just one of the MBRs, we'll add basically 1.7 million. We'll add 0.7 million gallons a day to the existing capacity. So that could increase us up to about 5.1, because we'll actually add it 1.7, because that one MBR train will communicate with the 2 newer ones that we have. Other improvements may be required as determined by capacity study to increase capacity. So just because the MBR trains could handle a higher capacity, that doesn't mean that everything else in the plant can handle it, including the chlorine contact basin and the plant hydraulics, the ponds. Do we have ponds available to store that water when we're not irrigating with it? Updating one would create redundancy for maintenance and repair activities, which we don't currently have unless we go to the manual operation of it, because you take down one of the new ones, you still have two of the newer technology there available. Then we would request an increase to the capacity to the regional board and explain to them what we did to increase the capacity of our plant. And then we would ask Wallace Group to perform a capacity analysis to verify the overall system capacity. Also, if we go over the capacity of 5 million gallons a day, we'll require to implement an industrial pre-treatment program. That's for all the industrial users that discharges into our sewer system, which we're currently already working on in the early stages of that. And the cost for that study, depending on how extensive we get, it's between $100,000 and $500,000. The projected cost of one upgrade to one MBR is $1.25 million, and that's the equipment, installation, startup, and a 20% contingency. And the capacity analysis is about $105,000. And then the 2 manholes where the connections from San Juan Bautista and San Juan Oaks are coming is about $50,000 each. And the funding is currently available. So if we upgrade 2 MBRs, it could increase us hypothetically to 6.8 million gallons a day, because it would be double what we are, 3.4 and 3.4. Now we would have to do the industrial pretreatment program. We would have to request that increase to the regional board, and we would have to still study the plant to make sure the rest of the plant can handle that volume of wastewater. We'd go through the same steps, request that increase. We would still do a study analysis. To upgrade both MBRs is $2.5 million, including everything. And then the same cost for the analysis and the same cost for the manholes. And that funding is currently available in our reserves. So the options, if we retain the existing MBRs, is it'll keep us at 3.4 million gallons a day. Council would determine if San Juan Bautista and or San Juan Oaks are allowed to connect. We're currently at 0.8 million gallons a day available under our permit. And then we can revisit the max flows for San Juan Bautista and or San Juan Oaks. And then council would have to provide direction on how to address proposed future connections until maximum capacity is met. A building moratorium would determine the feasibility of declaring a building moratorium based on treatment capacity. And the update would be provided by City of Hollister outside counsel, SOMAC, Simmons, and Dunn. And we'd have to return to council for discussion and possible direction.
Well, William, I do have Michelle Chester from the outside counsel that will be providing an update. If Paul, you could bring her on and bring her into the presentation. Michelle, you're muted.
Thank you, Dave, and thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Michelle Chester. I'm a shareholder with the law firm SOMAC, Simmons, and Dunn. I was recently hired as outside counsel to the City of Hollister. Sorry, can you confirm you're not hearing an echo?
We are.
It's a little choppy. It's not an echo, but just a little choppy. If it continues, and I can connect with you on my phone and have you present through my phone over the microphone.
Okay, I'll do my best. I can hear a little bit of an echo. But I was asked to present today about the law regarding building moratoriums, specifically in the context of the capacity.
Michelle, if you may, give me a moment. If you could please just call my cell phone and I'll put you on that way.
Of course.
We're almost through the first part. There's more.
Michelle, you're on.
My computer, so you can't hear the echo.
Thank you.
Okay, again, I am special counsel to the City of Hollister, and I was asked to present today on the law regarding building moratoriums, specifically in the context of the capacity of the city's wastewater treatment facility. Very generally, a building moratorium is a mechanism of local government to prevent or pause construction. Now, a moratorium could be issued for a specific period of time, such as a certain number of days, months, a year. It may be renewed or extended, and they can at times be indefinite. As relevant here, a moratorium may provide local officials additional time to investigate, establish, or revise zoning and land use regulations and other planning documents to help guide future development based on potential capacity limitations. Now, a moratorium could also provide an opportunity for the city to obtain additional resources or for facilities to be constructed to address capacity limitations. As additional general background, I just wanted to touch on how the city may pass an ordinance or a local law to address issues related to zoning and land use. These may include issues related to building and construction, as well as utilities and water demand. And these zoning and land use ordinances must conform to the city's general and specific plans, which essentially establish the blueprints for public and private land use and physical development within the city boundaries. These policy and laws are updated periodically to ensure that they reflect the city's current and forward-looking development goals and needs. Now, it is not against the law or public policy to use utilities, including the capacity of a utility, to manage the growth of a city, as long as that decision is made, not made by a government official for personal gain or in a wholly arbitrary and discriminatory manner. Cities have incorporated limitations on new connections to city-owned and operated municipal wastewater systems in planning documents because of capacity issues or similar limitations imposed by the Regional Water Quality Control Board. So a moratorium on a new development based on limitations of the city's wastewater system could be incorporated, for example, in the city's general plan, which would then guide future development and planning decisions and approvals, as well as the scope or purpose of future zoning and land use ordinances. Alternatively, a city could adopt an ordinance establishing a moratorium that is consistent with existing planning goals and implementation measures. And an ordinance like this could impose a moratorium on future sewer connections until capacity of the city facility is expanded or capacity limitations are otherwise addressed. The validity of this type of ordinance is dependent on both statutory and constitutional standards. Specifically, zoning and land use ordinances are required by statute to be consistent with or otherwise found to conform with the city's general plan. The California Constitution also requires generally that land use restrictions must bear a reasonable relation to the general public welfare. Now, the public welfare in this context may include considerations not only of the city and its residents, but also residents of the broader region. The process for imposing a building moratorium by ordinance is the same process for any ordinance. The city may propose the ordinance, issue notice, hold hearings for public comment, and potential amendment, adoption, or rejection of that new local ordinance. However, if the city makes written findings that a certain development may cause or is causing immediate harm to the public's safety, health, and welfare, the city council can approve what's called an interim ordinance with a 4/5 vote. This type of interim ordinance is permitted by state law and can be implemented to prohibit land uses that may conflict with a contemplated general plan, specific plan, or zoning proposal of the city council, the city's planning division. The interim ordinance is only effective for 45 days unless the city takes additional action to extend the effect, but no more than 2 extensions are permitted. So an interim ordinance is not indefinite. If the urgent condition still exists after the expiration of that interim ordinance, the city would have to adopt a new interim ordinance, which would require the city council to make findings again about the continued urgent need to protect public safety, health, and welfare. And to be clear, an urgent or immediate threat from a proposed development occurs when the development has progressed to a certain point that the city no longer has discretion in the usual permitting and approval process. This could mean that permits have been issued or certain, subdivision maps have been approved and similar types of actions have already occurred. In considering a building moratorium, I also want to raise for your consideration 2 key acts of state legislation that limit how building moratoriums may affect housing projects. That is the Housing Accountability Act of 2016 and the Housing Crisis Act of 2019. The Housing Accountability Act established limits on interim ordinances so that they cannot be used to deny approvals for multifamily housing projects without specific justification and conditions. The Housing Crisis Act is also referred to as Senate Bill 330 or SB 330. Generally prohibits local jurisdictions from enacting any ordinance that would effectively reduce the legal limit on new housing within city borders or delay new housing by imposing administrative or other regulatory barriers. And what I mean by the legal limit is that's new housing is a required element of the general plan. And so the state has determined regional housing needs, and each local jurisdiction is allocated a certain number of units of very low, moderate, and above moderate housing types that must be developed. An interim ordinance, or really any ordinance, cannot be used to excuse the city from its responsibility in meeting the legal limit on housing. This does not mean that a city can't change its land use designations or zoning designations to allow for a less intensive use in some areas, as long as the city also changes its development standards for other parcels so that there's no net loss in residential capacity. I also want to touch on some of the potential risks of litigation related to a building moratorium. Certainly the city may be vulnerable to legal challenges on any ordinance on terms of the substance or compliance with the approval process, and whether those have met the statutory and constitutional requirements I mentioned. A challenge to an interim ordinance may focus on the question of whether the need was urgent or if the ordinance otherwise conflicts with state law, including those statutory housing limitations. But a temporary or indefinite building moratorium may also subject the city to challenges under the California Constitution for an unlawful regulatory taking, which is where government action is so burdensome on the use of private property that it essentially amounts to a physical taking without just compensation. This type of challenge could come up whether the city incorporates the moratorium into its general plan or passes an ordinance, whether through the usual process or as an interim ordinance. So in summary, the mechanisms for establishing a building moratorium include the city's general plan, other related planning instruments, including zoning and land use ordinances, or an interim ordinance. However, there are specific findings that must be made and processes that must be followed to ensure that the purpose and scope of the moratorium comply with statutory and constitutional law. Again, these include findings related to public welfare, consistency with minimum housing requirements, and prohibitions on takings without just compensation. Now, that sort of wraps up my comments on the building moratorium. I was also asked to speak about the Mitigation Fee Act, and so I just want to check in if that's the appropriate time. I apologize. I did not hear an answer because I was.
Yeah, so Michelle, this is Mary. So right now you're talking about moratoriums. I don't think this is the right time for the Mitigation Fee Act unless there's going to be some questions from council in that regard, but it would be a high level discussion as it relates to the sewer.
Sure, yes. I have a very high level discussion on the Mitigation Fee Act. I can just add that, excuse me, I'm adjusting my sound. I understand that the city has previously or is planning to collect a wastewater development impact fee that was intended to fund improvements to the municipal wastewater system. And so generally, I'll just touch on the Mitigation Fee Act includes requirements related to establishing a fee as a condition of approval to a development project. One of those requirements is that the local agency make certain findings every year and every 5 years. Some of these findings include the purpose of the fee, the relationship between the fee and the purpose which it's being charged, and the approximate date when construction will commence if the sufficient funds are collected. There is also a requirement that once sufficient funds have been collected to complete the financing of the public improvement, a city has 180 days to identify the approximate date when construction will be commenced. I just wanted to comment that if the city does not report as required every 5 years or does not identify the construction commencement date, it may be required to refund the fees. It is actually mandatory that the city refund the fees. So my closing comment there is the potential risk of litigation related to the collection of the impact fees is that if there is non-compliance with the statutory reporting requirements and consideration of construction, the city may be required to refund the fee, which if litigation isn't instigated to do so, may still come with some administrative costs.
Council, if I can also add, backing up to the moratorium, just expanding a little bit on what Michelle talked about, is the fact that one of the legal processes required if you're going to enforce a zoning ordinance moratorium or other similar restrictions on the limitation of housing development, it needs to be submitted to HCD for approval.
So at this point, Mayor, we can continue with the presentation and I will keep Michelle on hold here.
Okay, good. That sounds good. Want to continue, William?
Okay. Moving on, domestic wastewater treatment plant operator. So, let me catch up so everybody could be on the same page as me. Maybe. Okay, so currently, Veolia Water West Operating Services operates our domestic wastewater treatment plant. They operate it and maintain it. The contract this year, the current fiscal year, is about $1.4 million and about $1 million in annual average maintenance and repairs paid for by the city of Hollister. It requires a grade 5 chief operator, which is the highest grade in California. It requires a minimum of grade 3 for a designated operator in charge, and that's the person who would be responsible if the chief operator were not available to operate the plant. The current contract expires August 2nd of 2024, and there is an option for a 6-year extension in that current contract. Another option would be to staff it with city staff. We did some very rough calculations and estimates. It would require the same levels of certification as a current operator, and none of our current staff is certified to operate the treatment plant at any level. The estimated cost for personnel with benefits would be about $1 million annually. One of the drawbacks is it could be very difficult to hire qualified operators because they are in high demand and they can kind of get whatever they want as far as pay because they're in such high demand. There's not a lot of them out there. Another option is we could issue an RFP and put that out there and see who responds to that and potentially hire another company or another entity to operate the plant for us. We could issue a request for proposal in 2023, 2024, or we can negotiate with Veolia to extend the contract for 6 additional years. Or we could provide servicing using city staff. And we will be returning to council in the near future to provide a full report on the options. Okay, the last part, biosolids handling. So currently, so what happens is the wastewater comes in and it goes through a process. You separate the really big stuff and then you separate the grit out of it. And then you have basically some solids and some water, and you separate as much of the water from the solids as you can, but you still have this kind of a sludge. Well, currently we take that sludge and we run it over a belt press, and basically it's 2 belts and it presses as much water out of it as it can. And it gets us to about a 17% solids capacity of the sludge. And then the remaining 83% is water. So currently we haul that to the landfill. To be able to use it for something other than landfilling, it has to go under further treatment, it has to be dried further, and it has to be treated to kill any of the other bacteria that's in there. SB 1383 requires diversion of organic material from landfill, and that includes your grass clippings, your tree clippings, your food waste, biosolids from a treatment plant. It's all organic material. And so it requires a 75% diversion from the 2014 levels. So as long as we're, as a county, under the 75%, or over 75% diversion, we can continue landfilling. It's not prohibited. But after in 2025, if we're not under that or over that 75%, then we'll have to figure out something, either get more grass clippings, whatever. We have to hit that 75% level. That's usually SB 1383 is usually associated with garbage, but this is another portion of it. So we had Kimley Horn developed a long-term plan. It's currently being we're having it peer reviewed by Wallace Group to handle these biosolids, to come up with a process, what we can do with them instead of just landfilling them. So there's several options to treat the solids to a Class A. Once they get to a Class A biosolid, they could be land applied and used in agriculture for fertilizer and soil amendments. Possibly the Class A biosolids can be sold to offset some of the costs, but it's very minimal cost. But there is something there. It diverts 100% of these from our landfill. We all know some of the issues that we have with our landfill here, so that would keep this all out of the landfill. The improvement costs range from about $7 million to about $14 million. And they're all kind of basically the same kind of technology, and it all gets it to a Class A biosolid. Some gets it to a little bit higher level of a Class A. Some take up a little more room at the treatment plant. Some take up a little less room. And you can basically double those numbers for a 20-year life cycle cost. So maybe $7 million to install, and ends up being about $14 to $15 million over 20 years to operate. So the upcoming items that we have for council consideration tonight, we have the San Juan Bautista and San Juan Oaks agreements, Gavilan College and Cielo Vista, Fairview Corners, the Lands of Lee subdivision, the treatment plant operator contract. Got a lot going on here. Capacity analysis and a master plan once the general plan's updated. And out of jurisdiction sewer service requests, developing a process and a procedure for that. The biosolids handling process, and our on-site solar buyout at approximately $1.8 million. And that's the solar panels that were installed out at the treatment plant in 2008, I think, or 15, a few years back. They were installed because the electricity was cheaper. To let this company install it, we buy the electricity from them. Well, now it turns out that the electricity is actually cheaper to buy from PG&E. So if we bought these out, we would actually save about $3 million over the life of the contract at a cost of $1.8 million up front. And I'm here for any discussion or direction or questions or.
Well, let's start with questions. Councilmember Burns, would you like to start?
Well, of course. Thank you, Mayor. So this is a lot to digest. And so I'm wondering if you can provide me with a definition of what a regional wastewater treatment plant is by definition.
I don't have a technical definition. I would just be winging it if I told you what my interpretation of that term would be.
How about a layperson's interpretation of this plant that was built, as I understand it, in 2008?
I would say personally, my interpretation would be a regional wastewater treatment plant would be built to serve the region.
Okay.
The direct region is close to the plant as reasonably possible to convey wastewater.
Okay. Is there an actual legal definition for what a regional wastewater treatment plant is?
I'm not sure if there's an actual legal definition, though.
Okay.
Sure.
Councilmember Burns,
Yeah.
if I may interject, we do have one of our consultants here with us, Miss Carrie Wallace, Carrie Wagner from the Wallace Group. Excuse me, I do that every time. So if you could please come up to and
Please.
if any of the questions may come your way.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Carrie Wagner. I'm with Wallace Group, and I've been assisting the city for many years on your wastewater, mainly for the collection system, but also for the wastewater treatment plant. In terms of your question regarding a regional, I was not around when the wastewater treatment plant was built. I came on board with the city and did your original wastewater master plan back in 2012. Which was right after the regional wastewater treatment plant was constructed and your moratorium was lifted. That original master plan, when we evaluated the capacity or the potential impact to the sewer collection system, we looked outside of an area, not only in the city's general sphere of influence, but also extended into the county where there was potential properties that could flow or connect into the city system, including the Ridgemark wastewater treatment or the Ridgemark development in the southeast as one of those potential developments. So is there a legal definition of what regional means? No, I think I agree with William here in the fact that regional means an area of surrounding the wastewater treatment plant that could potentially be served by that wastewater treatment plant. I do not know what their look at was when they determined the size that they were going to construct of the wastewater treatment plant. I do not know what area they looked at for determining the initial construction of the 4.0 MGDA to the future build out, which I believe was something on the magnitude of around 6.8, which was what the anticipated build out of that wastewater treatment plant was going to be.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. You might stay close.
All right.
So, for the director or the city manager, what is the name of the fund? What type of fund is it, and what's the current balance in the funds that would be used to upgrade the MBRs in the event that council chose to move in that direction and that item?
The sewer expansion fund is Fund 661. And if I'm not mistaken, I thought I wrote it down. It's $27 million.
So
there and some change.
Okay, so it seems to me.
And those are the impact fees that we collected for the development.
Right, and so those would be the fees that would then be applied as this council chose to move forward.
Correct.
And so it seems from what I've seen, what I've heard, and what you've now said, is there would be an adequate level of funding available to move forward on one or all of these if we chose to.
Correct.
Okay, and would there be any direct or immediate impact to our local city of Hollister consumer, as in a rate increase or any other consequence if we chose to move forward?
I would say most likely no.
Okay, all right, and so the MBRs, the membrane bioreactors, they're about 15 years old now?
The two original, yes, about 15 years
Right.
old.
And did I hear you say that on an average, it with our not our consultant, but our contracting firm that maintains the facility, that we spend an average of about $1 million a year plus their services?
Correct. On all maintenance throughout the plant, not just the bioreactors.
And so if one or both of the current MBRs that are used were to have a major failure or crash, what consequence would that lead to, even with our current use and capacity? Where would that put us?
Well, it's difficult to say. It would make it a lot more difficult to treat the wastewater. We can use the other two bioreactors, the ones that haven't been upgraded, but it's more of a manual. So one of the problems is it's air. It's about air. It's about how much air you push to these things. The newer ones use less air, but treat more water. The older ones use more air and treat less water. So if we lost one of the newer MBRs, but we could use both of the other older ones and the newer ones, that would be about 3.7 or so.
Okay, all right. And so with all of the proposed additional services that this council may or may not choose to approve for the city of San Juan Bautista, the San Juan Oaks project, and the others that you've mentioned, as I understand it, except for San Juan Bautista, all of the proposed increases would be in lieu of those projects, which will either be approved or not approved by the county because they're all outside the city of Hollister. And if we said no, the alternative for them would be a septic system. Is that correct?
For San Juan Bautista?
No,
Oh.
for everybody but San Juan
Oh.
Bautista.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, well, like for Gavilan College, it would be a septic system, which is partly in their plans. For Cielo Vista, I think they would have to upgrade their treatment plant.
Okay.
For San Juan Oaks, I don't even know if you could do that much septic out there unless it's individual. So the state's trying to really get everybody away from septic systems.
Right.
Because it basically leaches the water into the ground without proper treatment, the way we treat water at the treatment plant. It just leaches the water off of it. So they're trying to move as far away from them as they can, so.
Right, and for a layperson like myself, I have what I think is a basic or rudimentary understanding of what a septic system is, but can you tell me what happens without being terribly graphic with a septic system and how that works in the leaching for those people that may know?
Yeah, I'll give it a
My level.
shot. And then if I don't do a very good job, Carrie can jump in. So basically, the septic system, it's a big tank. All your wastewater goes in there and the solids settle to the bottom, the liquids rise to the top, and then they leach off into the ground, basically.
Right, not, it may work, but not the best alternative.
Yeah, it was better than just a hole in the ground back in the day, but we've moved beyond that now.
I'm pleased to hear that. So, is there a best practice for maintenance of the MBRs?
I'm sure there is. I'm not sure what it is. I don't know what the best practice of that tech specifically is, but yes.
Right, so we've gotten the value from what I understand out of the MBRs, and so it sounds as though for the MBR part of this presentation, it would make sense to upgrade those.
Yeah, it's about a 15 to 20-year expected lifespan. You could probably get a little bit more. Sometimes you might get a little less if you don't maintain them properly, but they're not meant to last forever. And the technology has moved further ahead so that we can actually increase our capacity without expanding our plant. We just change these cassettes and update these two MBRs, and that we have the potential to increase our capacity without any huge construction costs.
And so to do that, what I'm sensing, I'm hearing you say, so set me straight, is regardless of whether this council moves forward to approve any additional outside use of the system, it would still make sense to upgrade the MBRs at this point to accommodate our future needs and potential challenges or problems.
I would recommend it, yes.
Okay. You mentioned that towards the end of the presentation, you talked about the biosolids and how through the current process, we're able to reduce the solids or remove 83% of the water. And so what actually happens to that water that's removed from the biosolids?
It's recycled.
It
Turns into our recycled water, correct?
Okay, and so for, again, those that are lay like myself in our community, what does that mean?
So it's purified. It goes through the contact chlorine basin, which I don't remember the time. I think it's 90 minutes that it has to stay in there. We add chlorine to it. It disinfects it. It comes out of there basically as pure water with a chlorine residual, just like you have in your water lines running through the city when you open your tap.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, that's my questions for now, and I'll reserve my comments until after public comment. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, sir.
Councilmember
Mayor,
Resendez.
If I may just clarify one of the questions you had asked of me, Councilmember Burns. In 2006, the Hollister Urban Area Water and Wastewater Master Plan was published, and it considered Sunny Slope, the city, part of the surrounding adjacent county area, as William mentioned.
Thank you for the clarification, sir.
Okay, Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. So first and foremost, are we currently in compliance?
Currently, yes.
Okay, so for those, I know it was in your presentation, but let's cover that. what are we currently using as far as, what are we currently using and what is the state going to allow us to use?
As far as the MBR trains.
Mhm.
So we can use all 4 of them.
No, I'm sorry. Let me be clear.
Okay.
How many millions of gallons per day are we now processing?
2.67,
The state is going to allow us to process how much?
3.4.
So we're currently in compliance.
Correct.
Very good. My second point is, are any of these other entities that are wanting to connect to sewer, are they within the city limits of Hollister?
No,
So they're all outside in the county surrounding the city.
correct.
Okay. So we have a couple of options here today, but you're looking for direction from us, and the direction can be something that we decide as a council. My understanding is that the 2 main things are we can upgrade and then we can expand the sewer services, or we can explore a building moratorium. Is that not correct?
Correct.
Good.
Or we can just do nothing and leave it as it is and not have a moratorium and then move forward later on when we start hitting our capacity.
Very good. Thanks. So I have been bombarded with text and emails, probably like I never have been
Are
since.
you still asking?
I'm going to ask questions.
Okay.
I will get to it. One of the texts was, why was the moratorium brought forward in the presentation as an item? It was mentioned in closed session by one council member. Shouldn't there have been consensus given by the council to pursue this as an option? I don't recall there being a consensus on the idea. So my question is, I don't want to put the city manager who received this text in a bad position. I'll ask you, did you send him that text message?
I did.
Thank
I had
you.
a question as far as what was discussed, and I didn't recall that.
Very
as
good.
being-
In regards to San Juan Bautista, I'm all for being a compassionate neighbor and extending sewer services to them. I think we have an obligation to do so. Where did the 1.2 million gallons per day number come from? How was that calculated?
They provided us with the 1.16 average day flows for current capacity. They provided us also with what their wet weather flows are, which was somewhere around 0.7. And then it also allows for future development within their sphere of influence to allow for future build out. So that 1.2 includes all future development within the San Juan Bautista service area.
Let's be clear about that. It's 7.5 times larger than what the current city is now. That's what it would consist of. Is that not right, Ms. Wagner?
The number was 1.2, and it was a substantial number because their inflow and infiltration, their wet weather flows are substantially greater and have a larger impact on
Allowing
their
the city to
system.
grow 7.5 times larger than what it is now.
The actual development of it, you would have to look. I do not know what their development is, but they have an increased capacity because of their wet weather capacity, not because of development per se.
Perfect. Thank you. Conflict of interest. There was a law passed that if you accept money for $250 or more from a developer, you are not allowed to have discussions or vote on these items. Councilmember Morales took thousands of dollars. Mia Casey took 750 from Mr. Bill Lee sitting in the audience. His project is on here tonight.
Councilmember,
Does
you're
there-
off topic and you're stating things as opposed to asking a question.
I do have a
And I
question.
do want to repeat that money was returned. I did not take money from Billy, so please stop saying that.
Madam Mayor, if you let me ask my question,
Please
I'll be
just
very
get to
clear
the
about it.
question.
Even though she returned the money to Mr. Lee, is she not in a conflict of interest in regards to 2 things? Number one, the California state law that
Can we
just
get a point of
passed.
order and get back to business and stop talking about all these other things when we need to talk about our wastewater and not campaign.
All right, let's, I believe that would be a question for our city attorney, not
That's why I'm
for
asking.
Mr.
City
Mayor.
attorney, do I not have a right to speak on this and ask questions about it?
Well, you can ask questions about it. We're having a sewer discussion. If I could just answer briefly,
Please,
council.
that's what I'd like.
So conflicts are personal to each council member. if you want to get advice about a potential conflict, you need to get written advice from the FPPC in order for that to be binding. So I will not make determinations for individual council members on whether a conflict exists. They suffer the consequences for their actions if a conflict does exist.
In regards to LAFCO, that's a different law. What would you suggest? Who would I go to find out if the mayor who returned the money to skirt around these laws and vote in favor of these projects that we're
Councilmember,
talking about?
you're making
who would I
statements again. You're
Who would I
not
speak to
asking
about that tonight?
questions.
If I'm understanding your question still, it would be the FPPC. They
Okay.
handle conflicts.
Thank you. Two more follow-up questions. Councilmember Burns asked for a definition of a regional plant. Who paid for this regional plant?
So up to this point, the ratepayers have paid for the plant.
So the city of Hollister, citizens of the city of Hollister paid for the regional plant.
Correct.
Good. And the funding that's going to be used to upgrade it to accommodate all of the outside development, where did those funds come from?
From development impact fees,
From the citizens of the city of Hollister.
from the developers or from the people who bought the homes, the impact fees that are connected to the homes when there's a new home built
Within the city limits.
within the city limits.
Thank you.
Are you done with your questions? All right, Councilmember Perez, you have questions?
I really, now that we're talking about rates, that seems to be one of the important questions. Because I, like many others, were under the impression that the more this regional plant was going to be used, that our rates were going to be going down. Has that happened, and will it happen?
So there was a reduction in the rates in 2018, I believe, 5 years ago. There was a reduction in the rate. I believe it was 5%. We have a current rate study that's being finalized that it's not final yet, but we're investigating what does it cost to operate the plant? What does it cost to expand the plant? What does it cost to fix our collection system? All of that. And that's in the new rate study that's not finalized yet.
So I realized that most of us weren't here during this negotiations and the implementation of this processing, water waste treatment processing plant. But does anybody know, are our rates supposed to go down? Because I get a lot of calls and complaints about when are our rates going down? When are our rates going down?
Councilmember, it'd be premature for us to put that out there without seeing the final version of the study. I don't want to create a false.
Okay, I
expectation.
understand, and I agree. But I think it's something we need to address, because to find out if there was verbiage that was said about our rates were going to go down and they're not being fulfilled is basically what I'm asking. The rest of it, yeah, that's it for my questions.
Sure. Vice Mayor, do you have some questions?
William, thank you so much for that presentation.
You're welcome.
It was very informative. I think my questions, I'm not sure if you are going to be able to answer. If we do nothing and do not upgrade our equipment or maintain it, what will happen in 5 or 10 years?
It depends on the development that's currently approved and ongoing. Depending on where that gets us towards our capacity. If we go over our capacity, we'll be in violation with the water board. And then we will have to do something in the future to increase our capacity so that we would be in compliance.
And can you, if possible, share the impact if we do not upgrade our equipment or meet, well, several parts to this question. So let me just break it down. Can you share with us the impact that it will have to businesses and then to our farmers? And then can you talk about maybe not you, maybe the attorney that's online, but I've heard SB 330 and SB 1383 in terms of some of the options that are I'm sure a lot of our residents are very concerned about and are pointing to implementing. Talk about the negative impacts and the legal challenges that we may have. So a 3-part question.
Okay, so I'm sorry, can you repeat the first one? I got lost on the third. You start throwing SBs out there, I get lost a little bit.
Impact to our businesses and then impact to our farmers.
So,
Our-
so anything that impacts our residents going to impact our businesses, right? So future business development could be stalled if we hit our capacity and the state tells us you can't build anything because you don't have capacity because you're in violation. It's going to impact businesses just like it does residents. For the farmers, I'm not sure what I'm not sure I could speak on the impact to them. With our sewer treatment plant, and then the legal questions, I'm not sure if I'm qualified to answer the legal questions, so I'm not sure if she's still on the line.
Yeah, we'll put her on the line. As far as the farmers, it may be, are you referring to the recycled water?
Oh, yeah, so there's the they're going to get all the recycled water that we produce other than what we use at Brigantino Park. That's the current agreement that we have. So the more we produce, the more water that they have. So it helps them, it helps us. We have to dispose of the water anyways. So it's going to a beneficial use, actually growing food with water that's been processed so that it's safe, instead of just letting it evaporate or dumping it out into a river or something like that. So the more recycled water we produce, the more recycled water that they have to use, which helps our groundwater issues because they're not pumping water out for irrigating crops. We can pump the water out to drink.
So I just want to make sure I summarize what you stated. So we will have the impact will, in terms of the equipment and the upgrades, if we don't deal with them now, we're going to have to deal with them in the future.
Correct.
Number two is that businesses will be impacted if we don't address the issue now or in the future. There will be impact to our economic development and the future of collecting revenue in the future if we don't do anything. Third, from an environmental perspective, sewers are not the best option. And by utilizing the treatment and the water, the recycled water, we're basically helping our farmers, especially just coming out of the drought. I'm not sure if the drought's still happening or not, but looking at how do we utilize and maximize our resources for our community. Is that accurate?
Yes, I'd say that's accurate.
And then the second part were just the legal questions about the Senate bills and the housing crisis and the impact and liability issues that we are in potential lawsuits that we'll be facing.
Michelle, I'm going to put you on.
Thank you. So what I hear you asking about is whether approving these connections may impact compliance with statutes related to meeting minimum housing requirements within city boundaries. Now,
Can I
it's
stop
not
you
to
right there?
say that.
No, that was
these-
not my question. My question is if our residents are looking for the city of Hollister to do a moratorium, what will be the city of Hollister's responsibility and liability in looking at the two Senate bills? And then what would that look like in terms of the impact to the city of Hollister?
Sure. So for those specific housing related bills that were discussed, the potential consequences are whether the city can meet its minimum housing requirements. And I look specifically at those minimum housing requirements related to general planning for the city. Now, whether these connections to or new connections establish sufficient housing requirements that meet all other relevant statutory requirements, including environmental review and other, city-related ordinance for development and planning, is another question. So the potential consequences are whether these are the only viable options for housing development in line with statute for the city, whether there are other viable housing projects within city boundaries that don't necessarily require the city connection or new wastewater connection, and the potential that there are other statutory issues with the proposed housing requirements that aren't being considered directly in connection with wastewater. So I just bring that up to say that the minimum housing requirements in the general plan are one consideration in the process for determining whether a wastewater connection is necessary to the listed projects that were presented to you today.
And since our the projections were based on of our 2005 general plan. Would we assume that the, when are we gonna have it finalized? 2023, 24, maybe 25? General plan will have a significant increase in terms of our projections since it's been a couple of years.
So I have looked very generally at the city's general plan, proposed general plan for 2040. Now, as I understand it, there are projections for growth included in that plan, and I can't speak to them specifically. Now, the options presented to you today do provide tools for both considering the potential for growth under the existing general plan and a forward-looking plan. And I mean that in that the city is in a difficult position in that we are closing the chapter on one general plan, moving into the next. There are tools if the city needs to consider a pause in development to comply with new considerations under the general plan. And that was the building moratorium discussion. It allows for the incorporation of new information, new and proposed planning ordinances and documents that may have these additional considerations, such as additional growth within the city, in more detail.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. So first, William, thank you for the presentation. I'm grateful to you and your staff because we're finally getting a better handle on our situation around the sewer plant and capacity, and also advising us about the need for those required upgrades and expansion. You know, we can't really deal with the issues if we don't know they're there. So I want to just stress again how happy I am with all of our new directors and all the good work they're doing for our staff and for our city. I have a lot of questions. Some of them have been answered, so I'll try to skim through so we aren't here all night. I just wanted to call out a couple of things that stood out to me in your presentation. One is, so I understand in 2016, we upgraded with 2 new membranes, but that upgrade actually reduced our capacity. We went from 4 million gallons a day. We went backwards down to 3.4. So that's kind of hampering us a bit. Right. So you also mentioned that the lifespan of the MBR. So I wanted to clarify that. So 15 years, I mean, the plant is about 15 years old.
15,
and those,
15
so those
to 20, yes.
two older MBRs may need replacing soon anyway.
Correct.
And they don't talk with the new ones. So it's limited us. So in your opinion, I mean, would you in your own, recommendation say that we need to do this, that it's time to upgrade?
So I actually, before I realized there was an issue with capacity, I prepared most of my budget in February. I put the numbers in and been working on it since then. I actually included in that budget upgrading both of those 2 MBRs before I knew there was really a capacity issue. So yes, I would recommend.
Okay. Other than those 2 membranes, has there been any other capital improvements or major maintenance on the plant?
Not anything major, some pumps because, some they're 15 years old, some of them, some pumps that aren't really cheap, but nothing since I've been here. And today is the last day of my first year. So,
Congrats.
Nothing major. We had a council meeting my first day of my first year and the last day of my first year. So no, nothing major.
Okay. And so in talking about those MBRs, so how long does it take to purchase the equipment, bring them online? Like what span are we talking about of time?
It takes about, from the quote I received, they say 62 weeks once we order them for delivery. Their normal time pre-COVID was 20 weeks. They're trying to get back to that, but they're not getting close to that. So at least a year to receive the parts. And then it's about a 28-day installation and startup. Okay. So once we receive them, it's a pretty quick process.
Gotcha. And if I remember correctly, I think I heard San Juan Bautista's project would take about a year to.
Correct.
Okay. And we don't know San Juan Oaks as far as their time frame.
I think it's a little quicker because I think they've built most of their line already.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Carrie concur.
So San Juan Oaks has all of their infrastructure, a lot of their infrastructure for their first phase in already, as well as their force main for their lift station. They still have not pulled any building permits to my understanding or knowledge. But But as House has come on board now with San Juan Oaks being a development, we're not going to, like San Juan Batista, when they turn those pumps on, we are going to get their average day flow of 0.16. San Juan Oaks is going to come online and ramp up slowly over time. So whether or not the developer can provide a better estimate of when they're anticipating first occupancy to, let's say, the first 200 homes, which would provide substantial flows, decent flows to the city where they would recognize that.
Okay, got it. Thank you. So the other question I had, and I think you said this, something about doing a mechanical review of the whole plant to kind of really determine, it's been 15 years, so it seems like, so is that something that's just on your radar, or is it planned, or is it?
Yeah, that's something that I'm planning. That's something that Carrie and I have talked about, something that as you increase capacity, a plant's designed for a certain amount of capacity. And it's not just how much water the plant can process in a day. It's when we're not irrigating, when the farmers aren't irrigating, when we're not irrigating in Brigantino in the wet weather, in the winter months, we send that water to percolation ponds, and then it percolates down and back down into the groundwater. So we have to make sure that if we go to 6.8 million gallons or 8 million gallons or whatever that is, we have to make sure we have enough capacity in our percolation ponds to put that water so that it can percolate. And then there's other things, the chlorine contact basins, there's other moving parts in the treatment plant that we would want to check to make sure. Right now, the sticking point is the MBRs, but the next thing could be something completely different that we need to do a study to find out where and how. And it's just a good practice to have a master plan so that you're ready for when you need it. Instead of like, oh my gosh, we need this yesterday, and now it's going to take us 6 months to do this plan.
And I'm glad you mentioned that master sewer plan. So we have the one from 2018 that was done. So just.
That's the collection system.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It didn't include the treatment plan.
The treatment part. So I seem to remember hearing some numbers. I just want to call this out because not even considering any of the other projects, San Juan Oaks or San Juan Batista, just looking at the general plan we have now and the master plan, I think you said that we're looking at 4.7 million gallons per day, which is way above what our capacity is. Is that right? So even if we're just looking inside the city at what city's got going on, we've got an issue.
Correct.
So,
Estimated flows based on our 2005 general plan, it's 4.7 at build out.
okay. And if we put the two new MBRs in, what is our capacity there? Would that meet the
Theoretically,
current
6.8 million gallons a day.
So it would
Just through
cover
the
our city
MBRs.
needs. Yeah. Okay.
Correct.
Gotcha. And then one other thing that I wanted to mention, because you mentioned storms and surges and all of that. What's our risk, with our current system where we're at right now, if we have huge storm surges and there's backups, and what's our risk of spills and things right now? And will the MBRs improving them help that situation? I'm just curious.
Well, so I'll let Carrie answer this, but it's a good question. It is. That's something that needs to be addressed.
So there's two different elements. One is in your sewer collection system. So the master plan that Wallace Group prepared in 2018, we evaluated numerous flow scenarios, one being average day, max day, as well as peak wet weather flows. Your what we call INI, inflow and infiltration, it's the amount of water that gets into the sewer system during a storm event, is actually fairly low. Your system is what I would call tight. Tighter for an older sewer collection system. You get a brand new development, their systems are typically tight. So any new developments coming on board typically have very low INI. We talked about San Juan Batista. They have an INI issue in their system, but they are being regulated by a lift station that is going to be sending the flow to the city of Hollister's wastewater treatment plant. So it is going to come in as a controlled flow, and they will have a basin on site at their wastewater treatment plant that they're going to be able to maintain to be able to control the flow so that it does not over impact the city's wastewater treatment plant. Now, the city's wastewater treatment plant itself has an average day capacity of 3.4 and a max day capacity of 3.9. That is what the regional board has identified. That additional 3.9 allows for that buffer of peak flows to come in on either high demand days. You guys have a festival, 4th of July, something that has a huge event come in where you have a lot of tourists and flows go up. The city can handle additional flows, or it handles peak wet weather flows during storm events. And so that's where we allow for that. There is capacity in your wastewater treatment plant, and those pipelines that we do not show capacity, we've identified as capital improvement projects in your master plan, which has been identified. And the proposed, I definitely want to make sure there's clarity on the capacity analysis there's being proposed a capacity analysis and wastewater treatment plant master plan, as well as a collection system master plan. So those are two different systems that you're going to want to look at to make sure that the city can serve. San Juan Oaks and San Juan Bautista do not impact the city's sewer collection system, as they are delivered directly to the wastewater treatment plant or one manhole up from there.
Okay, I think I understand. Okay, so let's switch over and talk about the money. So as far as paying for needed upgrades, I think I heard we have a sewer expansion fund. Is that correct? And then we have a different fund as well. There's two sewer funds.
The
Is
sewer
that right?
enterprise fund is what the ratepayers funds go to, and the sewer expansion fund, which is where the impact fees go. So there's two different funds for this.
And what are those fund amounts again?
The expansion fund is 27 million, and the enterprise fund is 43 million and some change, I think.
Okay. And I know the expansion fund is specifically for upgrades and expansion, right? The other fund, what is it primarily for?
That's to operate the treatment plant,
So
to operate the collection system, repairs, maintenance, salaries, everything else.
All of the rest.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I just wanted to be real specific about this. So the sewer expansion fund, those are impact fees we collect. They can only be used for upgrading, repairing, and expanding the sewer plant, right? We can't take them and go put them on roads or do anything else with them, right?
Correct.
By law.
And the sewer funds themselves too. You
As
can't-
well,
yeah.
right? So, okay. So we have more than enough funding to cover the needs to upgrade and repair our system. And I think you answered this, but so we're using these earmarked funds, so it's not going to impact our general fund or any other programs for the city at all. Okay.
Correct.
So we went through the need, we went through the money. So the last questions are the legal ones. In general, I know that there are several state agencies, and I think some of them were mentioned in talking about the moratorium, that monitor sewer plants. So isn't the State Housing Authority one of those? Don't they have a piece looking in at the sewer plant? And
I don't think so.
not at all.
I
or
don't think
you
so,
don't?
no.
So I guess my question then would be for Michelle. So if we've got ample funds sitting in an account to make upgrades and we just choose not to do it, is this considered a moratorium or is this a planned growth moratorium? I mean, are we able to do that? Because I know with all the new state laws that Councilmember Morales mentioned, they are fighting back against moratoriums. It causes problems with the state. I guess that's where I was going with the whole housing authority. So what is our risk there if we choose to do a moratorium but we've got the funding and we've got the availability, we have the time to do it before we would have the issue? What kind of risk are we looking at with the state coming in or,
I think I would
right.
defer to the attorney here.
I'd really love to know that.
Michelle, you're on.
Thank you. So under the Mitigation Fee Act, there is not a risk of a state intervention.
I wasn't really
by-
talking about that, the mitigation fee. I was talking more about the Housing Crisis Act, all of the laws that keep being enacted to force growth and to force us to do our RENA numbers and to continue to develop. If we try to do a moratorium, what does that do? And how does the state view that?
Okay, sure, understood. So the statutory requirements related to housing are requirements related to consistency and compliance with your general plan and your related planning documents. So I can't speak specifically to state intervention in ensuring compliance with the general plan. I apologize. It's not something I looked at specifically for today, but it's something I can certainly follow up with. There are requirements, statutory requirements of elements that must be included in the general plan, including policies and plans for implementation of minimum housing requirements. So if a moratorium prevented the city from meeting those minimum housing requirements, you could expect that there would be, repercussions. And no, I can't speak to specifically legal or otherwise.
Sure.
It's just not something in front of me, and I apologize.
No, that's fine. So our RENA numbers, the regional housing numbers that were assigned over a 6-year cycle, that's part of what we're talking about here is doing it. I don't remember what the numbers were for the next cycle. I know it was a few thousand. I don't remember.
5,000.
5,000.
5,005.
So for us to say we're going to do a moratorium and not do those numbers, I mean, I just know there's a lot of repercussions from the state, and that concerns me that they could come in, we could lose funding, state grant funding, we could, be fined, and they could actually come in and intervene in our housing element. So I guess that's my concern. So I'm just trying to figure out how to address that.
Sure. And specifically a moratorium related to sewer connections, either indefinitely or for a specific period of time until capacity is augmented, may not necessarily push the city to out of compliance with the general plan housing element. It may depend on the period of time that the moratorium is in place. Certainly it would depend on other opportunities within city boundaries to meet those minimum housing requirements. So it may be one element of consideration as to whether the sewer connections are necessary in the long term for the city to explore or meet the minimum housing requirements. But I can't say that necessarily imposing a moratorium on building related to new sewer connections would push the city out of compliance with those general plan elements.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see, is that it? And you did mention the Mitigation Fee Act, and I think we've covered that. We have 27 million sitting in an account, and we have some work we need to do. If we don't do that work and we don't use those funds when it's obviously been outlined that we need to do them, do we have risk there legally with developers that we've collected these funds for with the purpose of expanding?
I apologize that it was a little faint in hearing you, but
Sorry.
What I understand your question to be is the potential legal risk if that $27 million is not spent toward the purpose that it was collected for. Is that correct?
Right. We have it there. We're being told by our director that these two membranes do need upgrading. If we choose not to do that, what is our legal risk there? If we've got the money, we've got the time, we need to do it, and we don't. What kind of risk are we looking at?
So in that case, if the funds are not spent on the specific improvement project that they're collected for, either within the 180 days after it's determined there's a sufficient amount of funds collected, or if the reporting requirements are not met, those funds need to be returned, and it's a requirement that those funds be returned. The statute presents several options of how that may happen. It may include interest since collection of those funds. And it's not necessarily that someone must sue the city to ensure that those funds are reimbursed. That is an option if the city doesn't move forward with it. But the city can sort of proactively make a determination that the funds have not been used within the time or within the processes outlined in statute, and so must be returned, and then define the process that they choose to return them. Again, the risk related to that without litigation is still that there are likely administrative costs for the city to undertake the process of accounting for and returning the amount of funds.
Okay, so I think I understand that. So if we choose to not use the funds and not do this and not do the expansion that's needed, we could stand to lose the $27 million. And we will still need to, in a few years, do the upgrades regardless. So it could create a really bad situation, as far as I can see.
Certainly, the funds can only be used for the project or specific improvement project that they were collected for.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have. So I think we could do some public comment. Do you know how many folks we have ready to speak? Are we over 15?
Mayor Casey, we currently have 15 speaker cards of those who have submitted them in person.
So in that case, we're going to be limiting your speaker comments to 2 minutes so that we can keep within our 30-minute time limit. So if we want to go ahead and start taking comment.
The first public speaker we have, and I apologize if I can't read anybody's writing, is Dustin Bogue, followed by Mary Zanger.
Have to be careful, can't see, but can't walk with my glasses, so. Good evening, thank you for having me. I'm Dustin Bogue at Third Millennium Partners, one of the owners of San Juan Oaks. As mentioned earlier, we are currently improving San Juan Oaks Drive and the golf course, but all of the other in-tracks are substantially complete, meaning curb, gutter, sidewalk, street lights, water system, and indeed the sewer line that's connecting almost all the way to the sewer plant, right up to the manhole. It was done with city oversight, and Ms. Wagner's group were involved as well. I want to clarify that the wastewater treatment agreement tonight is not an agreement to provide service. That's already been done. It was approved years ago. Your predecessor is committed to providing service. The agreement before you is for maintenance.
Madam Mayor, we're not on the MOU for the agreement.
I'm sorry, this is public comment. He can speak to anything related to sewers. So
Actually, City Attorney, can we get some clarification on that?
Yeah, so you have before you a wastewater presentation that mentioned these projects. So my recommendation would be to let the speaker continue. It's 2 minutes, and I see the timer was stopped, so no time was taken away from the speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Not to quib, but it actually was, but I'll try to be brief. I think it's imperative for you guys to hear that we relied on those commitments and those agreements when we invested like we did at San Juan Oaks. We did it in good faith, and we put that infrastructure in with the expectation that this agreement, which is really just to maintain the existing sewer line that we put in and collect fees, would be honored. Look, the improvements as outlined in their presentation, as I understand it, are required for the viability of the plant in the long run. These improvements can happen in advance of the need. It's funded, and it's really normal course of business associated with operating a plant. For us particularly at San Juan Oaks, we won't get to a half MGD until after 2031. Best case, mid 2028, we'll get to half that number. So you have plenty of runway associated there too. 13 seconds left. I think it's important to realize that this agreement and San Juan Bautista, these are real projects. These are active projects. We have spent a lot of money bringing it to its current place. This is not reserving future allocation within your general plan.
Thank you.
Thanks.
The next public speaker is Mary Zanger, followed by Fallon Gregg.
I think Mary left, got too late.
The next public speaker is Fallon Gregg, followed by Elia Munoz Cowan.
Hi, I'm Fallon Gregg, a longtime resident of Hollister. And I'm concerned that sewer allocations for San Juan Bautista are more than what San Juan Bautista asked for. And providing more sewer capacity for San Juan opens the door for more development. And San Bernardino County is overdeveloped right now. We have a horrible traffic crisis. It's very difficult to get into Hollister. It's very difficult to get out of Hollister. Allowing more sewage capacity tells developers
we can come in now and build more houses, and that causes a lot of problems. Also, I don't understand why outside communities not in the city limits are wanting to hook up to the treatment system in Hollister. The Hollister residents are the ones that pay for this, and Ridgemark and Cielo Vista and other communities outside Hollister, they had their own sewer systems. Why can't they maintain their own? We need to take care of ourselves. We need to be able to build the mandatory housing in the city limits and provide for what's in the city limits. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Elia Munoz Cowan, followed by Eulalia Alvarez.
Hi, I'm Elia Munoz Cowan. I've lived in Hollister about 34 years. And basically, I would like to support a moratorium on building outside of Hollister city limits. Because if these are funds for Hollister, it's a sewer for Hollister. And the LAFCO, the funds for it are supposed to be for Hollister, and the building, the 5,000 homes or whatever, but the building requirements are for Hollister, not outside of Hollister. You're talking about providing to outside of Hollister to other areas in the county. And I really think we need to focus on Hollister and Hollister's needs. And that should be primary and not just everybody spreading everything all out everywhere else, because those monies are for Hollister and for Hollister residents, and Hollister residents shouldn't have to pay for that. And Hollister residents shouldn't have to live near the sewer ponds and be supporting basically some gated communities that are benefiting from the sewer system.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Eulalia Alvarez, followed by Carly Robles.
She actually said exactly what I was going to say. So I'm just going to say that I totally agree with what she was doing, and let's hope that things will work just fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Carly Robles, followed by Heladia Nardi.
Hi, I'm Carly Robles. I support a moratorium. There's too much traffic as it is. Our roads are falling apart. And as someone said, it takes forever to get in and out of Hollister. So many people sit on 25 for over 2 hours. It's ridiculous. Our infrastructure can't handle any more developments. Our schools can't handle any more developments. We need to start watching how we talk to these developers, and let's grow smart, not fast. Let's put the citizens of Hollister over the developers. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Heladia Nardi, followed by Andy Shaw Horan.
I'm Eladia Nardi, and I live in outside of Hollister, actually a city. I live in the county, and I've been a resident for about 10 years now. My point, I would like to ask you a question before I say anything. How many units of residential housing have been approved already for what period of time in the future in Hollister?
Do we answer that? Do you have an answer? Do we? I don't have that number, sorry.
I don't think staff has that answer right now.
Because if the number of units, the expert over there gave a ratio of how many gallons you need of water for the sewer per rest. I understood to be a single family house. So that's a really easy equation to do. How many do we need for whatever is approved? And based on that, how much growth is there going to be within the next future 5 years or so? How far ahead is the plan planned for the regional plan? So I think I agree with what my colleagues here have been saying, and that is that we are it's not, I don't know that the word is overdevelopment, but certainly we are not up to the infrastructure that we would need for that many units, if it's 500, whatever. That right now, I understand that the corridor with 25, state 25 is not going to be happening.
Sorry.
Okay, well,
Time's up.
I think that the moratorium would be a good idea.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Andy Shaw-Corin, followed by Mary Shaw-Corin.
Good evening. It's clear that there's a dynamic going on in this county where the county approves developments with inadequate treatment of their sewage. The systems fail or they have no plan on actually addressing their sewage needs. And then Hollister is expected to pick up the expansion that they've approved that you didn't have any vote on whatsoever regarding doing these projects. If you go ahead and keep on doing it, that dynamic will continue. The county will continue to approve projects, and the consequences to Hollister will be a vastly expanded sewer system and huge traffic jams that everybody has to drive through to try to go anywhere, whether they're going to work or to even visit friends in the county. So it seems like it's not a very wise idea to continue this process. It's like feeding drugs to a drug addict. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Mary Shaw-Corin, followed by Vicky Montoya.
Thank you very much. I thought it was a really excellent presentation by the staff. It really highlighted, for me at least, that San Juan Bautista is requesting 1.7 million gallons per day. But if you add it to the San Juan Oaks request, which is 0.5 million gallons per day of sewage, that's already 1.7. 1.7, and it looked like the capacity right now is 3.4. So that's actually exactly 50%, if my math is right. So you're going to be upgrading the system so that, 50% of your capacity or your current capacity, that's a huge amount that, these people, I think it's really important to be good neighbors to San Juan Bautista, but San Juan Oaks, they just got here. The developer is going to make a bunch of profit and leave. So the impact fee that you guys were kind of discussing and debating, those impact fees were majority paid for by residents of Hollister, not these people outside. So you're going to use these impact fees and help pay for a capacity increase that's going to be like a huge amount for outside of the Hollister area. I just wonder if that's very wise. I do agree with you. You have to meet your numbers, RENAM numbers, where they're called. I think you should reserve. I think there should be a moratorium on extending your sewage outside the city limits. I think that is really critical because you have some more. I noticed that the presentation talked about extending a sewage to Cielo Vista, whose sewage system has failed, it looks like, and also Fairview Corners, Lee subdivision. Those are all outside. This is a very bad precedent that you're setting. Your citizens, your residents in your city are going to be very upset. Thank you very much. I think you should have a moratorium.
Okay, thank you.
The next public speaker is Vicky Montoya, followed by Julio Rodriguez.
I just want to say that I agree with most of the people that have talked on it. But one of the points that concerns me, I live near the sewer. So if you start expanding and bringing all this water, I'm the one that's going to smell it. I'm the one that's, I have lived there. So that's not going to help the people in that part of the land who don't come over here and vote and speak out and defend what's fair is fair. Water is a gift. I agree. Sewer is something else. They should have their own out there. Mine should be over here. I guess because we don't come to meetings like this, we don't get to know. Luckily, I live near someone who is here in city council. So otherwise I would have not known. So That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Julio Rodriguez, followed by Carson Clower.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak. I just want to kind of go over the region numbers because that's all I hear. This is into regards to sewer. So San Juan Bautista, their regionally allocated numbers was only 88 for the next for the sixth cycle. So why are we allowing? I guess what I'm wondering is we're allowing them to grow 750% more. I did get some clarification kind of, but I would really want to see some kind of stipulations. If we are to upgrade our sewer plant, stipulate the growth of San Benito County, and we can do that. San Benito County is not acquired to comply with SB 330. And I have the facts. I have all that. If you want to come talk to me after. For Hollister, it's 4,163. And then for unincorporated San Benito County, it's 754. And I'm going to just go back to the same thing. We allow, it's almost like the Bill Lee project. Yes, it did get denied. It's going to come back. And then they cut, these projects come back and say, oh, we need more sewage. Well, to everyone's point, it's like, who's paying for these impact fee upgrades? It's the residents of Hollister. I'm all in support of being good neighbor, but it almost seems like if we allow San Juan Bautista to just, here's this arbitrary number, here's 700%, I could see where there's some problems, because to go back, basically, the regional housing numbers on basically SB 375 basically stipulates that the city of Hollister is where the growth needs to happen. I'm not denying that we have a housing shortage, but the growth, if we're going to grow at all, it needs to be, we need to follow the outline. So thank you.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, because I've heard it twice now. There are two sewer funds. The sewer expansion fund that money all comes from impact fees from the developers, not from residents. The other fund, which is where the operations and everything else comes from, that is where resident bills pay. So this expansion we're talking about is coming from an expansion fund paid by developers, just so we're clear.
Mayor, if I may, before Mr. Clower speaks, Mr. Rodriguez did mention the RENA numbers, and when asked, we did give the number that was the region. And so the number that he did represent of 4,163 for the city of Hollister is accurate.
And if I'm correct, the San Benito County is not considered under SB 37, but Hollister City is. I just want to clarify that as well. I'm sorry, Mr. Clower, go ahead.
Good evening, council. I'm going to offer a very differing opinion on this. This is what good planning looks like. You have a very capable consultant in the Wallace Group who put these plans together. You have a terrific operator in Veolia who manages the plant. And it was foreseen that at some point you were going to need to expand your capacity. When we voted on the first two MBRs 5 or 6 years ago, we knew there was going to need to be two more. We just didn't want to spend the $2.5 million at the time. So this is not coming out of the blue. This is something that you've planned for. Most of this council was on last year when you approved the sewer collection update. So kudos, great work. You're doing it. A couple things. The city residents and the county residents pay for your sewer plant. That's the whole thing I've been talking about for 6 months. You have people in the county who are ratepayers, just like people in the city. You have development that happened in the county, just like it happened in the city, that had to pay the impact fees. It's not just city people, it's city and county. In terms of rates going down, rates did go down. When we did the MBRs, we found efficiencies in the plant. When you combine that with refinancing the bonds, the rates went down. Not a lot. It was like $7 or $8 maybe, but they still went down. In the 6 months I've been coming more often, this is the best conversation I've had. Obviously, it's a little politicized, but this is what you guys should be doing. So I appreciate you doing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Linda Horna, followed by Scott Fuller.
Hi, I'm pretty new to Hollister, 2 years. So I'm going to do my
discussion more and questions. I can see upgrading the sewer within the city limits of Hollister. If you're going to get impact fees from developers or from San Juan Bautista outside of the city limits, are these fees a one-time fee for the connection? Or then does Hollister benefit from the monthly rates of people paying for their sewer bill and so forth? Is there a positive flow of money supporting the Hollister sewer system when you're outside of the city? If we're going to go into the negative, go into the negative within city limits, and then you deal with that. But if we're going to connect to San Juan Bautista, does the sewer plant benefit from that connection? Or is it just an outlying of money and then nothing in the future? Something I didn't understand was a comment about rate study that was done, not done yet. It's not finished. Yet it's not going to be finished until probably after the approval of this plan. And I would have thought a rate study would be important in your decision-making process. What else was I going to say? Yeah, I'm just going to leave this alone for now because like I said, I'm still learning. This is my first meeting here and I'm learning the system. And hey, at least I can see there's some analysis on here and I'm hearing some very good speakers who are not necessarily up there, but are knowledgeable from the outside. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Scott Fuller, to be followed by Bill Lee.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, for allowing me to speak tonight. Scott Fuller. I want to echo what Mr. Clark said. So developers pay impact fees within the county and the city, and ratepayers in the county pay the rates also. So you are getting revenue from outside the county, from those who connect to the sewer, both in impact fees and rates. So thank you. I also want to echo a little bit what Dustin Bogue said. And I do this as a former project manager and general manager of San Juan Oaks for over 25 years. I was one responsible for getting approvals during that time, including approval from the city council and LAFCO to connect to the wastewater treatment plant. On your agenda tonight, San Juan Oaks has come up on this item, but also on your other agenda item, is an agreement just to implement how that connection will be implemented. It's already been decided 7 years ago. That was decided. So I want to confirm that the process for obtaining these approvals was completely transparent. It was in accordance with all policies, procedures, resolutions, and ordinances in place at the time. At both the city and LAFCO, staff reports were prepared and analyzed. Environmental review was conducted, public hearings were held, public testimony was taken, after which both the city and LAFCO unanimously approved the provision of wastewater treatment by the city to San Juan Oaks. There was an appeal period after these approvals. No appeals were filed. In short, the city made a binding commitment to serve San Juan Oaks in 2016, and LAFCO approved it. The owners of San Juan Oaks have relied on that commitment ever since, have expended tremendous time and resources. I ask that you honor that commitment. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Bill Lee, followed by Drew Lander.
Good evening, council members. You probably saw the letter that I submitted yesterday. I want to remind everyone that the Hollister Urban Area Wastewater Management Plan was put together roughly 15 years ago to protect and preserve the water quality of this basin. And the idea was to create a regional sewer plant to treat the sewage and treat it in the most state-of-the-art method. Ridgemark has a plant, has secondary treatment. This plant has tertiary treatment, which is water reclamation, the water that's sold to the farmers. The whole idea was that the county developments that are adjacent to the city would tie into this plant and would take advantage of this. Yes, Gavilan can build with a septic tank. It's not good for the environment. Cielo Vista is failing. That's not good for the environment.
Also, the city's already made commitments. They've made commitments not just to San Juan Oaks, they've made commitments to Gavilan College, Dividend Homes, and they've made them to my project, the Lee project. It's fine if the city wants to shift gears at some point, but the city needs to honor the agreements that they've already given. And the city's already given us letters saying they will take the sewage. So you've got the money in the fund. You need to upgrade your plant. A moratorium really isn't a practical option right now. You need to upgrade the plant so that capacity's there, honor the commitments you've made. If you don't want to allow future commitments, it's within your right to choose that, and you can shift gears, but you really need to live up to the commitments that you've already made. Otherwise, you're going to face all kinds of liabilities. And this community desperately needs affordable housing. We don't need willy-nilly runaway growth, but we do need smart growth, and we need affordable housing. And without sewage, you can't get that done. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Drew Lander, followed by Maureen Nelson.
Good evening, members of the council. Drew Lander, General Manager with Sunny Slope Water. I come to speak to you tonight primarily just to reiterate that Sunny Slope is really desirous to partner with the city to become a technical resource. Earlier on in the presentation, talking about what it takes to run your plant. To let you know, Sunny Slope currently has on staff 2 grade 5 operators. We have 2 grade 3 operators, and I have 11 grade 2 operators, which all are capable under the grade 5 of operating your plant. I have been working with your staff to give some input and suggestions into the treatment plant and how it can operate more efficiently. We are certainly willing to assist. I can tell you my background as a civil engineer and as a mechanical. I have 20 years experience in water, wastewater. I do believe that with some operational changes at the treatment plant, we can return it to 4 MGD in its current condition. I do believe that if you choose to upgrade the MBRs, it certainly can be taken to over 6 MGD. And I would recommend the construction of a equalization tank, which you could then take the plant to over 8 MGD. And those are very small improvements. So my point is what I'm interested in doing, and I'm working with staff, and hopefully I'll be before you in August, is really, I saw most of you at the groundbreaking for the college. We're really interested in getting sewer for the college. And to do that does require some agreement. So once again, Sunny Slope is not pro-development. We are wise operators of utilities. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Maureen Nelson, followed by Fran Fitzharris.
Hi, good evening. My name is Maureen Nelson. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to reiterate what I believe I heard and what several others within the room believe they heard, that the impact fees would be paid by new homes within the city of Hollister, yet the expansion of new homes is not currently shown within the city of Hollister. We're looking at Lands of Lee, Fairview Corners, San Juan Bautista, San Juan Oaks. Not a single one of those developments is legally within the city of Hollister. They are within the county. So that may be an issue that I have misunderstood, but that's the way I heard it during this meeting regarding where the funding would come from. Now, talking about San Juan Bautista, they currently receive 0.16 in their water. You as a board are proposing to give them 1.2. They didn't ask for 1.2. They don't need 1.2. According to the latest population density, there is 2,143 citizens in San Juan Bautista. Why do they need 7 times, and why do we reduce the capacity of our water treatment? When we start looking at San Juan Oaks, they will have 1,100 homes for 55 plus. I'm a 55 plus person. I understand that those homes have 2 residents. They generally do not have their children and their grandchildren living with them. So you're looking at 2,200 residents. Again, they too could get by with 0.2, not 0.5. I think we need to reassess the numbers, and we also need to bring this to the people of the county so that they have a say. This is a really roughshod, quick decision-making process, and I think it needs a little more time to bake.
The next public speaker is Fran Fitzharris, followed by Don Reynolds.
Good evening, everyone. Franz Fitzharris here. I'm a local business owner and also a resident for 22 years. I live right in between San Juan Bautista and Hollister. And I'm here today to bring also another perspective. And that is that, you know, San Juan Oaks has done all the process. They followed all the steps, and here we are making them a victim of a bad decision or, you know, several bad decisions. So I don't disagree that we've got a problem, but these are the wrong people to make the victims of that. One of the big things that San Juan Oaks, they're not new. San Juan Oaks is tourism for our area, and we need them to get back open. They bring lots and lots of people to our county, people that are going to spend money at our restaurants and shops. And their residents that they're talking about are the 55 and older. Those are the ones that are going to be shopping Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then asking their friends to come visit them on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We need to get San Juan Oaks open. I'm having to close my storefront in San Juan Bautista on the 30th of this month because we are really suffering and we're not getting the people into this area that we need. So please do not make San Juan Oaks the victim. They're not the people to blame right now. So please, thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Don Reynolds, followed by Christina Chavez Wyatt.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Don Reynolds. I'm the city manager of the city of San Juan Bautista, and I was going to save my comments for the next item, Councilmember Resendez, but I just want to do a little quick fact checking if I can. I have a few minutes left. First and foremost, San Juan Bautista is prepared to pay in cash $2.5 million in connection fees. And yes, that's a one-time payment, and it adds to your 27 million. So that's our contribution for welcoming our wastewater into your plant. Furthermore, we're prepared to pay $47,000 a month to treat that water for a term of 40 years. So we're proposing an agreement with a 40-year term, and during that 40 years, yes, we will grow from 0.16 to some unknown number. But I'll tell you, in 1985, the general plan suggested by the year 2000, we'd be 3,500 population. And you're right, we're only 2,200 population. We've never grown as fast. We recognize we have an issue with our sphere of influence. We have a committee that has a very tight proposed draft sphere of influence on the table now that we're going to take the LAFCO within the next 3 to 6 months to reduce that number. 700% is obscene. We have never in our history grown at 700%, maybe 1900, 1910, maybe during the cement plant years, I'm not sure, but it's not realistic. And so I just wanted to put a few facts on the table, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you for listening to me, and you'll have an opportunity in a few minutes to hear me some more. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Christina Chavez Wyatt.
Good evening, Mayor Casey, council members, neighbors. My name is Christina Chavez Wyatt. I'm a resident of Hollister, a small business owner, a parent, and 13-year manager of the San Benito County Business Council. Presenting comments today on behalf of our organization under President Jim Gillio, former council member, supervisor, and small business owner. Established in 2001, the Business Council is a 501c6 nonprofit or member-based organization representing over 45 local and regional municipal agencies, businesses, trade organizations, and major employers representing more than 6,000 employees in our region. Our primary current member and organization goal includes retention, expansion, job creation, and growth of existing businesses. These are good jobs to decrease commuting, excuse me. We feel that the city has an obligation to benefit the community and to leverage the Hollister wastewater treatment plant as a public benefit as originally intended, not to be politicized or use it as an obstacle to prevent homes for families, to support or provide an obstacle for our current and future educational institutions, residents, and employers. The 2002 building moratorium paralyzed our community for 8 years when a gopher hole caused a levee breach. This was an environmental disaster and caused major detriment to the sustainability of even the economic benefit of the budget of the city of Hollister. The Business Council then collaborated with the city to lift the sewer moratorium by supporting the construction of a new regional plant ahead of schedule, under budget, and managed by a good contractor. The plant now requires your leadership to become compliant and meet the needs of our residents, employers, agencies, current and future investors. We do ask that you please place the study that's included in the staff report on the city's website. And thank you for your support.
Next.
The next public speaker is Maria Abonce.
Hello, everybody. I'd like to preface this with my mother only speaks Spanish, so I will be helping translate. That is why there's an additional 2 minutes.
Thank you.
We talked about this beforehand, so we'll try to explain ourselves better. Okay.
Nosotros somos una familia que vivimos al lado de las fosas del drenaje.
We are a family that lives by where the treatment plant is.
Y hemos vivido el problema directamente del drenaje.
We have been directly impacted by the problems of the facility
Porque tenemos 23 años viviendo a ese lado
because we have over 23 years living in that area.
y al transcurso que está creciendo la ciudad, nuestro problema está creciendo.
And while the city grows, our problem also grows.
La razón es porque todos los días tenemos un olor muy fuerte a drenaje.
Every day we have a nasty smell that we call the drenaje, which translates to sewage, or some people refer to it in a more offensive term that we prefer not to say.
Y durante los tiempos de calores es un olor insoportable. No podemos ventilar nuestra casa. Siempre tenemos que tener las ventanas cerradas. No somos.
During the warm months, the odor can grow to be very unbearable, and we cannot open the doors, we cannot open windows, and we spend most of the time inside due to this odor.
Hemos hablado con varias personas, no nos han dado ninguna solución. Nosotros cuando llegamos a vivir ahí, ese olor no existía.
We have talked to various people about this issue, and we have talked to our neighbors about this issue, and we've seen very little of a solution. This smell has not been there when we moved in, and it has only gotten worse.
Entonces, nuestro problema todavía va a aumentar si aumentan más cantidad la fosa de drenaje.
If we receive more fecal matter, my apologies, will our problem only increase?
Porque aparte del olor, son muchos insectos que llegan ahí. No podemos tener en los días de verano un momento de estar afuera en el jardín porque el olor es muy fuerte.
Along with the smell, we also see a large increase of insects in the area. We cannot be outside for long periods of time due to these insects.
Nos gustaría que nos pusieran atención, ya que nosotros somos residentes de aquí de hace muchos años. Y yo sé que es importante que la ciudad crezca por todas las razones que todas las demás personas han dicho.
We are also residents of this community, and we want to be heard upon on this matter because we feel that we have not been paid attention to.
Sí, pero también nosotros somos ciudadanos de este lugar. También quisiéramos que nos tomaran en cuenta de nuestras necesidades y voltearan a mirar las cosas que nos vendrían a nosotros en esa área. Somos varias familias las que vivimos ahí.
We are various families that live in that area, and if you just reinforce what I said before about we deserve to be paid attention to about this issue. And I've grown up in that area for my entire life. I don't want to see more problems in that area. We saw one other person from that area come up to speak. And that is because we did not know that this was a matter that was going to be discussed. We went around talking to all of our neighbors. They told us that we need to go, we need to speak for them because they did not know this was happening at the last minute. We wanted to be able to bring more people, but they could not find enough people to watch their children, watch the area. We need to be heard on this issue. And we feel that we're not properly informed and we want to be involved in finding a solution.
Gracias.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor Casey, those are all of the public speakers we have for this item.
Okay, so at this time, we can go back into deliberation, take comments. Councilmember Burns, you want to start?
Sure, I'd love to start. So, could I have the Public Works Director please return to the podium? So, as I understand it, this is with this specific item on the agenda that we're talking about, I think I want to start before I get into my thoughts as it relates to the city recommendation and ask is I've been in the city off and on for probably well over 25 years, and the smell of the sewer treatment plant has off and on been horrendous. And a lot of it at one time, as I recall, was attributed to the deposits of the commercial that were the cannery. But I've also been of the understanding that that problem has been resolved. But tonight's the first time I've heard, and I have not smelled the problem directly personally, but my question is, I have to assume that there is a way to mitigate the odor and the infestation that may be occurring as reported. And so are you aware of this? And if so, what do we propose to deal with that? Because that's this, I don't know if this could add to the problem, but I seriously doubt that it won't, that it would reduce the problem by adding more raw sewage.
So without knowing all of the details of when the odors are experienced and exactly where they live, because sometimes it could be the industrial plant, especially in the summertime, when we have slight problems out there. But it probably at the domestic plant has to do with the biosolids buildup in the solid settling basin, which is a problem that we've had in the past that we've since rectified by utilizing the belt press. So those solids don't go to the pond so that they don't build up. Because once they build up and they breach the top of the water, then they're exposed to the air, and that's when you get the odors.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I would ask that this council entertain asking the city manager and the public works director to provide us with a follow-up report. I know it's off topic specifically, but I certainly would like to understand the problem better so we can find a potential solution to the problem, and I don't want to add to the problem. Now, having said that, certainly to go in and upgrade the membrane bioreactors, in my mind, makes perfect common sense, and that doesn't create a greater problem. That potentially provides a solution, as I hear it and as I understand it. And as I've heard you say, the money is available. The purpose is to spend the money to make these kind of investments in the city's future in wastewater treatment. So I'm going to support that 100%. With regard to the RFP and the current operator, I've heard it said that the vendor or the operator does a great job, but it also puts us in a very difficult position where we, in my mind, it feels like we are negotiating against ourselves. So my recommendation for council's consideration would in fact be to issue an RFP, and let's see if there are any other viable resources. But in conjunction with that, it troubles me greatly that I've heard Sunny Slope Water say, we've got 5 of these, and we got 3 of these, and we got 5 of these, and as a city of Hollister, we got 0. And so That really bothers me. And I would like to grow our own. If we have people with potential, and as I thought I heard you say, to take somebody with zero certs to get them to a level 5 may in fact take 5 or 6 years. Well, I think we start that process immediately and invest in our resource of our staff, which as I see is our most valuable asset and resource. And so I'm about RFPing for the future and let the current provider give us a competitive bid, because otherwise it feels like we're upside down at the beginning. And so with regard to that, and then you talked about maybe doing something more with our solids, the 17%, as I recall. And for me, again, I'm going to support any kind of green process. And I heard you say it may generate minimum income, but I'm more about the positive outcome than the income in that regard. And if we can find a way to recycle that material, that's where I stand. And so I'll get more into the specifics for the projects as they come forward, because I have additional thoughts, but I don't think this is the place nor the time to deal with that. So thank you, Mayor. That concludes my comments in this item.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. So let's just recap what we saw here tonight. Number one, we are not currently out of compliance. There's no need to expand the sewer. The only reason we are going to expand the sewer is to accommodate development outside of the city limits, to accommodate county projects, some of which funded the campaigns of the people sitting next to me. Number two, there's a reason that all of these sewers are failing around us. They're very costly. They're very ineffective. This is a bad business deal for the city of Hollister. If we take on everybody else's burdens as far as the sewer, then we have to sustain that from this point moving forward. And that's going to cost our citizens here in the city limits. Number three, I obviously represent District 2 as the west side of Hollister. I feel like this is not only an environmental, but a social injustice issue. Why is it that all of these nice new neighborhoods, one in a golf course, a gated community, want to send all of their sewage to the west side of Hollister? Enough is enough. And it's not okay to do that. You heard from 2 people here tonight that are giving you their experience, and it's just not going to be tolerated. I'll tell you that much. Not as long as I'm sitting up here. I think that we should explore a moratorium, and there's different ways of looking about that, right? We can do a moratorium to not approve any more residential development outside in the county. We can only allow industrial inside of the city, but we need to stop with this overdevelopment of residential homes. Enough is enough. I remember I've been involved in local politics about 10 years, close to 10 years now. And I remember sitting here. I remember watching Carson Clower getting sworn in. He voted and approved and set this up. I'm sad and disappointed to tell you that he's now a developer and he's in the real estate business and he's benefiting financially off some of the decisions he made in the past. So what we need to do, in my opinion, is stop with the building of the houses. We need to get the public involved, because the same show that you see here tonight with all of these people that have a vested interest, a financial vested interest coming up here to speak, and then the public who's here on their own time, volunteering their own time, trying to stop and trying to get you to do what you were elected to do, being ignored. That's what motivated me to run for office and to sit up here. So I hope that some of you watching this tonight are going to do the same thing. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez.
It's going to take a year to fix the MBRs. So let's wait till they break down. That way we can get that smell throughout the whole city and the county. Maybe we can go into Santa Clara County. No, the right thing to do is we have this money. We have a broken problem. We need to work. Our job is to look for the future, not in we have to keep our toilets running. And you know what? I totally support the MBRs, replacing both of them. we need it. It's in San Juan, and I mean, you guys were, I'm sorry you guys have to go through this. But that's all I gotta say, because this is ridiculous.
Vice Mayor, do you have any comments?
I just want to thank all the speakers for their perspectives and their time and providing us additional information. I think to summarize, I think the one is we have the funds to repair. So, and the funds were paid by, one fund was paid by developers, both in the city of Hollister and outside of the city of Hollister. And the second fund was for the operations, which were paid by residents of the city of Hollister and outside of the city of Hollister. If it takes a year in government, it might take 2. So I think we need to start now in terms of replacement. It's just good maintenance, and that's what the money is for. We can't spend the money on anything else. Second, I'm very concerned that if we don't do this now, it's not only going to impact the agreements that were made in the past, but also our businesses, our agriculture, and then all the other businesses that we don't know, like we heard that it impacts our tourism. So that does have other financial implications to our county. So thank you for the presentation. And when we're ready, I know Mayor Casey, you have comments, but when we're ready, we'd like to also make a motion.
Okay. So are there any other comments before I do final comments? No? All right. So I agree with some of what I'm hearing up here on the council. For me, this is about infrastructure and taking care of it and doing what's right for our community. Hollister has a terrible track record when it comes to infrastructure. I mean, you can look at our roadways and you know this, but we're trying to change that and keep our infrastructure maintained and upgraded and expanded as we need it. So I'm really happy to hear that unlike what happened back in 2002, we have funding set aside and earmarked specifically for this purpose to address sewer repair and expansion needs. I don't believe a moratorium is going to fix our infrastructure. And when we had the state enforced moratorium back in 2002, I think one of the speakers mentioned it, they had no funding for repair. And for 6 long years, until the new plant was built, there was no building allowed. And it had ramifications. It had serious and long-lasting impacts to our local economy. And it also backed up building projects that were in the pipelines for years. And we're still seeing the leftover effects of that as the last of those old projects have come forward and been completed. So the other thing that's important is, you know, I do support the MBR. I think we need to do that. It's why those funds were set there. And it bothers me that we would upgrade and lose capacity. So I think, you know, doing half of it, I understand the reasoning, but I think it's time. And listen, especially hearing the lifespan is about 15 years and we're at about 15 years. I agree with the vice mayor. It may take us a couple of years. So I don't want to wait till it's too late and things are broken and then we have to try to rush and fix them. It just doesn't make sense. I want us to plan ahead and do what we need to do, keep our infrastructure in place. And the last thing that I do want to mention, because it's relevant to the sewer conversation, is I do sit on LAPCO. During our last meeting, we did contract with an outside legal counsel, but we've also hired a consultant to work with our part-time interim director. She's highly skilled. She serves as LAPCO director in other counties, as well as consulting for over 30 counties. And what she's going to be doing, in addition to trying to help us catch up with annexations, she's going to be doing the municipal service reviews, which, you know, those happen across the county, the cities. And the first one she's going to be doing is for the city of Hollister, and she will be reviewing the wastewater treatment plant because there is a LAFCO legal question that's come up that kind of impacts some of this. So she's going to be looking at the plant and doing review, asking for input, probably from Sunny Slope and all kinds of places. And so she was hired in. We're hoping we'll hear some things back in the next few months from her. And hopefully it'll give us some options or mechanisms to address the question of outside of city service, because that's been a legal question that's popped up and that kind of weighs in here. So I can let you know what's happening. We should have more data over the next few months. So as far as giving direction, I would agree with Councilmember Burns that replacing the two older MBRs is something that we should move forward with. I also want to say that the information about the biosolids management that you talked about is very interesting to me. We do need to start looking at more sustainable ways of working with our waste. So I'm really looking forward to you bringing those options forward to us. I think that might even help us with the smell that we're hearing about. If we have the latest technology to deal with bio waste, and it'll also, I love the idea of diverting from our landfill, which of course we all know is having issues of its own. So the idea of being able to divert that and use it as compost and it just really appeals. So thank you for presenting that to us. That's my recommendations. So do we have consensus then to move the MBRs forward to replace the two older ones? And as far as, okay, so, yeah. And as far, you had other direction or was it? I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep up with all of it. So what was your other direction?
So I think similar to yours, I just want to make sure we captured everything is one is work with our staff and our community to understand the smell and the impact to our community. So making sure that we talk to the residents that live in the area and including businesses to make sure that we address the need and have something in place so that when this happens, that they have a method to communicate with the city of Hollister, whether that's through you, William, or a designated person to be able to go and address the issues in real time. Second is to hire the appropriate staff that we need to begin the process now and to get the appropriate certifications so that we are not completely dependent on a contractor, that we have the expertise in-house and we build on that expertise.
If I could just address that, because it was one of Councilmember Burns too. So to get those certifications, you need to be working in the plant. So that's why we don't have anybody that's certified, because we haven't operated the plant. It's been contracted out. So to be able to get staff certified to operate those plants, we have to be operating the plant. So we would have to hire the higher level to be able to operate ourselves. And then we could bring them up as we go.
I know where you can find 5 of them apparently. I'm just saying.
I think it was about 17 if you added them all up.
And I think they came from the city.
Well, I think the direction is if it's a 1-year plan or a 5-year plan, that we start thinking about that process now and develop a plan to be able to have internal capacity with the right certifications to be able to address this issue long term. Third is to look at that 17% solid, whatever green process to recycle the material, to start that process now and give us a timeline of what do we need to do and to get there. And then, of course, lastly, purchase the necessary equipment to be able to not only maintain, but expand the capacity to be able to meet our obligations.
Was there any other, did yours get covered?
Mayor, I think it was covered quite well. Thank you.
Okay. So with regard to council or vice mayor's direction, do we have consensus on the other items outside of the MBR? Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
definitely.
Okay, so we have consensus on both
Must.
those to move forward.
Okay, so just to be clear,
Yes,
so
please.
you have consensus on addressing the smell and impact, how it affects residents and businesses, look at how we have a plan for communication and working with the city. Look at developing a plan for growing the team and getting internal staff certified, and what does that look like? Come back with a plan. The biosolids piece, if you could just clarify that.
Well, I think I heard that there are several options. Is that right, William?
Yes, and I
So
can
you could
bring back a
that back.
presentation.
We were going to
So
come
we
back. I
can
mean, it
look
was a
at it
future
and
consideration, so.
See what the best fit.
Yeah,
would be
I
for
can come
us.
back with a presentation that explains the different
Okay, that would be
processes.
great.
And then 2 MBRs come back, and that's us coming back with an item for discussion and vote. That is not a going forward. We will bring that forward. You'll have another discussion. You would vote on it.
Exactly.
So all that
Okay.
is giving staff direction to agendize it.
That sounds good. Okay. Well, thank you, William, for all of your patience and dealing with all our questions.
You're welcome. Thank
And
you.
thank you to everyone who came and spoke. I appreciate all of the engagement and we love seeing it. So please come back. All right, so we're going to move.
May I suggest that we take a 5-minute break before we move on to the next?
It's almost 8:30. Sis, we're going to take a 5-minute recess.
9:30.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's hard to see. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. Are we ready? Yeah. Okay, we're going to bring it back to order. And we're going to move on to item G1, which is a resolution number 2023-132, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister adopting a wastewater treatment services agreement between the City of Hollister and the City of San Juan Bautista and approving an easement for construction and maintenance. So, William, you're back. We
Yes.
have the report.
Yes. Mayor, before we get started on the report,
Yes.
Staff through the city clerk had received a presentation, a PowerPoint presentation, a few slides from the city manager from the city of San Juan Bautista. And so if we have consensus of the council, that can be shown. It did arrive at about 5:30 this evening. So
You said there were just a couple of slides, right? And
I
just having
think
some technical difficulties.
5,
but
yeah, oh, maybe 6. So
I
we will still have the presentation, but I wanted to let you know that we did, while we're in
Okay.
closed session, receive a few slides from the city manager
I'm
at
fine
San
with
Juan
that.
Bautista.
Vice Mayor's fine.
Well,
Councilmember Resendez.
if it's shown, we'll update the agenda packet and put it into the record, so it will be available to the public.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think we can go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, William Vi, Community Services Director. The item before you tonight is the consideration of adopting a wastewater treatment services agreement between the city of Hollister and the city of San Juan Bautista, and approving an easement on the wastewater treatment plant property for maintenance and placement of the sewer force main. Just a quick summary. We've covered some of this a little bit in the last presentation. So in 2019, San Juan Bautista has been focused since 2019 on resolving its wastewater violations with the United States Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, and the State Water Board. In 2020, they approved resolution, City of San Juan Bautista did, and agreed to two compliance projects. And one of those was to regionalization with the Hollister Domestic Wastewater Treatment Plant and offsite source control West Hills Water Treatment Plant, which is another item not being considered here tonight. The compliance project was selected and approved by the EPA, and it's defined as constructing a force main to export San Juan Bautista's domestic wastewater to the Hollister Domestic Wastewater Treatment Plant, owned by Hollister and operated by Veolia. It is preferable, according to policies of the Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board and other governmental authorities, that whenever possible, wastewater be treated at regional facilities so that the number of such facilities may be minimized. In September of 2021, Hollister and San Juan Bautista entered into a memorandum of understanding regarding the parties' agreement for San Juan Bautista to send domestic water to Hollister. And the MOU was amended by addendum number 1 in April 2022. Since then, San Juan Bautista and Hollister staff have negotiated a cooperative agreement to replace the MOU with a permanent agreement for the city of Hollister to accept and process San Juan Bautista's domestic wastewater. As discussed earlier, the maximum allowable flow per this agreement is 1.2 million gallons a day. The current flow is 0.16 million gallons per day. Our current flow is 2.6 million gallons per day. And our current permitted flow is 4.0, which will soon be 3.4 million gallons per day. So staff is recommending that council adopt the resolution and approve the wastewater treatment agreement between the city of Hollister and the city of San Juan Bautista to provide outside jurisdiction sewer service, and approving the easement on the wastewater treatment plant property for maintenance and placement of the sewer force main. And I'm here for any questions that you may still have.
So at this time, Paul, can we bring up Don Reynolds? And then also bring up the PowerPoint that was sent. And you'll probably have to work the slides for him if you can. Thank you. Don, you're on mute.
All right. Thank you, David. Mayor and members of the city council and members of the Hollister community. I'm sorry I'm not there in person today. I'm so blessed to have a son who's qualified for the National Gymnastics Tournament here in New Orleans. So I'm coming to you live from New Orleans. And so I can't be there in person. Just a quick recap. This won't take long because we have covered a lot of this groundwater. One of the first tasks I had July 2nd, 2019 was to help the city with its wastewater program, which was also connected to the quality of groundwater that we use in our drinking water. The two projects evolved, and so did inspections and penalties and fines. So my first goal was to complete a wastewater master plan. We have both a water master plan and a wastewater master plan completed in the spring of 2020. And we were facing fines over decades, totaling $900,000 at the time, related to simply too much salt in our effluent discharge, and the fact that we discharge into a creek. So these are two things that when their plant is functioning 100%, it can't solve either of these issues. And we were notified of these fines by the water board also in spring 2020. A lot of bad things happened that spring, especially in our town. The EPA administrative order on consent, basically a court order, just short of a court order, was approved in the fall of 2020, and it required that master plan to be implemented. And we issued an $80,000 study called a preliminary engineers report that came forward with 4 different recommendations of ways that we could fix our wastewater, ways that we could remove the salt from our wastewater that we were putting into the creek. From those 4 choices, rather than investing in a plant that was old and decrepit and barely alive, the city council selected a project, preferably the Hollister Force Main, the Hollister Force Main project that would ultimately result in the decommissioning of our wastewater treatment plant. So the repurpose of holding ponds to avoid over discharge of Hollister has been discussed already tonight. And basically SJB would finance the Force Main project, own it and operate it, and that it would be installed at no cost to the citizens of Hollister. And so we've crafted an MOU to that level. Let's see if I can go down, Paul. Thank you. The plan looks circuitous at first, but it passes by. We receive domestic wastewater from Truly Farms, Earthbound Farms, and Church Brothers. So it takes off on Prescott Road and goes past San Justo Road. But the benefit of this course is also threefold, actually. It reduces the environmental impact of the project because it uses existing county right-of-way. And also it means that we don't have to acquire right-of-way. Acquiring right-of-way from as many as 13 different property owners was the original direct route that we had chosen. So the next slide shows a little more of a close-up and gives you a better feel for it for those who haven't seen it. I know I presented this to the city council back in 2021 when we were working on the MOU. And then Paul, on the third slide, actually shows a close-up of Hollister. And this is where we come across through Mitchell Road. We have an existing casing that we're using here, and we've already acquired the Caltrans encroachment permits to come across, and then the easement to come along the row of trees and to the manhole that's existing here with a 10-inch force main. So this is our design. It's a Hollister treatment plant. It has, as already mentioned, no impact to the Hollister collection system. We process about 160,000 gallons per day. We're also incurring between $3,000 and $6,000 in fines per month because we continue to violate both sodium and chloride. We violate the chloride limits every month, and we violate the sodium limits about every other month. And this is why we're importing surface water from the water district. And we're making great progress with the new general manager there. And the reason we modified the MOU in 2022 is because that project is a little bit behind schedule. And with the help of the Wallace Group and the technical staff at Hollister, we were given a 1-year grace period to implement the import of surface water. But this is why the two are so important to work together. So our future growth was calculated less than our general plan, and Councilmember Resendez is right. Our general plan and our sphere of influence are grossly out of whack, and we're working as fast as we can to fix that. So we calculated our future growth to 2035 at 1.9% per year, which is far less. And in case you're wondering, we built one single-family home in San Juan Bautista last year, so we're already behind schedule in our housing production. So, but they come in spurts, and especially for our city, a small development can have a big impact on our percentages. And so we're aware of that. We know that that'll even out over time. We also have a letter from LAFCO saying that our project is exempt because it doesn't constitute growth. We're simply finding a better way to serve the same number of customers as we're serving now. And so LAFCO has written us a letter saying that we are exempt from their process and from CEQA because it's simply sustaining the service levels that we have and not causing growth beyond that described in our general plan and described in these growth projections per year. And the fact that we'll be using less groundwater is good for everyone because we all rely on the same basin. There's one giant basin underneath this valley that we all rely on. And so the fact that we're relying on it less means that there's more for others to use. So I think in that way, and plus recycling the water at the end of the system is a plus as well. So there are a number of benefits to this, both locally and regionally. And as already stated, we'd be using our old ponds, we'd be drying them, cleaning them up, and having them available for equalization in case the pipe were to break or in case we were to generate more water than we're allotted in the agreement, which I'll get to here in just a minute. Okay, Paul. That's the gist of it. So the EPA approved the force main to Hollister treatment plant solution, but they also require it to be completed by June 30th, 2024. So the MOU with Hollister in 2021, both parties agreed to move forward. And in that MOU were strict water quality and water volumes, which are simply carried forward into the agreement that we're considering tonight. The new sewer rates were approved in San Juan Bautista in the fall of 2021. And we couldn't go forward with the agreement before you tonight if those new sewer rates had not been approved by our community. The city takes it upon itself to put up the extra money to run this force main to Hollister. In the meantime, we've leveraged $18.7 million and put together a great financial plan that consists of $8.3 million in grants. $3 of those million came from Senator Caballero and Assemblymember Rivas when the state had money a year ago. 10.4 million is a low interest loan from the USDA. And it's the debt service that the customers in San Juan Bautista have agreed to pay. So that $10.4 million low interest loan will result in about a $350,000 debt service every year. And that's what the higher rates in San Juan Bautista will pay for. We're also using 2.5 of the grant funds to pay the Hollister's connection fee. So we have the cash guaranteed from the state and the EPA already to pay for. This project is more than shovel ready. And that's another reason why we're here today. So San Juan Bautista has already invested $1 million to initiate the sanitary sewer force main to Hollister. We've paid Stantec to design, obtain permits, and complete the CEQA process, and now the project has been bid. All of these were approved by the Hollister technical team, all of these in lockstep with Hollister, our partner. The bids closed on this project June 2nd, and we're negotiating now with the low bid contractor. We had 4 bids, and we expect the bid award to occur July 18th, 2023. So we're ready to go, and we need to have the agreement. We prefer to have the agreement in place before we enter into a $14 million contract to build the project. In the meantime, San Juan Bautista has settled the $900,000 in fines with the water board. The council was really stubborn and determined to make sure that we put as much of that money back into our project as we could. Initially, we were told we'd all have to pay it all $900 in fines, but we were able to negotiate $720,000 of the fines to be put back into the project. But the water board connected their conditions and their schedule with the EPA. So we're under this regulatory watch of getting the project done by June 30th, 2024. So we are anxious to meet that calendar and to keep on good terms with the EPA. We're in better terms with the EPA and water board than we've been in years. So that all comes with the help of Hollister. And the next slide, the agreement, just in real summary, replaces the MOU. It has a 40-year term. So the maximums in the agreement have to look out 40 years, which is longer than your average general plan. So that's why you see the growth from 0.16 to estimated 1.2. And that should be reviewed every 5 years, just like the general plan should be reviewed every 5 years. I'll tell you right now that the attitude in our city working on our new sphere of influence is to keep the city small. It's a small historic environment that makes our city special, and that continues to be our second priority. In a recent survey in San Juan Bautista, we got 158 responses from 800 households, and the number one issue to them, number one concern is water. And so this is so important to our community. I just can't emphasize that enough. The quality assurance limits, the amount of chloride and sodium are baked into the agreement. They're there permanently, and they're approved by the Hollister tech team and the Hollister legal team. Thank you for your hard work and cooperation there. We really appreciate it. The agreement was approved by the San Juan Bautista City Council May 16th. It needs to be approved to meet the EPA and water board schedules. And it needs to be approved before awarding the construction contract. And that's our situation. And I just want to once again extend my gratitude for Hollister for being a great partner in this process. But it's not just a charity. We're here to pay our own bills, and we're here to build our own project. And we're here to be a good partner, a trusting partner that you can have for the near future and the long term, 40 years. So that's it. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions of the council or the community.
Thank you. Well, let's take some questions from council. Councilmember Burns, would you like to start?
Thank you, Mayor. I have no questions.
Oh, my goodness. Councilmember sorry. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. So I'm hearing this talk out in the community that this has already been approved, that this is nothing, we can't do anything about this, but that's not necessarily true. So what's the difference between what the previous council approved and what we're looking at tonight?
The MOU was contingent upon most particularly of the city's ability to finance the project. So the ability to leverage the $1 million from the EPA, $3 million from the state, $4 million grant from the USDA, and a $10 million loan from the USDA, all in contract form, all committed, is demonstration that we have the capability of delivering this project. And so now that we've shown with a rate increase to cover the debt service, we have the capability that our little town's going to follow through on this and get the project done. Now it's time for the long-term agreement. So really the term is the most important part of this agreement.
And thank you for clarifying that. So the term, let's talk about the term. So the MOU was almost like an exploratory MOU, right? This is titled as a final agreement. What's the length of this agreement?
40 years.
40 years. Good. So there is a difference. There's a huge difference. And it is within this council's authority to not approve this MOU, is it not?
Certainly.
Thank you. Well, let's talk about industrial versus domestic. Is the city of Hollister going to be receiving industrial wastewater from the city of San Juan Bautista?
No, it's not. It's clearly domestic water. It comes directly from their offices and their toilets. Does not come from their industrial processes. Only one of the three firms actually washes its produce, and they have their own wastewater treatment plant. The water board and the city have inspected them, and we're comfortable and clear that they are two distinct systems at Earthbound Farms in particular. And the agreements we have in place with them currently specify just domestic water.
All right, thanks for clarifying that. Again, 1.2, my favorite part of your presentation, by the way, Don, was when you said Councilmember Resendez was right. Our general plan is grossly out of whack. Let's talk about that. Can we pull up the table that's on page 479 in the agenda packet? I am very mind-boggled, City Manager Don, about where this 1.2 maximum number came from. If I'm looking at the table, it looks like you based your initial ask of what you're currently using 0.16 on the average annual flow in 2020 conditions. Is that not correct?
I can't see the table. Is that from our master plan, sir?
Paul, it's going to be page 499 on the PDF. So search 499 and it'll be on the proper page.
I can tell you, Akel is the engineering firm that authored our wastewater and water master plans, and we kept them on retainer when we negotiated the size of the pipe that we estimated. So the engineering firms at Stantec, working with Akel on population growth and the population projections, combined their efforts on a 1.9% growth rate. The current general plan has approximately a 3% growth rate, which is 146 homes a year. And the city has no interest in growing that fast.
I remember that we specifically said we didn't want nothing more than 2% when we talked about with this MOU. And the slides that you showed us said it was 1.9%, which is I think what we agreed upon.
That's
so
what the MOU
we're
said.
looking at a 0.16 current capacity that you're using, and you multiply that by 0.19 over 40 years, you're going to land under your 2060 prediction of 0.43, just under it. So where did you get the 1.2 million gallons per day number?
Hold on just a second.
So, I think the explanations is in it, and that's the maximum daily flow. And if you look at the wet weather flow, peak wet weather, which it's kind of hard to see on there, for the immediate planning horizon, it's 1.09 million gallons per day for the wet weather flow. Earlier, we talked about wet weather flow being higher than dry weather flow because the rain infiltrates into the sewer system. So you get a higher volume of flow. So that's why I think that's why it's a maximum daily flow of 1.2. And that's what the agreement allows throughout the 40 years without being amended. It's 1.2 million gallons maximum.
Which would equate to 7.5 times growth rate of what your current city is. Is that not correct, City Manager Don?
Yes, I have feedback from a week or so ago from Stan Tech on this exact question. I'm just trying to find the email, so bear with me.
Yeah, I think that's pretty crucial to the decision we're going to make tonight.
Go ahead.
So part of the agreement again is to identify what the average day flow is, which is what their normal average flow. So we at the city of Hollister have an average flow of 2.6 MGD. That is if you take your flow averaged out over the entire year and you equate it to down to one daily flow. That is the average flow, and that is what is permitted by the regional board. Your infrastructure also has to be sized and evaluated based on max day demand as well as peak hour. And so when we did the agreement with San Juan Bautista, and the same goes with San Juan Oaks, is that we wanted to make sure that your infrastructure, meaning your wastewater treatment plant, had capacity for those days when flow is greater than average day. So those days happen on event days, 4th of July, which is coming up, or whatever, a day that you have a parade, something of that sort, where you have a lot of tourists come in. Those daily flows are higher than what is average. And then on other days, you have lower than average flows. And so it's the average day that is equated out over the year. And so the agreement allows for that maximum flow, which allows for the city to be able to ensure that the capacity at the wastewater treatment plant can handle. It does not equate to the number of homes that are being built in San Juan Bautista. It includes a peaking factor that allows. And so their numbers are based on, sorry, I've got a number printed here on my phone. So their planning horizon, right now, their average annual is 0.16. Their average annual predicted in 2035 is 0.26. So only adding 100,000 gallons. Their average build out at per their 2020 master plan is 0.43 in 2050 or 2060. Sorry, can't read my screen. So 2060 is when they have 0.43. But we required them to inflate that to ensure that your wastewater treatment plant master plan has capacity for those max days as well. And that includes wet weather flow, peaking factors, and so forth. And that's where the 1.2 comes in. But their actual development flow, if you were to equate it back to homes, is that number is the 0.43 is their capacity. So 0.43 divided by 0.16, and that's the growth that they are anticipating in San Juan Bautista.
Yeah, and thank you for explaining. That's what I was trying to get at, is that number is highly inflated and concerning. That may allow them to grow if we agree to this MOU to 7.5 times the current growth that they are at now.
Well, and I did find the email, so let me just give you one more description. The engineering firm that worked with the KEL to size the pipe sized it to convey 800 gallons per minute or 1.2 million gallons per day. So they didn't use the table from the master plan particularly. That's where it started from in concept. But when it came time to put pencil to paper and draw the plans, they were looking at a pipe with a certain capacity. So that's what he's telling me in this email back on June 16th. That it could grow to 2 million gallons a day, but that excess would be stored and Hollister won't see more than the 1.2. So they're the ones who designed the system itself. They're not the ones who wrote the master plan. And so they're using the data based on their own equipment that they specified for the job.
Thank you for explaining that. And this is the master plan that you said was grossly, I forget the terminology you said for it, but
No, it's a general plan. It's the general plan that's bad. The master plan is an
general
improvement. It's actually a step in a better direction.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Perez, any questions? Vice Mayor? Well, thank you for that. I had a similar question because I immediately went to that max 1.2 and I started thinking of our overall is 3.6, and that's like more than a third of our total flow for 47,000 people. So it's kind of like hit me. So I appreciate your explaining the peak flow. And I guess my only question is then in the MOU or whatever, there's nothing that talks about the actual flow for development as opposed to peak flow for events or whatever. I mean, there's nothing that,
Well, yeah, and honestly, Mayor, I think the biggest event we've had is COVID, when people didn't go to work. Because we rely a lot on portable toilets for our events.
Right. Okay, thank you. That was my only question. So do we have public comment then?
Yes, Mayor Casey, our first public speaker is Andy Shaw-Corin, followed by Mary Shaw-Corin.
And Mayor, while they're coming up to speak, you're at 10 o'clock. So I don't know if you want to go ahead and get
Oh,
consensus.
can we get a consensus to keep going? Yeah. All right, we're good. Thank you for that, Mary.
Yeah, my name is Andy Shaw-Corin, and that's the figure that stood out for me is the 1.2 million. And I used to negotiate for teachers in all state agencies. I worked for the Department of Corrections as the chair of the bargaining team. And surprisingly, numbers in contracts come back to bite you when somebody turns around and says, but you signed a contract that authorized us to have that figure. And now we've made new decisions and we're still within our limits. I think you should really look very closely at language that limits that. And if there's issues of peak flow or water infiltration, then there ought to be other ways of managing it so that you don't ever have to face that huge figure coming in. That's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. You have other comments?
The next public speaker is Mary Shaw-Corin, followed by John Freeman.
So I have a handout. It's coincidental that I had the same concern. I did a little research into this and, I looked at what I think the city manager referred to, the AKEL report. They show basically that San Juan Bautista will double in population by the year 2060. And so my question was, why does San Juan Bautista need 7.5 times their current sewage volume? 1.2 million gallons per day is equal to 7.5 times their current use, or generation of sewage, 1.6 million gallons per day. And so I think I would like to suggest something. I mean, I support San Juan Bautista getting the sewage, but I think you really do need to add some language to protect your city. Because if you look at it, I think what you should, the second page is taken from page, I think 480 of the agenda packet. This is from the City of San Juan Bautista's wastewater master plan amendment number 1. So I think they're kind of mixing apples and oranges here. And I think the language that you need to include in your agreement, if you want to give San Juan Bautista what, they are saying, which is, very moderate growth, you should put down that the existing, average annual volume of sewage is 0.16, and just don't start changing parameters and say that for the maximum for the next 40 years, it should be what the engineers have in here, which is 0.43. That's the average annual. I think someone here was referring to peak weather, dry weather, whatever it was. That's mixing apples and oranges. You should really use the same consistent language when you define it in a contract, because otherwise people will think 1.2 means your average annual, is going to be 1.2, which is way more than the 0.43. You see what I mean? You're going to be obligated to, in 40 years, people won't remember this, or even 20 years. So I would really like to see, I support giving sewage to San Juan Bautista, but I think you're opening the door to some abuse here. So I would like to see, maybe your attorneys could help you tighten up the language a bit. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is John Freeman, followed by Julio Rodriguez.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Thank you. My name is John Freeman. I'm Mayor Pro Tem of the City of San Juan Bautista. I'm here in support of the MOU/agreement/contract. Let me dispel some misinformation that's been flowing around here. I started this journey back in 2012, before I was even elected. We had 2 instances where we could not drink our water because of high nitrates. High nitrates are caused by 4 issues, so I'm not going to go into them, but one of them is septic tanks. So remember that, okay? And I will say that, so the other misinformation is on the 1.2 million gallons a day flowing into the Hollister sewer plant. That's not going to happen. I live 3 blocks from our sewer plant, and I walk my dog by there every day. I can assure you that the output is about 110 gallons per minute, okay? I had a 20-year career with Calgon WMD as an industrial water treatment specialist. I know water, I know pumps, I know flow, and it doesn't change much. It does. We do not have a tight system, to change subjects a little bit. We do not have a tight system. Our sewer system's not tight. We're a 100-year-old institution that's got some leaky sewer pipes. So so when it does rain, it'll get a little bit more, but not a lot more, not that much more. It's not. Where that figure came from is simply the engineer, which was a Kell back in 2019, sized the pipe because it's 10 inches. Water does not flow uphill. Hollister's 50 feet higher than San Juan, so we have to pump it, okay? And so if we turn the pumps on full blast, that's how much water is going to go through that 10-inch pipe in a day. It's not going to happen. We just don't have that flow. We could double our size to 4,000 people. We still would not have that flow. There is no problem. And I haven't voted for any housing developments. I don't think the city council that I'm on now is going to. We're not going to double in size. These are all rampant rumors and stuff. And you can come talk to me personally and I can help dispel them. But I see my time's almost up. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Julio Rodriguez, followed by Carson Clower.
It's me again. No, just kind of build off of what Mary and Andy were saying. I think I understand where the engineer got that number. All I'm suggesting is the council adopt language that would stipulate, okay, you guys are anticipating, you guys have 88 units you have to build according to the regional housing needs. And you're probably going to need another 88 housing units after that, the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, etc. I get that. I just would like to see some kind of language or some kind of some teeth to this, because as I'm going to refer again to the regional housing needs, Hollister, so San Benito County, 5,005. That is San Benito County's the entire. Hollister's portion is 4,163. San Juan Bautista's 88,754. All I'm suggesting is we contour the sewage, the waste sewage plant to kind of reflect the RENA numbers or our housing element. That's all I'm suggesting. Because I'll go ahead and read what I didn't have a chance to read before. which was outlined. Thank you, Councilmember Roland Resendez, former mayor, and Colin Kosmicki for outlining the growth of this county. SB 375, greenhouse gas reduction targets by allocating a large share of units to the city of Hollister, which has the majority of the region's jobs and is more densely developed than San Juan Bautista and the unincorporated county. The allocation is intended to reduce commuting distance and associated greenhouse gas emissions throughout the region. So once again, just want to reiterate, growth really needs to happen if we are to grow within Hollister. And I feel like we are opening the Pandora's box by saying it almost seems like we're just going to arbitrarily grow this waste sewage plant with no direction, no stipulation. So thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Carson Clower.
Good evening again. I'd like to speak in support of the agreement. And when you look at it, it's good for groundwater. It's good for the environment. When you take it in conjunction with the water line that's going to come from the West Hills treatment plant, it's going to really change the quality of life of San Juan Bautista's residents. They used to have boil orders. They used to have to drink bottled water. And then when you look at this, I think it's probably the greatest recent example of interagency cooperation when you take into consideration that you have the feds involved, the state, the county, both of the cities. You take into consideration the water line, Sunny Slope Water District, Samuel County Water District. Literally everybody is getting together to solve this problem. So appreciate you guys if you support this. And I think San Juan Bautista has done a good job for their residents trying to sort this out. Thanks.
Thank you.
Those are all the public comments we have for this item.
Okay, let's bring it back for discussion. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So I know that the majority of this council, I believe, supported the MOU that has led to this process. So I'm certainly going to be consistent and continue to support this. I do have concerns about the capacity, and so I'd like to at some point make a motion to approve it with an amendment or a change for a not to exceed number so that it limits the risk to the city, because 40 years is a long time. And as a council member of about 2.5 years, this council is continually dealing with past council's actions. And so I don't want to put future council members in a difficult position 20 years from now, 35 years from now, for something of that long of a term. And I know that there's a need for that long of a term, but I would like to protect the city's vested interest through a not to exceed number of I know we're talking 0.43 and 0.12. And so somewhere for further discussion of what would be reasonable at that point. And so that would be my recommendation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. I agree. I'm definitely in support of servicing San Juan Bautista. I do particularly like the statement that you made, City Manager Don, about them paying their fair share, that they are not going to put more of an impact, but we need to protect our community's interests as well. And that number is quite alarming. So I will support this if we change and lower the number. If we don't, then I cannot move forward by supporting this. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez, Vice Mayor, do you have any?
So I like to do a substitute motion and not in approving the resolution as written. It sounds from the various presentations that the numbers are based on, and I can't repeat everything, but they're based on a lot of different factors. And there's a lot of intricacies, almost like a web, where if one is impacted, then it could impact a lot of different aspects of this agreement. So my substitute motion is to approve the agreement as written.
So you're saying you want to just go with the basic motion and so
there was no motion.
He hadn't brought it yet, so.
So that will be my comments, and then when appropriate, I'll make the motion to approve as written.
Okay. I'm getting confused. Must be getting late. So I agree. I think everyone up here wants to support San Juan Bautista. We realize what a situation you're in and we don't want you boiling water or anymore. I am concerned about the numbers. I mean, I do get the explanation and I understand the peak flow. I know San Juan Bautista has a lot of events and they do get a lot of traffic coming into town. So I could see that happening. My question would be, I guess, for our city attorney, as far as, is there a way to add language into that kind of talks about development versus peak flow for events and or wet weather? Is there something that could be added there that could protect us a little bit? Yeah. Thank you, Jennifer.
Good evening, Mayor Casey and City Council. I mean, we can certainly add language to, accommodate any changes that the City Council wants to make. I don't know what that number is. I think that's something that with your direction, Carrie would have to determine, but we can certainly add some language that would ensure that there is a maximum.
And the term is 40 years, right? I mean, if we set a number and say something changes and San Juan Bautista wants to come back and renegotiate or do an amendment, that's a possibility as well, right?
Right.
That we could entertain it in a few years. So, I mean, that would be my suggestion. I'm not going to make the motion just yet because maybe we need to talk some more, but to approve the basic memorandum, but add some language, maybe set a lower limit, but talk about the peak flow somehow, and yes, please.
So
Your turn, go.
All right, so 10-inch pipe is how many gallons?
800 gallons per minute.
12-inch. How much is a 12-inch?
I don't know. I just did the math for
All right.
this one.
Right on. Yeah.
But this pipeline at 10 inches and with the pumps, the capacity is 1.2 million gallons per day. It can't go over that without putting a bigger pipe. That's the restriction. And it's in the agreement that the maximum daily flow is 1.2 million gallons per day.
Okay.
So there's a limitation there.
Yeah, it's
And I think there are some intricacies in there, right? And it depends on a lot of factors. It depends on events and wet weather. And if you have a big event during wet weather, and it has a lot of things, but if you don't have that extra in there to account for that, then they don't have anywhere to send that wastewater. So a 10-inch line, this is designed at 800 gallons per minute times 24 hours, it's 1.2 million gallons per day. And I don't know, Carrie might want to explain a little.
Sure.
She's the engineer.
All right, so I've been assisting the San Juan Bautista and the city with this agreement, and the 1.2 does come down to, it is a math calculation done by a Kel. It's 800 gallons a minute times 24 hours a day, comes out to the 1.2. That is the maximum flow that the city is willing to accept on a daily basis. Otherwise, San Juan Bautista has to equalize it at their own wastewater treatment plant. I understand that number is very scary and not getting the support from the council. That table that is in the staff report does provide with the flows that are anticipated, the average annual flows that are anticipated by the city of San Juan Bautista. And so I would suggest making a recommendation that the agreement be modified. And I would assume Don can weigh in on this, is that the average annual flow is that the city authorized that up to the build out planning horizon of 2060 of the 0.43, which would allow them for their build out capacity as the average annual flow. But the agreement also still needs to set maximum daily flows as well as peak flows, because that is what truly impacts the city's wastewater treatment plant. And so that still needs to remain, that we cannot see more than 1.2 million gallons at the wastewater treatment plant, that 800 GPM, because we cannot have San Juan Bautista increasing their pump capacity or modifying, because that can alter the flow that's coming into the wastewater treatment plant. So we can modify what the average annual flow is to the city, and that would be an annualized flow amount. But the city on on a daily basis could receive at some days at a greater number that is more than that. And if that is something that can be clarified in the agreement, I would be, as part of engineering support to the team, would be okay with that.
Councilmember Resendez.
I think that makes a lot more sense to me. So what you're saying is 0.43 would be the max, and you're gonna add language in there that it's not to exceed 1.2 daily because of the math calculation that
Correct.
I am 100% in support of that. And I would, yeah, I'm willing to move forward with a motion, or you can bring it to agendize it to another meeting. Thank you for clarifying that.
I believe based on Don's presentation is that he is requesting to have this be approved tonight because it is going to affect his ability to approve a construction contract in July. So that's it.
Should we have a motion? And
I haven't made, oh, well-
Dolores had made a motion. Do you want to keep your motion? Do you want to withdraw your motion? Are you willing to accept a modification?
I don't know if she made a motion. She said she was prepared to make a motion,
Oh.
Madam Mayor.
I'm getting,
I would like to suggest that. No, I actually thought I was prepared to make a motion with the amendment that has now been clarified. And so I'd like to just go forward and make that motion with the amendment as proposed by the engineer.
yeah, you guys.
And I will second that.
All right, all in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
All opposed? All right, 5-0. Thank you. Number
Thank you
two.
very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all your
Thank you for your
information. You
patience.
really make-
This is not our
without you,
forte.
This would have been a long show.
Thank you, William. Thank you.
Okay. All right, last but not least, let's see, item G2. You're forbidden. Item G2, resolution number 2023-133. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister adopting a wastewater treatment services agreement between the City of Hollister and San Juan Oaks Mutual Water Company. William, you're still there. Can we
Still
have your
here.
report?
I'm still here. Yes, thank you. William Vi, Community Services Director. This, again, as we've discussed partially tonight, this is an agreement between San Juan Oaks Mutual Water Company to provide sewer services to the San Juan Oaks development at the Hollister wastewater treatment plant, domestic wastewater treatment plant. And in 2015, just a little history, in 2015, the City of Hollister received an application from project applicant Scott Fuller, San Juan Oaks LLC, and Greg Van Dam, Pulte Home Corporations to provide sewer service outside of the city's jurisdiction's boundaries and outside of the city's sphere of influence and within the Hollister Urban Area Water and Wastewater Master Plan for the property south of Highway 156. In December of 2015, Council unanimously adopted Resolution 2015-232, which resolved that the city shall provide sewer service outside of its jurisdictional boundaries to the property located south of Highway 156 and west of Union Road. Upon LAFCO approval, and it was further resolved that staff was to submit an application to the Local Agency Formation Commission of San Benito County, LAFCO, for said services. LAFCO authorized city to provide wastewater treatment services related to the project and mutual service area by resolution 510 on February 25, 2016. As of June 2023, the Regional Water Quality Control Board required the City of Hollister's wastewater treatment plant to be on a general permit. We've discussed that already earlier today. The general permit is the same for every treatment plant. Capacity was set by the board. We've kind of covered all of that. Based on the City Council's adoption of Resolution 2015-232, which authorized the City of Hollister to provide sewer services to this project, staff is seeking approval on a resolution adopting a wastewater treatment services agreement between the City of Hollister and San Juan Oaks Mutual Water Company. If approved, the City Council will need to make future improvements at the domestic wastewater treatment plant to increase the capacity to accommodate for the full build out of the project, which could take several years. We will receive approximately $4.5 million in impact fees at full build out, plus monthly wastewater treatment charges based on metered flow. The San Juan Oaks will bear the cost of the construction of the force main, and Hollister will bear the potential costs associated with the capacity study and necessary improvements to increase capacity. And staff is recommending that City Council adopt the resolution approving the wastewater treatment services between the City of Hollister and San Juan Oaks Mutual Water Company. And I'm here for questions.
Ready for more questions, huh?
Mayor,
Councilmember Burns? Yes, I'm sorry.
If I may, we did receive a letter from the applicant that was placed into the public record and put out front with the agenda packet. And so
Thank
it has
you.
been provided.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Where to begin? So as part of the approval, if this council moves forward, you mentioned that there would be approximately $4.5 million received for the impact fees.
Correct. For full build out
Right.
over the life of the project.
Right. And what would that money then be used for?
That would be to upgrade the treatment facility because they will not be using our collection facility. So those impact fees will be used for further expansion of the treatment facility.
Thank you. It's funny how we've gone full circle here.
Yes.
With regard, I know that there were some concerns previously. And so I know one of the questions was a concern with LAFCO back in 2015 approving moving this forward. And so for our attorney, what was the outcome of that concern expressed by this council?
So we reached out to county council because at the time, and even maybe still, LAFCO doesn't have an executive director who could really answer our questions. So we did reach out to county council hoping that they could answer our questions as they represent LAFCO, and even they couldn't provide a response. So I don't think that we have any more direction than we had before.
Okay, but LAFCO back in 2015, somehow this project got moved forward to the Hollister City Council with a understanding that LAFCO was in support of the project. Is that correct?
Yeah, and really the distinction is that typically, so LAFCO is permitted to approve an agreement between two agencies to provide, interagency, or in this case, outside service, outside jurisdiction service. But typically LAFCO approves a written agreement. And in that case, they approved that this occur, but there was no written agreement in place because that's what you're actually approving or considering tonight. And so we were looking for clarity from LAFCO as to whether or not they had that same interpretation of the law.
So when LAFCO approved it and when it moved forward to the city council back in 2015, was there an opportunity at that time for somebody to appeal the LAFCO decision or the city of Hollister City Council decision?
That I'm not sure. I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. Sorry, didn't mean to trick you.
Yeah.
Do we have a sense for what the developers over the last 7 or so years have invested in infrastructure dollar-wise?
It's been represented to us that it's a little over 100 million. You do have the applicants in the room this evening as well.
Okay, and so it's also been suggested at a couple different times that this current council is bound by the past council's action. Can you speak to the whether that's true or not?
There's a legal principle that a future council can't be bound by a previous council's policy decision. And so you know, this could arguably be considered a policy decision. So
Okay, and I suppose the other part of this is it could also be argued that if this council chose not to move forward and honor the previous council's agreement, that there could be litigation. Is that a safe statement as well?
it is, and there is a concept of vesting. So when a developer or an individual or some person acts in furtherance of a council approval and they expend substantial funds in furtherance of that approval, they can be considered vested, meaning that they have a right to continue with their project.
Okay, and so city manager, please remind me, you just said that it was your understanding that the investment so far may have been $100 million?
That is what's been represented to us.
Okay, and I know we're talking about budget and approving budget, hopefully maybe even as soon as next Monday. What's the proposed city budget for the next fiscal year?
So we're making our final adjustments. We'll be bringing it forward, but it would be in the range of 95 to 97 million total operating expenses for a year, all
So,
funds.
All right. Thank you for helping me to put that in perspective that I can understand. I can't understand $100 million, but the city budget, I've got some familiarity with it now. And so, okay, I guess that's my questions for now. You've framed it for me. I appreciate that. And I'll save my thoughts and comments for when it's appropriate, Mayor. Thank you.
Certainly. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. Where to begin? Like Councilmember Burns said, let's start with how many homes are going to be built out there.
I think it's 1,017 homes, mostly retirement homes and a hotel. And I think there's 100 single family residents, something like that.
Okay. So yeah, I think this is the third time that this applicant has came back before this council, but I kept asking about the logistics of how we got to this point. And I think we just got an answer. So thank you for that. Because according to some people that are sitting up here, and according to what we've heard before, we were told this was already approved. This was something that was already approved and that we have an obligation to approve it tonight. Do we have to approve this tonight? Can we vote no on this tonight?
I'll let the attorneys answer.
Yeah. That's always council's option.
Exactly. So what I'm hearing from this conversation is there was no written agreement, and I read the law. I read what the process was, and I was wondering what happened. Why was this approved, apparently, in 2015? And why was it brought back now? But it seems like there was no written agreement. So to me, it's not legally binding, but the decision that we make here tonight will be, and we have to own that. Is that not correct? Whether we vote yes or no?
You'll have to own it.
Yeah.
Councilmember Perez, you have some questions?
No, I'm ready to vote.
Okay, Vice Mayor. Oh, just a couple of questions to follow up. So we all agree this went back. We were talking about things that were left over that we're dealing with. So this is one of them. And so we're going to work through it. This went before the City Council 2015, and it was unanimously voted to approve it. That's correct, right?
Correct.
And it did go to LAFCO, and there was an approval given, agreement or no agreement. They did review this and approve it. We also received, I think, a copy of a will serve letter from our own city manager.
Correct.
With regard to this. So, I'm seeing that based on all this, San Juan Oaks, in good faith, they went ahead and started building and has been for years, which is why we're here now, because they're at the point where they're ready to connect, right? And so I guess my last real question would be for our city manager or our city attorney, really. And I think it's been asked already, but I worked in the legal field 20 years, and this kind of frightens me. We are looking at potential huge liability here. And I think we have to think about that as we're making a decision. So that's just, I don't know if there's anything to add to that from the city attorney as far as our liability, what we can and cannot talk about.
No, I don't have anything to add to that. I mean, we give you risk and options and it's in council's hands.
Okay, thank you. That's it for my questions. So do we have public comment on this?
Mayor Casey, yes, we do. Our first public speaker is Scott Fuller, to be followed by Dustin Bogue.
Thank you again. Made some earlier comments I'm not going to repeat, but in response to Councilman Burns' question, there was an appeal period. So when you go to LAFCO and when you go to the city council, when you go to the county, when you get an approval, you file what's called a notice of determination. It's a public notice that they've taken action on your project. And that notice of determination starts an appeal period. So for LAFCO, the appeal period, I think, was 30 days. And notice of determination was filed, which established and initiated the appeal period. And just to make it clear, we went to the city council. Well, first of all, we got unanimously approved by the Board of Supervisors for the project itself, which has a lot of benefits for this community. That's why it was approved unanimously. Secondly, we then went to Hollister City Council and they approved providing wastewater service. And the way it works then is Hollister City Council goes to LAFCO. We go with them, but it's Hollister going to LAFCO seeking approval to provide that service. Hollister went to LAFCO, again, unanimously approved the service. At the time in San Benito County, I believe there was no written agreement process. The process was the council went to LAFCO, LAFCO issued approval, the notice of determination was filed indicating that approval. There was not at that time a process to then have a written agreement at that time. So we did everything required at that time. So I don't want to go over the rest of it. I do want to mention, because I'm on the executive committee of the Business Council, I don't know if the city council here received their letter in support of this agreement today. I have copies if you didn't. Okay. Thank you for your consideration.
The next public speaker is Dennis Bogue, followed by Andy Shawcorn.
That letter was put into the record and out with the agenda as well.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Dustin Bogue again. Thanks for having me. I have a huge, long presentation, but the reality is, sounds like there's questions. Let's all start with top down and then ask all the questions that you'd like. There's 1,084 units, 1,017 are active adult, 67 are market rate. The average daily flow is 165,000 gallons in 2031. The maximum is about less than 500,000 gallons or 0.5 in 2031. We won't get to those units, those allocations, until later in the project. Currently today, the infrastructure is in, as I said, the sewer line is in, as I said. The agreement tonight is not to provide sewer. I just want to keep reiterating that. It's the maintenance of the sewer line that's installed and the collection of fees, which are about $4 million over the life of the project. I think another differentiator of this project that's meaningful to me is the buyer pool. This is not a typical infill 100-unit subdivision that has a ton of commuters and has causing some of the problems that we saw later or earlier tonight. This project is active adult master plan community. These buyers don't typically commute. They don't have kids that go to the schools. They no longer live with these buyers. These buyers are, however, big spenders. They spend 52% of the United States, every dollar spent in the United States, 52% comes from this cohort. They're the largest volunteers in the United States by cohort. $140 billion per year is the volunteer value. They're the largest donors, $100 billion a year donated by these folks. They believe in civic engagement. They believe in local. These are folks that will get involved and be contributors to the community. They won't, however, gum up 25, and they won't, however, likely gum up 25 or, send kids to the school district. We are, however, paying, county fees associated with that and school fees associated. So I'm happy to answer any questions you guys would like.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Our next public speaker is Andy Shaw-Corin, followed by Mary Shaw-Corin.
Sure. Hello again. So as I think your attorney said that you're not bound by the previous agreement. Yes, people can always sue. I mean, you can sue about anything. That doesn't mean you're going to win when you sue. If you can think of yourselves as a negotiating team for the people of Hollister. And if you have the ability to renegotiate for a better deal, why would you not push it and get as good a deal as possible? There will be consequences for the people here. Anybody who goes in the morning to Union and drives into Hollister, as I often visit my friends, the Rebeckys, in the morning, coming over there, and you can see the line on Union going back for miles of cars. There are going to be more cars getting on there. People will pay a price for 1,000 new units out there. It's a tax, if you will. If it takes you 15 minutes more each time you get on the road, that's a tax. Time is money. Why wouldn't you try to do more impact? Basically, I think they got a bargain in this deal, and you should negotiate better.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Mary Shaw-Corin, followed by Todd Mussel.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that I was looking at the numbers and, San Juan Oaks is asking for 0.5 million gallons per day of sewage volume. And I know that's for their maximum buildup, but I was kind of looking at the other numbers. The gentleman before me said that, they have 184 units. Maybe there'll be 2 people, because there may be a couple retirees. And I believe there's also 110 beds for like assisted living or a convalescent home or something like that. So I was looking at that and it looks like it's around roughly 2,278. Well, in the previous presentation on the MOU for San Juan Bautista, it says in 2020, San Juan Bautista's population is 2,260. So that's very close. It's only 18 people difference in my calculation. I know these are very rough numbers, but what struck me is that San Juan Bautista currently is using 0.16 million gallons or generating 0.16 million gallons per day of sewage. Why is San Juan Oaks needing 3 times that, more than 3 times that? So looking at the math again, 0.16 for San Juan Bautista, comparable to San Juan Oaks, which is demanding 0.5. I think it's a very suspicious situation. I don't really think they need that much if their population is similar or will be when they do a full build out. I think they're padding their numbers. I think you guys need to analyze this a lot more. This is a huge commitment. This is a forever, it's like a marriage contract. You're obligated to provide 0.5 million gallons per day. I don't think they need it for the maximum units that was just told to us, 184 residences. And anyways, I think you should really look at this a lot more closely. I think they're asking for a lot more. I also have heard that their impact fee is way less than they probably should be paying. They're probably using the impact fee schedule that is for your city, Hollister. And there was a whole study done on the fee schedule or impact fees. I think that the impact fee for people outside your city should be very different. I think most organizations or most cities, counties have a different fee schedule when they're providing service outside of their service area. So I think there's a lot to look at here. I mean, maybe you're obligated, but I don't think you should be ripped off. You shouldn't be obligating your city to do this forever. And as my husband had mentioned, the traffic If you guys approve, this is the other thing that you should think about. The people in Hollister are very angry about the traffic right now. The traffic for just getting on Union Road to 156 is horrendous. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Todd Mussel, followed by Christina Wyatt.
Good evening, Todd Massell. I'm the Vice President and General Manager for Pacific Scientific. Many of you are familiar with us, but we're a pretty sizable aerospace and defense business that's on Union Road. So we employ about 550. Many of these folks are Hollister folks. Our interest is economic development. Future Hollister is the future of our business, and we're growing fast, and we need people. So the interest is really on what the economic development does in this area that can support really us getting great talent to support our business and growth. So we are in favor of the San Juan Oaks project. Thanks.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Christina Wyatt.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, staff members. Again, Christina Chavez Wyatt on behalf of the San Benito County Business Council and our president, Jim Gillio. As Scott referred to, we did submit a letter to all of you have received today, and there are copies in the lobby. We did write to express support for the resolution as stated. And in addition to the comments I made on the last item, in detail, our current and member organizational goals include retention, expansion, job creation, growth of existing businesses, again, reducing out commuting and growing existing good jobs within our community, supporting the development of a comprehensive economic development strategy that had been done in the past and now is being renewed to the future to help recruit new business attraction, to improve our infrastructure by implementing our Measure G for road and highway improvements, improving our broadband, energy, education, housing, water, wastewater, tackling blight and litter, and building relationships with elected officials, staff, regional organizations, and within our community. In consideration of our member goals, local and regional economic stimulus, and recreational benefit, first established in 1995 here in Hollister, San Juan Oaks is offering a newly expanded and fully renovated public clubhouse, a new farm-to-table restaurant, a reimagined golf lounge, pro shop, indoor and outdoor conference and event spaces, a fully redesigned water-efficient, drought-tolerant golf course, and a highly desired housing for age-qualified individuals. As Dustin referred to, the 55 and over population accounts for the largest population segment in consumer spending, is the largest U.S. cohort of volunteers for charitable giving, and comprises more than 30% of state and local tax revenues. They're currently supporting at San Juan Oaks 150 jobs in the region and are estimated to grow more than 300 jobs at full build out in phases over several years. And they've already developed relationships with the Hollister High School with their hospitality component. They really want to continue getting involved within the community, and they rely on you and making relationships and how they can invest and help grow their business and support our community here. Thank you in advance for your leadership on this and all opportunities facing you. Take care.
Thank you.
The next public speaker we have is Fran Fitzharris.
Good evening, everybody. Fran Fitzharris here. As I mentioned, I've lived in the area for 22 years and I have a local business for 10 years. And I'm glad the volunteer element was brought up. I've been a volunteer for 6 years. And let me tell you, we do not have enough volunteers in this area. But really what I want to touch on is what I mentioned earlier about tourism. And we absolutely need these folks to reopen. And we've really struggled with them being closed. I also want to mention that in talking and looking into this project, they are committed to also supporting local products and using local products at their establishments, at the restaurants and facilities that have been described earlier. And so again, this is something that's going to help our area, tourism and local business. And I really hope that we can understand that and also not be known as the city that says yes and makes people go through a process and spend the investment that they're doing only to tell them no many years later. I don't want to be known as that city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Casey, those are all the public comment cards I have.
Oh. One more.
Next public comment we have is Julio Rodriguez.
Thank you for the introduction. I just wanted to about sewage and the project. Well, actually, first things first, I want to address one thing. To say that this is not going to impact traffic, I mean, come on. I mean, did we all not see a new traffic light on Union? Anyways, I digress. One of the points I want to bring up is we have to be consistent with the impact fee schedule. I was looking for the impact fee schedule for the county. I don't think I pulled up the right one, but it does appear. So I do stand corrected, Mayor. Yes, the Santana Ranch development did pay impact fees. The Billy project would have paid impact fees, but there seemed to be discrepancy between those impact fees. And it does seem that the constituents of Hollister, and I'm also referring to this project, it almost seems like the residents of Hollister are, correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't have an impact fee schedule, but as Mary was saying, the people who should be paying more should be the people on the arterials of the county. This is urban sprawl, essentially. We want to disincentivize urban sprawl. I don't mind giving a impact fee tax break or for infill projects. Hey, I'm all for that. I'd be here saying, you know what, let's cut back on that. 100% support that. So I just, when it comes to a bad deal, I really think this board, this council should look at those impact fees to see, okay, we may have to negotiate a better deal. Because as noted, I'm very privileged for the fact that I live in City Council District 4 or in the county near Ridgemark, that area. I don't have to smell the wastewater sewage plant. The people in San Juan Oaks, they don't have to smell that. But Roland's district, he's got to deal with that. So I think we really got to be, when it comes to this is reality. This is a social justice issue as well. It all kind of ties in that, the people in San Juan Oaks, people in Ridgemark, including myself, we don't have to deal with these things. So I think that's where we need to kind of work together with our county, with our cities about the impact fee schedule. And thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Tom Doak.
Hello, council members. I'm actually a resident of Gilroy, but Tom Doak, I work at Pacific Scientific. So my boss, Todd, is the gentleman, our VP that just spoke. And I just wanted to address something as I'm sitting out there and hearing discussion of traffic. So I've been over Pacific Scientific now for 5 years. So our entrance is right on Union Road, right? So we've seen it go from no traffic in the mornings. I mean, the backup going Union out of Hollister is maybe 5-7 cars at 156. Now to where it does get backed up, quarter mile, half mile. It's not because of the development. We need to make that clear right now. It's because of the widening of 156. Because we live it, our employees are coming there and we see it right outside our facility. I'm the director of health, safety, and facilities. So I have to deal with the outcome of what's happening on 156 and 25 with our associates. So I did want to point that out because I think it's unfair to put that back on San Juan Oaks as they're the cause of traffic. And I think the residents are going to be out there given 55 and over. They're not going to be commuting. They're not going to be leaving at 6 a.m. in the morning and trying to commute at 5:30 at night. That's not the population we're talking about. Now, I've had the opportunity with Dustin Because they are our neighbors right behind us. You know, our property lines boundary each other. So being good neighbors, we've reached out and they reached out to us to get to know each other because we have to work together. One thing I will say about the San Juan Oaks development is the thoughtfulness that they put into the design. I was very impressed when I went out there and looked at their attention to nature, their attention to the environment. Those that haven't toured it you wouldn't know what I'm talking about until you go out there. The event centers, the amenities for the folks, the golf course, they left the integrity, the resourcefulness for sustainability. They've put so much of whatever the figure is that they've invested into it. So far, it's well worth it. And I think as a community, this is a development that we have to be behind because of what they bring and what they've put into it. We're very much about nature because if you've been on our campus, we have our own 7-acre lake that was built originally for firefighting. I have waterfall landing there. We have deer and bobcats and everything else. Going back to their development, they've kept the integrity of nature and everything they're doing. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the public comments we have for this item.
Okay, let's come back for some discussion. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Public Works Director, can you, I don't want you to get too comfortable. So can you talk about how impact fees are arrived at?
I'm not absolutely sure. I know that we do a study to determine what the impact fees should be. I think maybe the city manager may have a better idea.
I'd like some clarification because it seems as though there's an impression that they're being given a break, a deal, that if they had to pay impact fees through the county, the fees would be more. But I want to understand the process better and either confirm that or refute it.
Yeah, so the impact fees, as with our fees, are done through occasional nexus studies where we go through and look at the costs of future impacts, the cost of doing business, all of those types of things. They get brought forward, eventually comes to you for a discussion and eventual adoption. We typically have a inflator on those. So, each year that'll go up by a CPI index. I believe that the discussion around a discount was the letter that was provided via the will serve letter called out a senior rate in there. And I believe that's where that has been coming up in the discussion.
So
I don't have the county fee schedule in front of me.
okay. All right. So please.
So just want to clarify your impact fees study. First of all, the impact fee is for just the wastewater treatment. As we've mentioned, they do not impact your collection system. So the fee that you are going to be receiving is strictly for the wastewater treatment plant. That is done through a nexus study that your consultant has prepared. It evaluates the operations, the long-term value of all of the infrastructure that is in the wastewater treatment plant, and it determines what the buy-in is for any development to come in and utilize the infrastructure. That impact fee that is going to be paid in, I think earlier there was a number of thrown out as like $4.5 million that San Juan Oaks is going to be contributing. That is a current day value. You have to understand that the impact fees are only going to be provided on the day that they pull the permit. So that is a current day value. They're not going to be pulling permits until 2031. In 2031, if they go and pull 100 permits for 100 homes, the impact fee will be pulled from whatever impact rate fee is in 2031. It is not today's impact fee rate. So that number is normalized back to current day value. You're not going to be receiving that on day one. You're only going to be receiving if they pull 100 permits and on day one, that's the impact fee that you're going to be receiving. You are also going to be receiving, similar to San Juan Bautista, a monthly charge, a monthly fee for service that will be coming to be able to provide them monthly wastewater service.
So thanks for the clarification. That's very, very helpful. It was suggested that perhaps the county impact fee would be higher than the city's. Well, I understand, and I'm as greedy as anybody out there. It kind of borders in my mind on not being ethical. And so if the county had a fee that was equal or higher, would we have an option to choose that fee versus the city fee?
So I don't believe that the county has a sewer impact fee. Their impact fee is going to be for roads and for county services, not for wastewater. If the city were to choose not to provide service, wastewater treatment service to the San Juan Oaks, their only other option would be then to construct a wastewater treatment plant, of which then they would have to go through all the permitting, Regional Water Quality Control Board, permitting with the county and so forth, to construct and modify all of their land use documents and go back through their entire EIR process, because they do not have a facility cited for a wastewater treatment plant out in San Juan Oaks. The county themselves would not own or operate a wastewater treatment plant for the development. And so there is no county impact fee for wastewater treatment.
Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate that. That's going to make my decision a little easier, I think. And so I thought I heard one of the speakers during public comment that there are proposing to have 184 units. 1,084. So that could absolutely speak to the increase in volume of wastewater, would it not?
So I can also speak to the volume of the flows. So again, similar to San Juan Bautista, their average daily flows is 0.165 at build out. That is what, if based on their flow estimates for the number of housing units, the hotel, the conference center, and so forth, taking all of those added up, is going to have an average annual flow of 0.165. Very comparable to San Juan Bautista, because they are going to be very comparable in population. Their max day, similar to the 1.2, their max day is 0.5. How did they get that 0.5? Their pump station is capable of pumping, I think, approximately 350 gallons per minute. 350 multiplied by 24 multiplied by 60 gets you to 505,000 gallons per day. So that is their maximum flow. And again, that is the number that we put in the agreement, because that is the number that impacts your ability to operate the wastewater treatment plant facilities, the infrastructure. That's how we have to size the infrastructure to ensure that we can take those flows. But their average annual flow is going to be is estimated based on their engineers at 0.165. Let me verify that. I believe that's what is that correct? Yes. I'll say 0.16. Sorry, 0.166. So.
Thank you again. Very helpful. So unfair to the city manager, but I don't know. Do we know who the previous council was that approved the agreement with?
Yes, we do.
I do.
We provided the staff report, so I can go to the minutes or the let's give me a moment here.
Ignacio Velasquez, Mickey Luna, Ray Friend, Carson Clower.
So it passed on a 4-0 vote, or was it so it was unanimous at 4-0. And so my understanding is also that regardless of what this council does or does not do, this is a county project that has been approved by the county and will at some point be built regardless of what this city chooses to do. If we say no to the septic, or I'm sorry, to the sewer, they're going to build their own plant or they'll find alternatives. And so this development, as I understand, is happening regardless of what this council does. Is that a fair statement?
I mean, it's possible. It would be up to the developer if they wanted to go forward with some other way to recoup what they've already invested.
Right.
But yes, it's
Right,
possible.
right. I just can't see anybody walking away from $100 million investment. That to me is like, they're way too smart for that or they wouldn't be here. So,
Councilmember Burns, if I
Please.
can add, Councilmember Resendez had 4, It was on a 5-0 vote with former council member Victor Gomez as well. as the
Thank
fifth
you.
vote.
So for me, from what I've heard here this evening, there's so many reasons to approve this. And the reason that concerns me is I take a little offense when people say you must, and our council tells us you don't have to. So my ego would want to say, no way, no how, but facts say yes. And it's got little to do with the risk versus the reward. It's got little to do with the potential litigation. For me, it's honoring the past council's agreement. And I respect every one of those people whose name you mentioned for a wide range of reasons. And so for that reason, I'd like to, as we move through our discussion, Mayor, make a motion to approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez, comments.
Well, we must be hearing two different presentations here. Because I'm of the complete opposite end of the spectrum. Number one, let's make this very clear. We are under no legal obligation to approve this agreement, this final agreement to approve 1,100 homes tonight. Are we?
It's council's decision. We've given you all the facts.
Very good. Number two, I heard the mayor say that this frightens her, this threat of getting sued. And we get threatened to get sued all the time. It frightens us. If we're going to be frightened when we come across decisions like this that we have to make, then we're in the wrong line of business. Let's be very frank about that. I do represent District 2. It's on the west side of Hollister. It just happens to be where the sewage is located. And it really bothers me when the people of a lower socioeconomic class are getting all of this extra sewer sent over to their neighborhood from a new gated community over at a golf course. And I just cannot support that. This was approved, which it wasn't really approved, in 2015. Circumstances have changed. I'm sorry, gentlemen from Gilroy, but you're wrong. You're very, very wrong. The traffic that the city and the citizens of Hollister are experiencing is due to development and highly irresponsible development. Let's be very clear about that. Also, let's talk about the impact fees. Originally, the impact fees were $9 million. How did we come up with this $4.5 million number?
So if I do rough math based on, I'm just going to use current fees today, single family, the treatment would be $5,121.82. The will serve letter provided shows a senior rate of 47.5% of that. So that gets you to $2,432.86 multiplied out. So I'm sure, and I'm going to make an assumption that if you went from 9 to 4.5 and there's a 47% calculation on it, one could speculate that it's that.
So we have a senior rate that we apply for the residents of Hollister to get half off their impact fees. Is that correct?
No, what I'm stating is the will serve letter says, in addition, any wastewater treatment impact fees in place at the time of collection. So that's whatever it is when the permits are pulled should be calculated at the senior rate of 47.5% of the single family dwelling unit rate.
City Attorney, do we have to adopt that rate, or can we request the full amount?
You can request the full amount. I think the risk is, or the question is, could the individual that signed this will serve letter bind the city in this capacity? That's the question.
Thank you. Another question, is this project within the city limits of Hollister?
No, it is not.
It's not. I don't even know what to say other than this is a decision that this council will have to own and will make to add 1,100 homes to our community. You will own this. You're going to have to explain it to the public, and you will be held accountable for your actions tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez.
Oh, that's a tough one to follow. I'm ready to vote.
All right. So do we have any more comments before I finalize and we'll go to the motion on the table? If we don't, so, am I afraid of litigation always? Does that make me unable to make a decision? Absolutely not. We also get advice from our legal counsel and some of us do actually listen to it. So San Juan Oaks has operated in good faith. That's what the bottom line is for me. At the time when they did this, they followed all of the steps. They went to the city council and the city council made commitments to San Juan Oaks. LAFCO made a commitment. The city manager gave a will serve letter that also gave them an assurance and made a commitment. And based on those commitments, they moved forward and have invested $100 million. So I think that it is incumbent that the city has to operate in good faith as well. I cannot in good conscience allow the city to face substantial litigation that could really hurt us economically. And so I support this and I think we should go ahead and take a vote on Councilmember Burns' motion. So can I?
So Mayor, I would like to own it and formally make the motion to approve.
Okay.
Thank you.
And is there a second?
I'd like to own that and make a second also.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Can we, all in favor?
Mayor-
Aye.
Mayor.
Yes.
I would request a roll call.
Want to roll call
vote,
vote?
please.
Okay. Could we do that then?
Councilmember Perez,
Definite yes.
Councilmember Resendez,
No.
Councilmember Morales.
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Absolutely, yes.
Mayor Casey.
Absolutely, yes.
Motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember Resendez opposing. Thank you.
Okay. I think we're going to take a 5-minute break again, if you don't mind.
I'm still up when we come back, by the way.
Are you? You can sit though.
This is like my show.
There's been a request. We have someone here for the CAL FIRE G4 item that we'd like to move that as the next item. If we could do that, would you all agree? Okay, so we're going to go to item G4 then. Resolution number 2023-135. I'm sorry. Is that all right, Dave? We give it-
I think
I'm
there's
not
only a
sure we
couple
have a
people.
lot of folks
So
left to
I think
do
we
that.
got 2 or 3. I'm going to speculate. So
Okay. Well, why
yeah,
don't we do
that's
that?
fine.
We'll take public comment and then we'll go to G4, okay? All right, so let me read wait, I gotta find it. Sorry. We're all jumbled here. It's a little spiel. Sorry about that. My papers are all messed up here. Okay. All right, this is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the records, and speak to the city council. If you're joining us via Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you're joining us via Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note, state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any items not on the agenda. City clerk, do we have public comment?
Yes, Mayor, we do. The first speaker is Bill Mifsud.
Madam Mayor and Council, I got to see the end of the Giants game, had dinner, watched the 11 o'clock news, and here I am. All right. All right. Thank you for having me here tonight. I just want to accentuate the positive. We got our new lights on our trees. Downtown looks alive. It does look alive. And I feel honored because I got about 25 phone calls from people that said, thank you. Our businesses are loving it. And I said, I didn't even do anything, but they saw me speaking, and it's really nice to know that I can speak and something gets done. Something that someone had a chance to do 3 years ago. I won't mention who the manager or whatever city manager was, but interim manager, Dave Marioni, took the ball 3 months. We got it done. So I want to give kudos to him for taking the reins and make sure that I accentuate the positive. Thank you for doing that. I'm not done with lights. All right. I counted, I got East Street. All right. East Street is one of the busiest streets in downtown. It runs right through downtown because of the fact there's no parklets. It's a two-way street. And there's 19 trees with hot boxes and pavers and crepe myrtle trees. And I would like to see if the general budget had 19 lights in their general funds. If we could put 19 more lights down on East Street, I think it would look nice on the west side. I think it would so I'd like to make sure that before you guys head to recess, think about that. Second on my agenda is, please, if you guys could take a chance to look at the A-frame ordinance, please. On February the 16th, 2023, code enforcement deemed our A-frame sign illegal. It met all the requirements except for one thing. It was on public property. Our A-frame sat for 30 years in a red zone off the public path, but it is in the right of way in terms of public property. Our A-frame is a way of telling people we're open. Downtown has the parklets. They advertise with their banners, their flower pots, their lights. Our A-frame is just a way of telling people we're open. People call me many times. Are you open? We didn't see your sign outside. I understand it may be whatever it is, but there's 8 waste baskets downtown, or portable 8 trash cans downtown that are similar to where mine is, in a red zone off the pathway that someone could run into. I don't know if this is a problem with the right of way or whatever. But in the meantime, I'd like to see you relook at that so we could put our A-frame signs up. Downtown is dotted with A-frame signs, and I called code enforcement to ask if the small A-frame signs are legal. They said, no, they're illegal. They wanted me to tell me what businesses they were at. Code enforcement is a reactive and not a proactive on this thing. So if someone tattles and says your A-frame is outside, it's illegal, they come to your business. So I want to make sure we take a look at it, because an A-frame is a way of telling people you're here, you're alive, we're promoting downtown. And so instead of hindering businesses, I think we should look at it, because the waste baskets that are downtown or off downtown are similar to where mine is. So if my A-frame is weather resistant, sturable, it's professionally done, but it's in a public path, I think that maybe we should look at that A-frame, or just take a look at the ordinance again so that we can put our sign out and tell people we're open.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Diane Blakeway, followed by Rob Rodriguez. Okay. Go ahead. Oh, sorry, Ms. Blakeway is no longer here. You're good.
Good midnight. I don't know how to say that. Council. So Rob Rodriguez here from Growing Hearts, confirming progress of our request of the city. Councilman Tim Burns was kind enough to say that he would fund our request at the last meeting for a waived fee. But I didn't see it on the agenda, so I figured I'd show up and just keep it fresh in your minds. We don't want to get left behind. We don't want to be forgotten. So I appreciate you allowing me this time to speak on it. We've already had a great relationship working with the city, with the Parks and Rec Department. Congratulations to them on the Parks and Rec Month. I believe that we were one of the first local businesses to be part of the Adopt a Park program, where we adopted Park Hill. I would like to come back sometime and present on the progress we've made in terms of park and garden development up there. We're going through pictures from when we started. Really, hands in the dirt 2 years ago. We've been there for 5 years working in the garden, but 2 years ago, we really started on park development or garden development. And, the comparisons are amazing. So I would love to share that. The presentation would allow me to show you the results of our commitment to the community and to the lives of our community members in terms of, having some recreation to do, especially in that neighborhood, because it's such a gem for the county. I'm willing to do that anytime you'll have me, and I'm happy to work with staff to make that happen. We look forward to working with the city on our garden center project and any future projects that might develop from us being able to set up that garden center. So thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
The next public speaker is Robin Pollard.
I'm unmuted, right?
Yes, you are.
Oh, good. Wow, what a night. I thought I would come down and get my 3 minutes in and be out. Should have known better. I came down this evening earlier to share with you about, I watched your budget meeting in regards to REACH and your support of the mailers that we sent out. REACH had received a grant for the design, and we needed help with mailing. And so it was a one-time, well, you helped us about 5 years ago with the first mailer. And so your budget that said that we got 70 or $7,000 something was for this last mailer, because a lot of people are really appreciating this list of parks that we've sent out to the community. We've gotten a lot of good feedback about it, and I hope you also have gotten good feedback regarding the mailer. So I just wanted to let you know that it was not an annual thing. But and in regards to back up Rob's comment about Park Hill and all the great work that Growing Hearts has done up there, it always can look better, but it looks so much better than it did 10 years ago. And with that said, I hope and look forward to the master plan for Park Hill And I cross my fingers that the city buildings are part of that parks plan. And you guys have a good night. You're really, I can't express enough how much sitting there all those hours. I'm exhausted. Good night.
Thank you, Rhonda.
And those are all the public comments we have.
All right, then let's go to item G4. It's a resolution number 2023-135. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister executing a lease amendment with the State of California for California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, CAL FIRE, air attack base to construct a new facility at the Hollister Municipal Airport. And we have a staff report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we have with us this evening Pierce Melvin with Kimley Horn, who is our engineer for the airport and kind of our one of our resident experts that helps us with these matters. I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that at the last budget meeting that we had last week, there was a question about the CAL FIRE lease and progress on that. And Mr. Melvin will be talking about this. This was one that I frankly misunderstood and didn't give much of an update. And shortly thereafter, the amendment, which had been worked on with the state for practically a year, 6 months to a year, had come to fruition and was ready to come forward. So at a staff level, I just want to clarify that that was a mistake on our end. And I didn't want to just bring that back literally 8 days later and give a presentation on it. So with that, I own that, and I'd like to pass it over to Mr. Melvin to give the details of that.
So it's probably, the discussions have been going on maybe a little bit longer than 6 months, maybe 18 months total, I would have said. That CAL FIRE came to the airport or the city and asked for an amendment to an existing lease. Increasing it from about 8.6 acres to 15 acres. You're going through the state agency's line of business, so it takes time from their perspective. It wasn't being held up by the city. It was all down to those folks. Department of General Services, if you're familiar with it. So it's just coming back as an amendment now. We can get into the details if you like, but I'll open it up for questions.
Do we have some questions, Councilmember Burns?
Mayor, I do not.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, Councilmember Resendez, questions? Councilmember Perez? Vice Mayor? I don't have any questions either. So do we have public comment on this item?
We have no public comments for this item.
Okay. Do we have any more discussion or deliberation?
Mayor, I'd like to move to adopt.
Great. Do we have a second?
I second.
All right, let's take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Okay, now let me figure out where we're going back to. I think we're going back to consent now. Give me a minute. Okay. Okay, wait, there we are. Would any members of the council or members of the public like to pull an item from the consent agenda? I'm waiting. No? Oh my gosh. Pulling any items? No? Bless you. So Vice Mayor, are you pulling any items? No. Okay, so do we have any public comment on consent agenda items?
We have no public comment on the consent agenda.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I will move that we adopt the consent agenda as presented by staff.
God bless you. Do I have a second? All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Oh, good. Okay. Let me just go back here now. Okay, so city manager report.
Just briefly to follow up, the gentleman from Growing Hearts made a comment about the fee waiver. That was an oversight on staff's part, and I had discussed with the gentleman during the break that we will be bringing it forward at our next meeting. Furthermore, Mr. Mifsud, which he has left, was kind enough to give me kudos on that, but really the kudos goes to William and Derek and his team. They got the RFP done out there, and then our crew, literally from the day you signed the contract, was out here 2-3 days later and just got to work. So they were all given a goal, and the goal was the end of the month, and they finished 2 weeks early. So
Awesome.
although I appreciate the sentiment from Bill, the credit goes to the team.
All right. How about training and conferences? Anything, interim city manager?
Nothing to report.
Chief, do you have anything to report?
I'm sorry, I wasn't where it's my turn. I just wanted to share with City Council something really quick. Sherman Block Supervisor Leadership Institute is a program designed to stimulate personal growth and leadership and ethical decision-making in California law enforcement for frontline supervisors. For several years, we've been sending our sergeants to the SLI program. And next week, our Sergeant Aurelio Melgoz is going to graduate from the program. And we're going to continue to send our supervisors to this program. It's an outstanding program that touches on so many things in regards to not just police work, but leadership and the importance of holding everyone accountable, ourselves first. And it's going to be an honor to attend the graduation ceremony. And I just want to let the council know that that's going to be happening next week in the Sacramento area. Thank you.
All right, thank you. City attorney, do we have any training or conferences or?
No, I have nothing to report.
City clerk, anything?
Nothing to report.
Paul, do you have anything? No. Okay. Okay, I'm losing track again. Hold on. So I think we're going to go to item G3. Sound right? Resolution number 2023-134A. Resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving the receipt of $5,227,540 in Proposition 1 grant funding for stormwater improvements at the industrial wastewater treatment plant and Bridge Road outfall.
Mayor,
William.
we do have a brief PowerPoint that Paul will be pulling up, and we'll have William and Carrie back to present.
Good morning, good evening. William Vi, Community Services Director. I'm going to hand this off to Carrie Wagner. She's been instrumental in getting us this grant, helping us get this grant approved. And so I'm going to turn it over to her and let her take over for this.
Thank you, William. Again, Carrie Wagner. I think you guys are sick of me by tonight. And I might be falling asleep because this is way past my bedtime. All right. Well, we've now switched over to stormwater. We've been talking a lot about wastewater, but this presentation is going to be on regarding a Proposition 1 grant to fund stormwater improvements within the city of Hollister. Oh, you turned it off. Which one? Sorry. All right. So a little bit of background. The city is under a state water board mandate to implement trash capture program at all outfalls by the year 2030. I don't know the number of outfalls within the city, but I want to believe that it's around 22 outfalls, and they range in size to very small to very, very large. Your Bridge Road outfall, which is shown on this picture off of 4th Street, is your largest outfall. Apricot outfall is the one that is located just south of the industrial wastewater treatment plant. And the South Street outfall, which is really not an outfall, it is just a discharge point to the industrial wastewater treatment plant. The city owns the industrial wastewater treatment plant, but it is operated by San Benito Foods under contract with Sunny Slope Water District. Right now, the only user of the industrial wastewater treatment plant is San Benito Foods, and they are limited to, I'll actually talk about the operations here in a second. So a little bit on the Prop 1 grant history is the City Council approved Resolution 2020-132 authorizing staff to compete for a Proposition 1 grant. Wallace Group prepared the grant application for the round 2 implementation with the state board. In that proposal, the grant request was for the Bridge Road Outfall Trash Capture Unit at $5.2 million. The match, which was a 1-to-1 match requirement of the Prop 1 grant, is for stormwater improvements at the industrial wastewater treatment plant, also coupled with some improvements that were done your 4th Street Road improvements included storm drain and curb and gutter sidewalk improvements that were eligible for matching funds, as well as some other miscellaneous, such as purchasing of equipment, back-con truck that the utility operation or utilities department purchased. On February 24th, 2022, the city was notified of that they were successful in winning the grant. And I put, yes, it took over a year to get the agreement between the state and the city. It's been a long, enduring year trying to get that agreement finalized, but we've got it now. So what is the grant project? It is the Bridge Road Outfall Project. And so the dark line there is the stormwater line that runs down Bridge Road. We are proposing to divert the 1-year storm off of the line, which is what is requirement of the trash capture, to collect the trash. So your very low storms are the ones that we're wanting to capture, because those are the ones that contain all the debris and the trash from the roads and the oils and the grease and that kind of stuff off and it's what we call the first flush. We want to take that water off of it and basically it goes through a trash capture system, and then the water gets released back into the storm drain and goes back out to the San Benito River. And so what it is it's reducing the pollutant loading to the San Benito River, improving the environment. The Bridge Road, as I mentioned before, is your largest outfall. It's at 205.5 CFS. The preliminary environmental work has already been done for the project, and we are proposing to start the project and design in August 2023. We could not start any grant funds until the agreement is signed between the state and the city, and so that design has not started yet. The match project is to divert stormwater from Apricot Lane outfall to Pond 2 at the wastewater treatment plant. So you can see in this figure, Pond 1 is the wastewater treatment pond that is being used by San Benito Foods for their treatment of their industrial wastewater, of which their flow only comes during the summer. And then they pump it out and they go to the perk beds for percolation for their disposal. During the winter, Pond 2 will be used for stormwater improvements. So stormwater will get diverted off of Apricot Lane and the flow will go into Pond 2 where we will have basically you get the trash capture, all the grit and grime and everything settles out. And then it will then be pumped to the percolation ponds during the winter time. The project right now is 90% design. It will be ready to bid in August / September of 2023. Our engineer's estimate right now is $2.4 million. So the additional matching funds included supporting hydrological studies, stormwater improvements, as I mentioned, at the 4th Street Road Improvement Project that the city completed a couple years ago, large equipment purchases made by the Utilities Department, in-kind services by staff, monitoring and education and outreach. Of the $5.7 million match, 2.8 of that has already been spent by the city and will not be need to be anymore. 2.9 is still to be funded by the city. So it's not chump change, but you're getting 5.2. So here's the breakdown of all the costs. The first 2 columns are after the description is spent to date and anticipated to spend. This is the breakdown of where all the costs lie and what has been already spent versus what is still needing to be spent. The subsequent 2 columns identify what is grant funded versus what is part of the match. So the grant funds, the city will have to fund it initially, and then they get reimbursed by the state when you put in the request. The match funds are funds that will have to come from the appropriate fund, of which the city manager or public works director can identify. So that is a presentation on the Prop 1 grant, and happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Burns, questions?
Oh, so tempting. No, but congratulations on the resilience of the city and the staff that helped to bring this forward. And it sounds like it was a long haul.
It has been a long haul. We've been anticipating this project since about 2018 about is when this project started to come to fruition. So yes, it has been a long haul, environmentally protective. It is everything that the city should be vying for when it comes to environmental protection of the San Benito River.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank
question.
you. Yes, we heard from some constituents that live there near the sewer ponds. They happen to live right there. Is there an odor that's going to be associated with the trash that's collected?
No, the stormwater is stormwater. It will come into the pond and then it will be pumped. The stormwater does not carry the same constituents, bacteria levels as wastewater does.
Got it. And then where are we going to get the funding for the matching portion of the grant?
Yeah, that's a great question. So as with the other funds that we talked about earlier in the evening, we also have a fund for those type of activities. There's actually a stormwater impact fee that's charged on projects. And so we would be using those dollars out of the fund, not only for the match portion, but also to cash flow the project as it's a reimbursable grant.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez, any questions?
Thank you for your presentation and all your information tonight. I think I really appreciate you. I have really nothing else to ask or say, but thank you for everything. No.
Vice Mayor, anything?
Ditto.
I agree. Great job. Great job to the staff. This is wonderful. Do we have any public comment?
No public comments for this item.
Okay. Does anyone have anything further? Or are we good to vote? All right. So can I get a
So
motion?
it's been a long haul, and what better way to end it on a long night?
Can I get a motion?
Move to adopt, Madam Mayor.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Motion carries 5-0. Okay. Now we're going to go forward to G5. This is resolution number 2023-136, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister, approving an amendment to the existing contract between the City of Hollister and PlaceWorks, Inc. for the general plan update and environmental review to include the scope of services, costs, and schedule to be conducted by PlaceWorks for additional community outreach for the inclusionary housing program for the City of Hollister, authorizing a supplemental appropriation in 2023-2024 City of Hollister budget in the amount of $30,165 and authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement and to make the necessary budget entries. May we have the staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council, and I'll keep this brief. After my staff report, we do have Greg Goodfellow, who's been hanging in there with us from PlaceWorks, who is online if there's any questions for him regarding the scope and cost. So just very briefly, as you'll remember, I believe it was May 1st, at the May 1st City Council meeting, the Planning Division introduced the inclusionary housing ordinance to the City Council. And at that meeting, the City Council voted to table the adoption of the ordinance with instruction to staff to hold a community outreach meeting on the ordinance to schedule a study session with the council following the outreach meeting. And that would be before we would proceed to adoption hearings. And so the staff has come back after working with PlaceWorks on a contract amendment. It would require contract amendment because this is outside of the original scope of services. And Exhibit A in your packet outlines the scope of services. And I had also asked them in the cost proposal to break down all of the three different tasks that are being provided with this amendment. The first one would be a bilingual community workshop to make sure we're reaching as much of the community as possible. This would be the facilitation and live translation. So there'll be live translation for Spanish, preparing the workshop materials and presentation, and also all of the notification materials, which will also be in English and Spanish. And any revisions, that first task then also includes any revisions that may be required to the inclusionary housing ordinance at the direction of council after we go through this. The second one is the inclusion of a study session. And you'll notice in here, there's in parentheses is in person. We are asking our consultants from PlaceWorks to be at these meetings in person. Everything translates a little bit better, and so it costs a little bit more to have them come down. So that study session would be in person, and then also then through the adoption are the 2 additional council meetings. So looking at the outreach meeting total is $14,203. The study session is $5,732. And then for the 2 additional council hearings is a total of $9,812. So staff is, because we're moving into the next budget season, staff is asking the city council to authorize an additional $30,165 to be included in the Hollister's fiscal year budget for 2023-24 to accommodate the additional work. And of course, the budget will be considered for adoption next Monday. And that concludes my very tired presentation, and I'll I'll take any questions.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Do you have the 30 grand in your current budget, and could it be allocated from your existing budget?
I would say no.
Yeah, they are currently over, pretty much over budget. And so what we were looking to do, because this work would occur in the next fiscal year, and we are coming back for budget, if approved tonight, Mr. Astorga would program that in, and then it would be part of the budget, similar to the direction we received at the last meeting, where we had our budget hearing and there was direction to come back with these items plugged in. We would come with it plugged in. And then what it would be doing is delegating authority for me to execute the contract if approved, because the council is dark in July.
Very good. Thanks for the
And
clarification.
the plan would be to hold the outreach meeting in July, to do this as quickly as possible and not kick the ball down the road, as we like to say. And so this would assist the city with getting the contract amendment in place and getting that community outreach meeting done.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. Councilmember Resendez. No questions? No. Do we have public comment on this item?
No public comment.
Okay, so any further discussion, Councilmember Burns?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. We're
Thank you.
just zooming right along now, aren't we? And we aren't. No, we're not, but we're working on it. Okay, item 6. Resolution number 2023-137, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister adopting a list of projects for fiscal year 2023-2024 funded by SB1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act. Staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. This is an annual process. Each year we identify projects that are to the state, so they will be eligible for SB1 funding. Previous years, we included the 2022 slurry seal, citywide slurry seal project. Now it's an opportunity to add more projects. We've identified a 2024 citywide pavement rehabilitation project on the list, as well as one of an alley project, Wentz Slope.
Wentz Brown and Swope.
Swope,
And
Wentz and
Brown
Brown.
Currently, the balance in our SB1 fund is about $650,000. And over the next year, we'll be able to collect about another $900,000. So by the end of next fiscal year, if we don't spend it, we'll have 1.7 million approximately.
Questions, Councilmember Burns?
No, Mayor. Thank you.
Resendez, any questions? No, I just have one because you mentioned slurry seal project and I've been asking for this, but are we going to get a little map or something that identifies those roads, because people are be asking me and I want to
Okay.
be able to give them something so they
All right.
know.
I
So,
will.
Is that something?
And we're working on identifying the streets that are part of the 2024 project. And we'll be bringing those streets for consideration in the near
Great.
future as well. So,
It goes off, what staff will do is recommend based on the pavement condition index. And taking into mind the ones that will be slated for the 2022 one that was, the bids were rejected. We came back with additional grant funding. So we would look to take those, take the next batch. And between those two, I would speculate that our score would go up quite a bit. We're already doing very well, but with those 2 rounds of slurry seals, we will be doing very, very well.
Awesome. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. Not only do we have the pavement index, but we paid for, I believe, a study for this grid system to include the streets, like the high priority streets, and how would we go about doing that? And then we added including the alleys. I don't know what happened with that, but we never really heard back from it.
Okay, we'll look into that and circle back.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have public comment on this item?
No public comment for this item.
Is there any further deliberation or can I get a motion? Is there a Second. All in favor? Yes.
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 Motion carries 5-0. All right. Let's move on. Reports from city council members regarding committees on which they serve. Councilmember Burns, anything?
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing to report.
Councilmember Resendez?
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Perez?
Nothing to report.
Vice Mayor?
Same.
Oh, sorry, guys. I've been to a few meetings and there's some things you need to know. So we had a meeting with LAFCO and I mentioned it earlier this evening. We have hired Joshua Nelson of Best and Krieger. He's going to be our LAFCO counsel. Very experienced and actually serves as Santa Cruz County's LAFCO counsel. So we're looking forward to his expertise. And we have our interim part-time director from Monterey LAFCO's, Darren McBain. He's on board with us now. And we have also, as I mentioned, hired a really experienced consultant who's going to help us to move those 3 annexations that are already pending. And I'm sure there's more coming for LAFCO. So I just wanted to give you that update. I know that I mentioned municipal service reviews. For some reason, they're pretty out of date. There were 4 done back in 2016. They're supposed to be done like every 5 years. And then before that, it was 2007 was the last time they were done. So we're going to be playing catch up. So there's that. The other meeting is, I'm sorry to have to report this. I went to COG meeting last week and we had a little bit of bad news and it was not a real pleasant meeting, especially for the Caltrans member that was there. There were complications and additional costs for the 156 project because of the storms and flooding. It required specialized treatment of the soil in attempts to dry it out, and it was considered a significant change of work. It was brought to us after the work was already done for approval. And the difference is $13 million. So before you have a heart attack, this really left us over a barrel. Because if we didn't vote to approve, the project was going to be stopped. So we all spoke out very strenuously and talked about the fact that this shouldn't have been unforeseeable given they're building in a riverbed in a flood zone, but it is Caltrans. And so we had to vote yes, but we have asked for better oversight and to be alerted in advance if there's other complications rather than after the fact. So how this works is that the impacts, the cost split was that Caltrans is using, I don't know the acronyms for this, but there's ITIP funds in the amount of 9.5 million. That's contingency funding that Caltrans has. So they're ponying up on this. And then COG is going to have to come up with the other 4.255 million, which isn't going to come directly from the county, but what it does is it comes from RTIP and STIP funding from the state that normally gets apportioned every year. I think it's like 1.4 million a year that we get. Well, we're basically borrowing on our future. So it's going to affect future projects. So I had to let you know that. I'm sorry. It wasn't a lot of options for us, but we're moving ahead. So that's all I have on committee reports. So Um, Let's see. Do we have any informational reports from city manager? Did you want to take a minute and, or do we come to you after?
Yeah, I have nothing to
You have
report.
nothing. City attorney, anything?
No, I have nothing to report.
Chief, do you have anything?
No, nothing to report.
Okay, clerk, nothing, and
Nothing to
Paul,
report.
nothing. Okay, so want to go through the city council now? Anything?
Of
Councilmember
course,
Burns?
Mayor. Thank you. I believe the future is bright. So might be a bit dark right now, but it's bright.
It's getting there.
So speaking about that, I would like to offer any discretionary funds I have left to push forward for the lighting of East Street, if council would support that and maybe loosen their belts to fund whatever that may be. I think that makes perfect sense, since there's a lot of traffic there, as I understand it. So also would like council to consider requesting some sort of a study from planning and development on A-frame signs. My suspicion is that ordinance is probably prehistoric as well. And it's certainly not an issue for the police department or for code enforcement to enforce the code as it exists. But I do think there could be some compromises made, some adjustments to that ordinance that would allow for A-frame signs if they didn't create a pedestrian or visual obstruction. And so if council supportive, I'd like to see us move forward with that. From the planning director's presentation last week, I know they have plenty of capacity and nothing but time on their hands. So yeah, love you guys. And so also I would absolutely support, after July, maybe having Growing Hearts come back and do a presentation. I think they're very inspiring, and I think that again, our future is very bright, and they are nothing but good news from my perspective. And that will complete my comments tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sendes.
Thank you. So in regards to A-frames, Amber worked really hard with a number of stakeholders in the community to come up with I would say, fairly recent policy. So I think from what I'm hearing from Bill is that there might be an ADA issue, but probably not. I'm getting a head shaking, not, but I would say I don't know if we should reinvent the wheel. Maybe just consult with Amber. She led that in partnership with the HDA and a number of stakeholders, and let's get that resolved. But I'm definitely in support of the A-frames. We just did the policy.
There is a relatively new ordinance that addresses A-frame signs and permits A-frame signs in the downtown with certain parameters. So I did let Bill know, and he'll be contacting planning. And it just outlines, I think he just was unaware that there is a permit process and, locations and making sure people aren't tripping over them. So there is a relatively new ordinance on that.
Thank you. I think the future is colorful, rainbow colorful. I typically in the month of June go to neighboring LGBTQ plus events. So I went to the city of Soledad and I helped them raise their flag. That was nice. I think the mayor is going to come over to our event on Sunday, and possibly Salinas Valley Pride will be here as well. And then San Juan Bautista on, I forget what day it was. Saturday. Yes, Saturday had their first ever annual Rotary Rainbow Run. That was a lot of fun. So I went over there and I invited everybody there to attend our celebration here. So please don't forget, our celebrations are going to be here on Sunday from 10 to 1:30. I wasn't able to go to the last ad hoc meeting, unfortunately, that they had, but I would say that it's going to be from 10 to 1:30, a bit unconventional. We've got a number of dignitaries coming down, a number of performers. So just come on down, be flexible, let's have a great time. And then there's some really great raffle prizes. We're going to raffle off an Xbox, Raging Waters family passes, Great America family passes, a Samsung Galaxy tablet, and a number of other things. So come on down. There's gonna be face painting, just a number of things to do. Please come on by and support that event. I'd really appreciate it. And we'll see you all Sunday. In regards to, and I think I mentioned this to you before, there's a lot of graffiti where they were talking about putting the new trash design for the stormwater. If we can look into whether or not that's city owned or county owned, I know that there's a bit of overlap there, but if we can get it cleaned up, I had a request from a constituent about that. In regards to alleys, I forget the name of the alley. It's in Councilmember Perez's district. I made mention to you about it. They did like half the alley and then they didn't do the rest of the half of the alley.
Fremont?
Yes. Can we look at maybe agendizing that and bringing it back to a future meeting or figuring out if we can get the rest of the alley done? And then I noticed at the last meeting, including this meeting, we had a gentleman, I believe he was Korean, who needed translation. And then we had a Spanish speaking person here tonight. I do think that it's hard to get the information out to the constituents if it's not translated or if it's not bilingual, especially the Latino speaking population. So I would like to look into what are other cities doing. I'm sure that with this day and age, there's lots of different solutions out there. Can we look into some type of translation services to have if we need them when people come here? And we should also be translating some of the, well, probably the whole agenda. I mean, I don't know how that works. Honestly, I don't know how that works, but I don't know how people are going to come to the meeting and then hear this information, not have it translated and have a good and solid understanding of it. So that's my concern. If we could just look into addressing those in the future. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Perez. Nothing. Vice Mayor.
So I support the lights on East Street, and it sounds like the A-frame is resolved. I also support the Growing Heart presentation. And I would like the either code enforcement to follow up. There was a concern from residents about noise during the day, that they were not able to play their drums during the day. They were just told to stop. There's no ordinance, but they're just told to contact your city council member. So they did. But if there's any follow-up and what needs to be done to address that. I also just want to let everybody know that the League of United Latin American Citizens had their scholarship reception the June 18th, and there was a total of 10 scholarship recipients recognized. So just wanted to say thank you for that, and can pass that information to the city clerk for that to be part of the record. Great accomplishment. That's it.
Okay, so just a couple quick things. One is I attended the Lad Lane Community Outreach Meeting. Yay. So we had over 40 people attend. There were like 20 online and about 20 or so in the chambers. It was a great meeting. And I think it was pretty clear that 99.9% are unhappy and would like most of the things removed. I know that Glenn is compiling the survey data still, and I think they're going to be coming back with a report for us about it, and hopefully in August, maybe. Okay. And then I also attended the gaveling groundbreaking ceremony, which was pretty awesome, and seeing so many people come together from like all these different groups, and it was just really inspirational. We had some student leaders there speaking, and it was awesome. So I was really glad I could attend that. The other thing is I did meet with some of the folks at Zero Avia at the airport this past week and got to do a tour, and we talk about a bright future at the airport. I would say the bright future is Zero Avia. They're doing amazing things. They're growing by leaps and bounds. They're moving up from their small plane to bigger, converting bigger planes. They're working with the big airlines. I'm just super excited about them being there. And anyways, so there's that. And the very last thing I just wanted to talk to you about is that the Board of Supervisors last week, they made some changes with regard to how they will be interacting with the hospital district, and in an effort to kind of foster some more positive relations and information sharing. So I wanted to keep everyone updated, and also they want to be able to keep everyone updated because there's a lot of rapid changes going on with them. So two of the supervisors met with two board members from the hospital district and the CEO, I think, trying to figure out ways to work more positively. And it was agreed that an ad hoc committee would achieve that goal. So the supervisors at the last meeting created an ad hoc committee and also decided that the hospital issue would no longer be a topic at intergovernmental. The hospital also and the county have invited us as a city to sit at the table as well and to create an ad hoc committee so that we can keep up to speed. It's just an informational thing. So I would like consensus on getting an ad hoc committee created. And then also I'm appointing myself and Rick Perez to sit on that committee if it's approved. So, and that's all I have.
Okay, so I'm just gonna walk through the items I've heard. I've heard two members of the council talk about the East Street lighting. Councilmember Burns offered his discretionary funds remainder in this fiscal year. I'll work with William to figure out what that dollar amount is on those 18 trees. The crew would have to come back, so I can do that. I just need to see if we have consensus.
Yes, go ahead.
If additional money is needed, and if I have any discretionary funds, I'd like to contribute to that as well.
Okay. So do we have consensus?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. So A-frame signage ordinance review, it sounds like it may have been figured out with Bill. Maybe what we can do is send a memo back to council once we figure out the status on that. Growing Hearts coming back at a future meeting, giving kind of an update on their work at the park.
Sure.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. A follow-up report on the Fremont the alley Fremont Way, I believe it's called.
Actually, I thought we weren't doing anything to the alleys. Sake. I thought we weren't doing anything before they even filled that. We were. What's up?
Tim was just saying, did he wake up? We're just laughing about that.
Oh.
But it is in your district, though. You do realize that.
Yeah, I do realize that. I'm pretty smart like that. Yeah. Thank you, though. I really need you to point that out to me. And I would ask that next time you talk to me, you use some respect, please. I think to me, that's disrespectful. So I don't laugh at you as much as I want to when you're talking. You know, I try to hold my companies back. So I would appreciate the same respect. Oh, no. Oh, that's right. You don't say hi to me in public either. I thought we weren't, but this was under Roland's city manager, Brett, when he used to support so much, that we weren't gonna do anything to the alleys. We weren't gonna fill, we weren't gonna do nothing because we were lied to about what was going on with the alleys.
Madam Mayor, I think
Excuse me,
point
I'm talking.
of order. I think
So
we're asking.
I'd like to find out what we're gonna do.
I called for a
about
point
that.
of order. Thank you.
What's your point of order, sir?
I think we're going too far off topic. We're looking for consensus. Can we move the agenda along, please?
Yeah.
Well, I think
What-
there's confusion and.
Yeah,
request for
we had
clarification,
a
so-
request from Councilmember Resendez to look at the alley, which is Fremont Way, which is one that we did receive some complaints about. So
He is correct. I am so sorry. I'm man enough to admit when I'm wrong. I support that.
Point of personal privilege.
Anyways, like I was saying, I was
Point of
support that.
personal privilege.
What's your personal privilege?
I
sir?
feel like the comments from the council member were disrespectful in himself, and I'd like an apology.
not.
Okay, can we,
did apologize.
okay, I think we're all a little tired and I think we need to like
so do we have
finish up-
consensus?
Finish up. We have consensus.
Okay, thank you.
So.
Councilmember Morales, if you could clarify on the LULAC scholarship, were you asking for the recipients to come back or a report? I couldn't quite make out what you had said at the very end.
No, it's just informational to just note that that had occurred and that there were 10 scholarship recipients that were awarded scholarships.
Okay, so there was no future action that I would bring forward
No.
on consent. Okay, thank you.
But I could read the names so that they could be a record, or I can just give them to the city clerk so that the names could be on record. It was just to save time.
Yes, that can be done.
Okay.
And then lastly, Mayor Casey had a discussion about forming an ad hoc for matters of the hospital with an appointment of herself and Councilmember Perez.
So that would have to come back at a future meeting. So again, just need consensus as to whether or not that should occur.
Yeah, so that would, so the consensus is to put it on the agenda for
That's
further
fine.
discussion and public input.
Is it possible to do that for the next, can I request that for the next meeting? Because I know that they're trying to move forward and I don't want to wait a whole month to hear what's happening with the hospital.
I would ask that you just add, we add that and ask for consensus on
Okay.
that as well.
Yes.
That is all that I have on my list. Yes, please.
The noise. Was there follow-up on that?
Yeah,
And
yeah. So staff
translation.
will follow up on that. Were you looking for a formal report back to council?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Yeah, the ones that we have all the requests, the ones that I'm bringing back for consensus are the ones that would return to a future meeting.
City manager,
Yes, please.
translation services.
That one I did miss. So translation services provide a report back to council on options that cities are providing around the matter.
Can we get, I guess, a like clarification, like, is it on the website? Is it all the materials? It could be a multi-million-dollar contract, or it could be as easy as using Google Translate on the website. So I'd like clarification on the parameters, because that would mean like that would impact the report back.
I think if I can, Councilmember Morales, my number one concern is that people come here and they're not being able to understand and digest the information being presented. So we can explore options such as getting them headphones and looking at contracting with a service that an agency that provides that service. I would be okay with that.
So we're specifically looking at meetings then and providing headsets.
Correct,
and
live translation services
service.
at meetings.
Okay, so that's the parameters then. So are we okay with that?
I believe I see consensus.
Yes.
Forgive me, it's late. I've gone over my
Okay,
list a
fair
second time. I don't believe I've missed anything, but please, if I did, please let me know. Thank you.
All right. I think if we have nothing further, can I get a motion?
Get a motion to approve. I mean, get a motion to adjourn. I'm sorry. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, all in favor? Aye.
No.
Yes.
Thank you all.